Okay, I can hear myself again.
Kahiaka kako. Good morning. How oli? Po ano. Happy Saturday. And you can see the beach is exciting. Billy Kemper helping with the call. Oh, I already saw a board go broken in half for Justin Bercre. The Smith brothers, they like what they're seeing. Yeah, the surf's up. That's right, Koa. Mind you, Mitchell, these are the in-betweeners right here as we see Lucas Silveira thread that pipe barrel.
Yeah, former world junior champ, and a lot of eyes on deck this morning, Kaipo, with some amazing conditions. Swell that's dropping today. It should be a real fun one.
Yeah, he's living. Yeah, this is living. That's Cole Smith. We're gonna Cole Rothman. We're gonna see him in the first heat. Kaipo Guerrero. Mitchell, we've been waiting for this. Hey, look.
Let's go.
Well, you know, we're celebrating Hawaiian language. There's a word called nui, and nui means big. And that's what we got right now. We got some big surf.
It's big, and it's decreasing throughout the day, which is super good for us. When we showed up in the dark, 6:30 this morning, Kaipo, it was out of control out there. It's definitely a little bit more under control, but it's not a day for the average human being. We got the world's best out there that are looking to qualify for the World Championship Tour, Kipes.
Yeah, it is. It's not a day for the faint of heart. As we take a look at our opening heat, our locals round about to get underway. 30-minute heats throughout the entire day here. Let's hear about the conditions, about pretty much a guy that you got to have favored here at Pipeline, Baron Mamiya with Jesse Starling. Jess?
Yeah, guys, no one better to talk to than Baron. Okay, give me a breakdown of the conditions this morning, because for someone like me, it looks terrifying.
Yeah, it's really, really big pipe, as you can see. I think when we rolled up early this morning, it was you know, massive, and there's a lot of washers and stuff, but it seems like it's starting to clean up a little. The swell is kind of dropping off now, and I heard that it's supposed to get bigger at midday and then drop back down. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. There's some barrels out there. They're pretty hard to find, but I think that we're going to get some crazy rides. Definitely some crazy wipeouts, just with how it looks. But yeah, it's exciting. You know, the first round is, you know, the best surfers in the world. They've dedicated themselves to pipe, you know, their entire life. So they know what they're doing, and it's gonna be fun to watch. Yeah,
some of your best friends out there this morning. Let's talk about equipment. If it was you were going out there, what are you riding?
If I was piling out, it's pretty hard to say. You know, I would probably go to a 6.6 or 6.4. Only because I think you're not riding the big waves right now. Like those waves, they suck. They're not even rideable, really. You know, you're catching the smaller waves. You know, the 6-footers, like, to get scores. Like the 10, 12, 15-footers are not. They're not good at all. So, with that being said, you know, I wouldn't really like a bigger than a 6.8, 6.10. I wouldn't like that. It would feel kind of weird on the smaller waves. But I know a lot of guys they want to be able to feel like they can paddle easier. So they're probably riding 6.10, 7.0s, 6.8s. But yeah, I mean, I think they got a jet ski assist today with how big it is and stuff. So they'll be able to position themselves where they want in the lineup and not have to worry about, you know, obviously they're going to get cleaned up, but they're not going to have to really worry about, you know, paddling back out and whatnot. So, you know, it's just whatever you prefer. And yeah, it's going to be cool to see what everyone's doing and where everyone's sitting and what they're riding.
If I was out there today, I would listen to this guy. Thanks, guys. It's on.
It sure is. Thanks, Baron. We won't see Baron surf today. We're not going to get to the round of 64 where we see our top seeds, but we are starting the day in an incredible way with our locals round. And these are 20 of some of the best local pipe surfers in the entire world. And they're going to get ready for thunder.
Goodness. Second, third reef, you better be prepared to duck dive today, Kipes.
Here's the locals opening round, Mitchell. 20 of the best pipe surfers.
Yeah, and of course, they all come from different parts of the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region as well. Past pipe performances being taken into consideration. So really cool to see the format. Throughout this event, all 4 surfer heats leading up until the final 2. And top 2 get a spot into the men's round of 80. Big deal right here, Kipes.
Well, no shortage of swell as we promised you, and so it's going to be an exciting day, an exciting opener for the men here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. And the horn is on, the clock's ticking down from 30 minutes, and we got an opening heat that is incredible, and it's a variety of surfers. We got Maui's Cody Young out in the red jersey, Koa Rothman, arguably one of the best current surfers at Pipeline. He's in blue. Shaden Picaro, who's just an ambassador of an aloha and exactly what you need on the North Shore. Shaden, another incredible pipe surfer and second generation professional surfer, comes from a long lineage of North Shore wave riders, big wave riders. Dad Don, Uncle Jeff. We got Joey Johnson out there in the green jersey.
Yeah, Joey, a great friend of mine. I was actually talking to him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone this morning. He said he was ready, but you know, never a guarantee paddling out there in these kinds of big conditions. You don't know what to expect. And in my personal opinion, he has one of the best backdoor waves I have ever seen in the history of this place, Kaipo. And that was last season right here during the wave of the winter going down. And Joey, a pipe specialist, surfs all over the North Shore, but you're talking about 4 people that could easily be into finals day right here at this event in the opening heat.
Joey's an interesting story, 28 years old. His dad, Don, a shaper. His uncle, Jeff, also a shaper. Both dad and uncle have also competed in the Pipe Masters themselves. So this is the continuation of a North Shore lineage of great surfers.
And you talk about legacy, right? And that's what we see with Johnston out here. And of course, he's coming up against 3 competitors that probably have a bit more experience in the lineup when it comes to actually competing here. Cody Young, I mean, major threat to qualify for the Challenger Series. He had an incredible junior career and had ups and downs when it comes to the regional QS. But you can't talk about somebody from Maui that's pushed Imai, that's pushed Eli Hanneman to get to this point. It's this kid right now from Makawao.
And when we talk about North Shore lineage, we also have to mention Koa Rothman in the blue jersey. His dad, Eddie, also a surfer that has competed at the Pipe Masters at a very, very high level. Koa Rothman's won the backdoor shootout. Koa Rothman's won Wave of the Winter before. Koa is the guy who would be my favorite in this heat when it comes to his overall skill set here at Pipeline.
Yeah, and he's made major improvements going right, too. He had a crazy wave at backdoor the other day. Today, I don't think, you know, we're going to see too many rights. I feel like the emphasis, as Barron was saying, and great analysis by the 2-time champ here at Pipe. I think a lot of those in-betweeners, as you're saying, the ones that really double up on the reef are going to be the keepers. To me, in my personal opinion, I think if you get 11, 12 points, that's a great heat by today's standards. I think you should be selling every now and then 8 to 10 points for a heat advancement right now, Kipes. Here we go. White, Shaden.
Shado Pacaro just up and down, the 28-year-old, originally from Hawaii Island, the Puna district. Pohiki is his home break. Pohiki, which is actually, because of a live volcano here in Hawaii, has actually been altered. It's not the same break anymore because of the live lava flow that ran through his neighborhood. Shaden's moved over here to the North Shore where he started a family, and he's just an incredible surfer. Joey, backdoor, you talk about this, Mitchell. Joey Johnson already in a big barrel, and he begins with a bang.
Oh my God. He just shut me up right there, Kaipo. Oh, that is a huge wave. For anybody that's ever surfed out here and knows how difficult it is to navigate the lineup at backdoor at this size, that is incredible what we have just witnessed. And our judges have a tough job right now. How do you set the scale with an incredible way to start off the morning, Kipes?
Watch how well Joey knows the whole drill along with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Look at the efficiency of that pickup, but look at this wave, Mitch.
Oh, double up on the inside, and those 2 pumps right there, really efficient to be able to get him past a foam ball, but that is a great way to start off the comp for Joey Johnston. I mean, you talk about lineage, the legacy, as he said, his father, one of the best locals out here in the history of Pipe. Those 2 pumps right there put him in a great spot to be able to navigate that foam ball. And especially with all the white water on the faces right now, you got to be riding some fins that truly, truly stand the test of time and just pushing you forward and having that speed control. Man, what a way to start off the heat for Joey. I feel like this should be a good score. I mean, probably got to be looking at least something touching the 7s, if not an 8 in my opinion, Kipes.
Hey, we promised some big waves. We promised some exciting surfing, and we're already delivering that day number 2 here of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Yeah, and that's really going to set the scale, to your point. Now, it could be a little bit under because the judges are expecting a lot too.
Yes.
Right?
First heat of the
Maybe not. 8.83
I like that.
for Joey Johnson. I like that they didn't hold back.
No, not at all.
I was going to speculate that they might be holding back a little bit, but I like where they set the scale.
It shows how difficult it is out there right now. He found a gem, and props to the two judges, or the three judges that threw a 9 too. I mean, because first thing in the morning, especially after the offer from Shaden that was just a quick in and out, you're usually hesitant to throw those big numbers immediately. I like that though. Risk equals reward out there today.
And hats off to Billy Kemper, who's been helping here with our permitting and making this happen, this locals round, because that's what you're going to get when you put the locals out here.
And that's what Barron was saying. You don't want to ride something that's just too long, because he wouldn't have been able to knife the drop like he did right there. I mean, most 610s, maybe a 7.0, that nose would have been sticking in the water the entire time. And you see how that extra rocker just got him up the face of the wave immediately. Great job by Joey. I mean, near a 9 first thing, crazy.
Talk about boards too. You know, Joey Johnson going kind of full circle. His dad was actually a shaper for Town and Country. And now here we see Joey, all these years later, threading that backdoor barrel on a TNC surfboard.
Yeah, and they're having a chat out there in the lineup too. They probably heard the score and they're like, where'd you find that wave right now? But I think it's just a testament to, you know, the swell decreasing at the moment, how much more in control it is, or how out of control it was first thing this morning. It's still very dangerous, and we are talking about 4 people that have spent thousands of hours out here in this lineup, Kipes.
Yeah, and I was touching on this locals round and how grateful we are to the city and county of Honolulu and the mayor, Rick Belangiardi, giving us some of the extra time on the permit to allow this, because this is huge for us. 5 heats with these surfers that all deserve a spotlight, because these guys don't surf pipe for the money. They surf pipe because for the love. As we see, Koa Rothman drops into this one. That's one's going to section in front of Koa. And he's just going to take a lap back around with Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, never fully opened up that one. But, you know, still kept everybody else off. Didn't want to, you know, let them get the chance to potentially get something close to the 9 that Joey has right now. But he talked about legacy and lineage, and of course he touched on his dad, Eddie. His older brother, Makua Kai, also, I'd say, one of the best North Shore surfers ever. Does everything, former big wave world champion. Koa's been under the radar when it comes to competition, because he's never had the spotlight here at these events at Pipe. But how good is his blog? I mean, he travels all over the world pursuing excellent waves like this.
The YouTube channel, Koa Rothman, This Is Living, is extremely entertaining. So if you want to learn more about Koa Rothman, search for This Is Living, without the G, Living, Koa Rothman. And he puts together, like you said, his vlog is incredible, because it's a great mix of surfing and entertainment all at the same time.
Right, and I think that's where nowadays you see a lot of people that pursue good waves and the best waves in the world all the time have to have a point of difference. You're not a competitor that's full-time on there. What's your selling point? And I feel like Koa, Nathan Florence were able to achieve that in the sense that if they're going to be on the North Shore the entire 6 months out of the season, that it's going to be good. They want to dedicate their time primarily to pipe. Then once they're outside of it, they're pursuing other heavy waves. Yeah. Obviously, Chope's being one of them too.
That's right. And talking about this locals round, heat number 5, the final heat of this locals round, we're going to have the king of surf vlogs out there, Jamie O'Brien.
Yeah.
And so that should be very, very entertaining. Jamie O'Brien, Mason Ho, Eli Olsen, and Lucas Godfrey is how we're going to finish off this round.
Everybody in this round is a threat to potentially eliminate all those people that have the Challenger Series on their mind. You know, remember, 1 through 10 on the men's side, you qualify for the CT. 11 through 20, you automatically qualify for the CS for next year. A lot of upsets in the making, I feel like, with these surfers in this round.
Look at that. That's why you want to stick around today. Jamie O'Brien, Mason Ho, Eli Olsen, Luke Skywalker, Lucas Godfrey. Those are pipe guys that are the best in the business out here. And it's troubling times for the challengers. So I'm going to say, Mitchell, you know, we started Newcastle, Bolido, US Open, Ericeira, Brazil. But this particular event for the Challenger Series is going to be the hardest event to extract points out of. Why? Because of guys like this. Because of guys like Kala Grace, guys like Ryland Beavers, guys like Cole Rothman, Joey Johnson. The locals are going to put up a big challenges, and I feel they're going to take away a lot of potential points from the normal Tour Challenger surfers.
And a big difference for these guys that haven't used the Apple Watch in the past too.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily have to be paying attention to the beach announcer the entire time. You get priority when it vibrates. You can check your scores right there on your wrist, and it's a major difference for them, you know, having done the regional QS series where they don't have that available.
One thing, if I could be like an armchair coach to some of the guys new to the Apple Watches, don't get fixated on it, however. Don't, you know, if it's a new technology to you, don't keep on looking at your wrist. Don't get distracted by it. It's to aid what you already have going on. But once you have a comfort factor with the Apple Watch, then it is actually incredible.
It complements everything, doesn't it? It's an add-on, and it's a major add-on too. It's made a huge difference.
When I do water reporting, I wear an Apple Watch, and I wear it and I put it in competitor mode just to feel what the competitors feel, and it's really cool because it tells you your need, it tells you where you are as far as priority, and like you said, Mitchell, when you get first priority, not only does it beep, but it also buzzes on your wrist to let you know, hey, you're in front of the line. There's Kala Grace heading out.
Good looking board. Nice pintail right there.
Yeah, well, that airbrush right there is an ode to the king of pipeline. That's the Derek Ho airbrush right there from Brett Marumoto and Brett Surfboards.
Well, as soon as you brought up Derek, got the shirt right there, saying bye to his family right before he paddles out. And, you know, we're going to talk about helmets all day long once again, but, you know, this is where I feel that, you know, people have been put in a spot where it's acceptable, not only one thing, but they truly realize the safety environment out of it. Joey's using one right now, and I think it's you know, been put a lot of emphasis for a lot of outsiders too. I actually had a couple of questions from all the surfers that will be surfing today in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Would you paddle out with one today? I personally would, and I think it's a valuable lesson to a lot of people out there that somebody already dropped a near 9 with one.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't paddle out today, Mitchell. And why? Because it is Nui. I told you it's big. It's humongous.
Yeah.
Ginormous. Look at our Surfline forecast. Why? Because look at all that action there in the Pacific. The Northwest is hot right now with storms, but some of them coming kind of close to the islands, bringing us those fronts as well.
Yeah, a lot of energy so far, and you know, we are looking at another swell next week too, but just looking at today, this morning was giant, as you said, 20, 30 faces. 15 to 25 this afternoon, which is kind of what we're looking at right now. But winds cooperating today, which has been, you know, a major difficulty the last few days. I'm really excited to not only see those inside barrels as we've seen so far during the free surfs and this heat, but look at Monday through Wednesday. That looks very difficult for run days. I feel like tomorrow could be another potential run day, Kipes.
Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good tomorrow for the weekend, and then we're going to have to, you know, kind of navigate some giant swells and potential onshore winds. Of course, when we talk about these fronts that move through the islands, they're really hard to predict the wind. So the models are showing us onshore. That's not a for sure thing. We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, and we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you know, the wind's variable. They change pretty much every day and multiple times a day too. So that's really the one thing to look out for here.
Shado Pacaro, easy off the bottom, gets into the pit there. Stylish kick out for the Hawaii Island surfer, Shaden.
What a great style too. And Joey here with priority might be looking at this one, Kipes.
Joey already has gone excellent. Let's see, pipeline this time for Johnston. Just a quick drop and safely straightens out. So he's got a backup. He's got his wave count full. And just that's going to be a small backup for that 8.83, but I like the way Joey's playing the game.
Yeah, and he gave himself an opportunity right there, too. It looked like a decent wave that had the potential to barrel, but, you know, just outran it a little bit. Probably wanted to be a bit deeper right there. Easier said than done, obviously. But as you said, he's going to probably move up close to the double digits if he gets something above a 1. So good strategy right there.
Yeah, first wave of the set right here on the replay for Cody Young, Mitch.
Yeah, so this is the first wave of the heat for him. Surfer out of Maui. Great junior career. Deep and steep on that one. Oh! And just got blasted off once he made it out of the barrel. So that's going to be deemed incomplete. But he's going to get credit for the barrel ride, though, Kipes.
Yeah, but this is just inches away from either a 7 or a 2.33 is what he got. Here's Shaden.
And this one came in as a 1.5, so I like that they rewarded the deeper, more technical barrel riding of Cody rather than one that you're outrunning right here from Shado. And, you know, Pacaro has one of the best styles out here at Pipeline, but just need to be deeper on those ones right now. Somebody who's done very well at the backdoor shootout, as you said. And then Joey, this is his backup, so it comes in as a 1, so just under double digits, but in my opinion, that's probably going to be enough to make it out of this heat right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be eliminated with an excellent score in your score
Not at all.
line. So I like what Joey's thinking. Down to halfway through the heat, 15 minutes here. You can see the waves thundering there in second reef pipeline. We had third reef cracking this morning.
Yep. And it's just nonstop. I mean, there hasn't been a single moment within the heat where it's just fully gone flat and people have been able to hold their positions out there. So you got to be in constant movement. Given that these guys will surf twice today, you know that the round of 80 is on, so you also do want to conserve your energy if possible, but I think this is where Joey and having that quick start is going to facilitate something like that. Seems like Koa, maybe double up Kipes.
Inside ledge here for Koa Rothman. Delays that bottom turn, waiting for a barrel, stalling all he can. The foamy barrel just fills up, doesn't give him a chance to fit in there for a tube ride. So he did everything he could. It was just a wave, didn't cooperate at all.
And very impressive just to make the drop that way, get around it too, and still maintain your pose and your positioning on your board the way he did. Takes a lot of core strength, a lot of leg strength too. He's incredibly fit, but it's just going to be another throwaway. And right now, I mean, second place wide open, but you can see right here, just slightly tardy on the takeoff. And if it would have been under the lip, there's potential for him to have made that barrel. But either way, I don't think it was necessarily the wave that he was looking for at this moment. So going to get back out there and still have enough time to potentially get at least one good one, Kaipo.
Yeah, that barrel just filled up with whitewater, so there was no room in there at all. So that was an unfortunate thing for Koa Rothman. And to his credit, that wave looked like a good ledging double up on the inside, but it just dissipated.
Such a difference from early this morning, though. I mean, a lot of those waves, you can paddle into them early. Well, and now, I mean, look at them. They're caught, what, a combined close to 6 or 7 waves at the moment.
Well, when we had to talk to Baron Mamiya about the conditions first thing this morning, he said, hey, it's forecasted to ease a little bit, but then pick up again in the afternoon. We actually have more visibility now on Oahu because our NOAA buoy, our Kauai buoy, is back up and running. So we have buoy 1 out in the Pacific. We have the Kauai buoy, and then we have the Waimea buoy. So we actually have better ways to track swells coming through right now on the North Shore, more than ever.
Yeah, and that's obviously super great too. And I think just having better analysis when it comes to comparison too is something crucial here for Pipe. Because variable winds, there's times you can get away with it at other spots, not at this location. You need it to be clean. And seems like right here, it's as clean as it gets, Kaipo.
Koa, one more time. Rothman, barrel hunting. Looking for an inside peeling sections, not gonna get it again. So hopefully for Koa Rothman, he's not gonna get frustrated at this point because it's frustrating for me. Can Koa come back in this heat? We're gonna find out conclusion of the opening heat of the day right after these messages. His pipeline is on all day.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
action on the North Shore. Thundering waves here at Ehukai on the Pipeline Reef. Look at the whitewater Mitchell Salazar all the way out at sea. That means a big set just rolled through here at Pipeline.
Yeah, and all that white water in the middle part means that you're probably going to get some big double ups on the inside too. So stoked to see, obviously, the action today, Kaipo. But I think personally, you know, the addition of Pipeline to the Challenger Series schedule, oh my goodness.
Stay away from the smooth sand. The smooth sand means that's where the water has gone, and it's something that we say all the time to visitors here on the North Shore. You want to be up there where the footprints are, not in that smooth sand zone, because what looks calm or interesting is actually the most dangerous zone of all of this island right here. This is the most dangerous beach on the island.
It's probably the most dangerous beach on the world too. I mean, both for the surfers and the spectators, and people want to come down and watch, but listen to the lifeguards, listen to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. They know what they're doing. They're here 24/7, and they get to see it in the summertime where it's fully flat, and then they get to see it in the wintertime like it is right now. But I just want to point out, and props to the entire league and everybody involved, getting Pipeline to the Challenger Series schedule. It's huge. Giving these 20 surfers in this opening round, a locals round, a chance to participate in the event. And a lot of these surfers have experience in bigger events too. They've either competed at the Pipe Masters or they've had experience within the QS regionally or globally, including Cody Young. I mean, this is not a guy it's his first rodeo. Got fourth at the World Cup of Surfing a few years ago. He's won the QS at Sunset before. Former US Open Pro Junior champion too. He knows what he's doing out there at the moment, Kipes.
Well, Cody Young's a classic example of coming through Hawaii's amateur series, in through the pro junior ranks, onto the QS, the qualifying series. And he's had a step every single part of that wave in a real traditional kind of upbringing in competitions.
And his brother Levi, also a great surfer too, comes from a surfing family himself. And at the moment, that two's valuable. I told you, you're getting 8 to 10 points. I think you're having a good heat. And with that near 9 from Joey, that's making a huge difference at the moment, Kaipo. But Pacaro, Rothman, the two goofy footers out there in white and blue respectively, they have the talent. They've obviously turned and burned on a couple of waves too, so all they need to do is really get a decent barrel ride or potentially try to punch through one at the moment.
The drone shot's showing us the cat and mouse that's happening right now. The surfer's having to paddle a little bit wider, try to avoid that big set that rolled through. Now in between sets, you can see the surfers paddling deeper, more to the ledge to set themselves up. Number 1 on the Challenger Series, Maui's Eli Hanneman, with eyes on the lineup today.
Yeah, and I mean, what an outstanding season he's had so far on the CS, multiple finals. Love what he's been able to do when it comes to improving his big wave surfing too. He has a stellar winter so far, a couple of great backdoor and pipe waves, and feel like it's going to be exciting to see him once the round of 64 kicks off.
We had a qualifying series event here at Pipeline.
Yeah.
Eli took the win there, and he's coming into this event as number 1 on the Challenger Series ranking. Story for Hanneman, he makes the semifinals. He's back on the championship tour.
Yeah, and with the semis being 4 people now, he just needs to make it there. It doesn't matter if he gets 4th in the heat or 3rd in the heat. All he needs to do is to make it to that round, which would be huge, not going into Newcastle with pressure. Has a big chance right here, but even still at number 1, I like his chances of requalifying for the CT.
Yeah, interesting note that we're gonna have 4 surfer heats throughout this entire event. So you can actually surf your way in 2nd place all the way to the final.
That is true. You don't need to win a hit.
You don't need. It's not like man on man. You don't need to win the heat. You just got to be in the top 2 over and over again.
Although I think if you talk to Doug Silva, he's probably saying like, "Hey, this has still not been the best version of you. I want you to win heats out there. All that matters is that you make it to the final and be the sleeper over there, and you win." But I like this format personally. I think it adds more excitement. I also think it allows obviously for more time, and outside of that too, I think you're able to select better windows when it comes to the swell and the winds that we've had so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, and for us as surf, spectators and fans, it also allows us to see a lot of waves ridden when you have 4 surfers in the water. So you don't have any waves wasted,
Truly. Yeah, because, with the overlapping format that we've seen on the Championship Tour and at other events, that's the whole purpose of it. You don't want to waste any waves, and 4-person heats out there, to your point, that's probably what we should be seeing throughout the entire event here at Pipe.
Well, Shaden Picaro in the white jersey, he's the deepest. He's got priority. This one rolls through, and he dives under that wave. Picaro with just 5 minutes. And look, he needs a measly score to go into a second and advancing position under a 1-point ride.
And he's no stranger to competing on the North Shore. He's done very well. Ali Beach Park during the QS, over at Sunset as well. And at what point do you just pull the trigger and say, hey, I need a 1 pretty much? What wave do I go on? And just expect Cody to potentially not catch a wave in these next 4.5 minutes. So if I'm Cole right here needing a low 1, I'm trying to go on pretty much anything because that's not a huge amount of time. And if I'm Cody, I'd probably just trying to get a backup right now. Get something like Joey's 1.
Yeah.
Make it difficult for everybody else, because a 2 in comparison to 1 today, there's a big difference right there. I mean, you saw the 2-3-3 from Cody, which is a deep barrel ride. He barely, escaped from the actual 2, but then got knocked off coming out of it. And then you've seen the 1-5 from Shaden. He just outruns the barrel. So there's potential out there for a 1 making a massive difference today, Kaipo.
Yeah, and you would think 30 minutes on the clock is a lot of time, but not when you're at the pipeline battlefield at all.
No. I mean,
on a free surf day, you have surfers that will sit out there for 4 hours, 5 hours just to get that 1 gem. So the time is very, very compressed when it comes to competition here.
I've surfed 6 to 8 hours out there, and there's been times that I've had to paddle in.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't catch waves. Like, that's how difficult it is to be out here with the pipe specialists, people that have earned their spot, first of all, and then you have all the uncles, all the people that have had, the longer heritages out here. You got to put your time in, and there's times where you just need to come in, not say a thing, just get your waves when you actually have a chance.
Yeah, the science of swell forecasting and to keep updated on what's happening. I talked about the Kauai buoy. Nearest buoy to us is the Waimea buoy. Here's our reading from the Waimea buoy. 12.5 feet at 15 seconds. That's big.
And look at the kilojoules right there, 7540. That's a lot of energy out there in the ocean right now. So that could easily power Hoover Dam, I would think. And Northwest 313, it is a good angle, but just slightly big still today right now. But 12 feet, 12.5 feet at 15 seconds, that's large out there. Woo. That was a good wave. Unfortunately, everybody out of position. And this benefits both Joey and Cody. Remember, all you have to do is advance, Kaipo, as he said.
All right. Cole Rothman, 4th priority. He looks at it. He has to give it up to Shaden. Picaro, big air drop for Shado. Come around the corner there. And not going to get anything but a
massive drop.
A gutsy drop.
And he was looking for the turn, because he pulls the turn, and I'm probably thinking, okay, he gets the 0.84 that he's needing. Right now, I mean, the drop was good. There's a couple waves to compare to, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but you got to be comparing the 0.8 and 0.97 of Cole right here to this being enough for second, and it is, Kaipo.
1.23, Shaden Picaro does go into second with this massive drop. Talk about trusting your board.
Yeah.
Joe, that Arakawa stuck to his feet.
And just confidence, too. I mean, that's a young man out there that's just looking under the lip, looking for any kind of opportunity to get the score that he required. And with 2 minutes, situation change, and both Cody and Koa still in the heat right here.
So Cody Young now with priority, just needs a fractional score to take back that advancing position down to under 2 minutes. So Young's going to have to get busy.
Pretty much need to stand up. I mean, that's what the 0.4 is at the moment. So if you stand up, I feel like he's going to retake second place right here. And if I'm Shado, there's actually a few waves of gums every now and then, like that one, that roll through underneath everybody else. So potentially just a little bit of a head dip, and it will make things more difficult for both Cody and Koa.
Yeah, interesting also for Koa Rothman, who would have been my favorite pick, coming into this heat, but it just shows you how unpredictable it can be in a 30-minute segment in competition. So let's see how this last minute plays out, Mitch.
Yeah, and Joey right now, pole position out there, second priority. He's pretty safe, and right here I'd be thinking that Cody's the one with priority with 50 seconds, Kaipo, that he's just looking to stand up on anything, and it seems like he will on this.
Cody Young needs a 0.4.
Should be getting that.
Should be getting that, right?
Yeah, I mean, just with the drop alone, good amount of airdrop underneath him, and 35 seconds, though. I mean, door's still open for both Shado and Koa, especially for Rothman here. He's had, a couple waves that seem like they might have barreled and opened up a bit more, but I think right now all you need to do is pull into a wave. Maybe this one. A lot of froth on it, but oh, it's going to roll under.
Yeah, that appears that is going to be it for Koa Rothman. Cody Young does get a 0.6, so Young does go to second in advancing position, as you predicted, Mitch.
Ooh.
Last minute hijinks. Hands have to leave the rail. Doesn't get it. Oh my goodness. Man, does not get credit for that. And let's just see, make sure Shado comes up.
He
There he
breached.
is.
He's good, yeah.
All right, that was a brutal wipeout.
Gutsy, though. And props to him for going for it right there.
So Cody Young got the job done, and Joey Johnson went excellent in this heat. Let's take a look at this.
I mean, that's just straight up guts. You got to give the guy credit for going for it. The heat's on the line, and
Oh!
yeah, that's not a pretty view. But that's somebody who's been able to do that multiple times. He knows what he's doing out there, a pipe specialist. Unfortunately, he's out of the event.
All right, well, Joey Johnson started off today with a bang. He's moving on into the round of 80 along with Cody Young as the opening round, the locals round, continues underway here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. We've got another great heat on the way right after this. Look at this. Yeah, that partnership with Lexus and WSL continues to evolve, building a strong foundation and a deepening connection to the global surf community. Thank you for your support, Lexus. Coming in from the opening heat of the day, Cody Young survived it. He's going to be on to the round of 80 along with Joey Johnson. Shaden Picaro put a brave performance out there, Mitchell Salazar, but unable to advance out of that heat.
Yeah, and that's where guts and determination comes through, and props to that guy for going for it. Props to this guy for finding a right out there, pretty much where there's only been lefts ridden so far this morning, Kaipo.
Makana Pang in the barrel. Comes out, a disappearing act from Makana. That's right, Makana means gift in Hawaiian, and he just gifted us with an exciting way to start off this heat. He unwrapped that pipeline barrel.
Yes, he did. Wave of the Winter winner this year, too. And look at this opening round heat, too, Kaipo.
Ryland Beavers from Kauai, Makana Pang, second generation North Shore Charger, Kala, Grace the Goofy Foot, as well as Mai Kai Burdine, rounding out the 4-man heat. Top 2 advance into the round of 80.
Yeah, only regular footer out there. Beavers out of Kauai, as you said, surfing, you know, very well when it comes to the regional QS. Is number 10 in the region at the moment. Had a really good heat total when it comes to pipeline during the Florence Pipe Pro, the QS. But you look at his average heat score so far when it comes to the regional events, 11.85, nearly 12 points every time. This guy, he's going to drop a good one, the North Shore local, Makana, as you said.
Yeah, Makana riding his dad's shape, Dennis Pang shape. So take a look at this one more time, Mitchell.
Yeah, and he disappears a couple of times right there. You see the blue jersey just slightly come through, and then at a moment I was like, okay, he's gone because of the backwash. And you can just see right here, he picks the right line. To me, it's always better to be a little higher than too low on the wave. He picked the perfect line right there, Kaipa. What a way to start off his heat.
DJ Makana.
The peanut gallery reaction.
Josh Moniz likes what he's seeing there.
Woo! Kala.
Here we go. Kala and trying to come around this corner. Kala Grace finds the bubble right there. Foamy one, but no exit.
Props.
Grace.
Yeah, that was sick, though. He waited for it, good patience right there off of the bottom, thinking that it had potential to barrel down the line. So in comparison to the previous heats where you had, you know, the scores underneath a 1, these barrels, although they are incomplete, they could potentially be, you know, your backup scores in the end of the heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, Kala, you can see him with that helmet there. Kala, it's one of those stories out here at Pipeline that, you know, he had a near fatal injury here, pinned to the bottom. The wave actually took his helmet off. Yeah, I take another look at here.
Yeah, good size wave, as you said, with the Derek Holt airbrush. But look at the patience right there. That's somebody who surfed out here a lot. Took his time off of the bottom turn right there once he made it around the first section, committed to the barrel on the inside. Should be, you know, a decent score by today's standards.
Yeah. Makana, he's going to get the news right now, and it's good news. 8.5 opener for Pang.
Big number, pretty almost unanimous right there. Just the one just with the 8.8, but an 8.5 average. So excellent way to start off the heat for him. Somebody who's looking to, you know, make a big presence in this event too, Kaipo. Make himself more well-known to the broader audience out there watching the World Surf League. And for anybody that's ever surfed with Makana anywhere, including out here at Pipe, he knows how to navigate the line. And much like Seth Moniz, he moves in between everybody. A lot of waves come towards him, but he's put in his time out here. Baron Mamiya's best friend, by the way.
And he also knows how to match up BPMs, beats per minute, because he's also a DJ. We've got Kainui Fest coming next weekend here on the North Shore, a benefit for Dakota Riley. And Makana Pang, he's going to be DJing in between sets for all the bands that are going to be coming here.
So he's going to be playing sets at the DJ, catching sets out there at the Bonsai too when it's firing. Good stuff by Makana. Seems like maybe Beavers and Birdine want to get to work early here, Kaipo, but Makana might be able to get a backup. He's spinning.
Oh, here we go. Double arm drag, no problem for Pang. He's going to back that up, and he is going to secure his spot in the round of 80 unless something super unusual happens, because I think he's already got the job done in the first 10 minutes of this heat.
Well,
first 8 minutes of the heat.
Both red and green didn't even look at that wave. They let it go. He had third priority at that point, spins around, and nice to drop under the lip. I mean, that is so impressive. Takes a lot of technique, but of course, it just takes the ability to be able to read the wave right here at Pipe. So somebody who's not only considered a specialist, he's got confidence just oozing through him right now. Pipe, a winning wave of the winter. And you see right there, how easy did he make it look on a day that is far beyond easy. I mean, just that arm drag right there, pulls up a little bit, gets the one pump, and clean exit for Makana Pang, his backup score.
Oh, man. I love it. I love the ease and the calmness that he's able to show. You know, he's making it look easy in a hectic situation, and just so smooth. So a 3.83 backup, 12.33, like you said at the beginning of the day, that scoreline should get him through this heat.
Oh my God, that's a massive heat total in my opinion. I mean, on days where the waves are pumping and you'd probably be thinking, okay, a lot of people are going to be bowing out of the event with 14, 15 points. To me, that's a 16-point heat total on a day where the waves are perfect. So props to Makana.
What a way we started our day with Joey Johnson going excellent. Let's hear from Joey. He's with Jess Starling.
What in the world was that backdoor barrel? That was crazy. Actually, let's just put it at that. For us mere mortals, break us down that wave because it looked scary. Was it as scary inside the barrel?
Yeah, it was definitely scary. I honestly didn't know what to think. I was like, never know till you go. And I love going right, and I found my right and made it out, and I came out safe, and I'm super stoked on that wave. And yeah, it's wild out there. It's hard. There's, not too many opportunities, and I'm really glad that that one came through, and I rode it well enough and made it out and got a score.
Obviously, you guys, the best people in the world out there, kind of the best test dummies in the world out there this morning. Was there any chatter between you guys out there? Give me a bit of intel in what it was like in the lineup.
We're all friends, so a little bit of story talking, a lot of moments of silence, but yeah, it was just another day out at Pipe with some friends. A little more rugged than we wanted, but got to do what you got to do and have fun with your friends. That's all we can do, right?
All you can do, have fun with your friends at 10-foot pipeline. Obviously, back out there again, looking at the conditions, it's going to mellow out a little bit, but people who maybe don't have the most experience as you, what's your kind of go-to advice for those guys coming up in the next round?
Just be ready. That's pretty much it. Just put your head down, and if the wave comes, just go.
I love that. Be ready, guys. Thanks.
Love that, Joey Johnson. Yeah, we'll see him in the round of 80. We'll get through that round of 80 today as well after these 5 heats in the local round. Something unique to this Challenger event, and I think it's going to make it so much more entertaining.
Oh yeah, 100%. And what a character, Joey. And you can see with his answer right there, his demeanor, and how proud he is of himself just to be able to make it out of that backdoor wave. But I think that's the key today, the secret. You see the section, you see the wave, you just got to go for it. There's no other way to succeed, really, in my opinion, Kaipo. You're coming up against people that have way more competitive experience than you in the round of 80, and right here, people that are just looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, round of 80, Joey will be in the first heat of that one with New Zealand's Billy Stairdman, JB, Jackson Bunch, and Tully Wiley. So Joey's got some momentum, and those guys are going to have a big challenge with Joey back in the jersey and back in that heat.
Yeah, I saw Tully ripping the other day off the wall, had a couple good lefts, had a couple good rights too.
Yeah, saw JB here walking down the path with Snake here coaching him. So Jake Patterson, a former pipe master, also here in a coaching environment and helping out Jackson Bunch. Kala Grace, Kala spit in and out of that one.
Wow, that was a quick one, but how intense was that drop right there, straight into the barrel. Sick stuff this morning already. We've seen a couple of amazing waves. Takes so much strength to be able to hold that bottom turn the way he did, just to maintain that drop. And for anybody that's ever surfed a barreling wave, the push that you get from the spit when you're coming out, I would say that 80-90% of the time, it'll be knocking you off here at Pipe.
Yeah.
To control the way he did, that takes a lot of strength, Kaipo. I mean, just look at this. The drop itself, the bottom turn holding it, and look at the spit. It was spitting before he even made it out of the barrel.
Yeah, that's why I said spit in and out. He was getting spit in and spit out one more time. Look at that drop.
Oh, and look at the backwash, too, holding that thing the way he did. Incredible. And a good score out of it, too.
5.17 for Kala Grace. One more look from the drone angle, and you can see all of that expansion and combustion in the barrel coming out for Kala Grace. Kala, second generation professional surfer. Dad was a Waikiki beach boy, and also another goofy foot, great surfer, Willie Grace, and chip off the old block with Kala. We talked about his injury in 2023. Kala, unconscious, got the helmet knocked off of him. They had to pull him up off the bottom of Pipeline. Nolan Keolana was Hawaiian Water Patrol was on that rescue, and Nolan, to get to Kala, it was such a hectic situation, actually sacrificed the jet ski, jumped off of the jet ski, grabbed Kala from the bottom, and brought him into the beach. He was then in intensive care for a number of days in the hospital before he regained consciousness. And this warrior right here got right back on the horse, and he's back surfing Pipeline. What a great story.
And it never affected him psychologically, you know. Obviously, I think you go through something as traumatic as that, you'd probably be thinking, I'm never going to surf that location again. the fact that he was able to do it within a short amount of time too, I think is not only impressive. I think Hawaiian Water Patrol did an amazing job right there. And as your cousin Brian always says, malama kakahi I kakahi, take care of one another.
Well, you're dropping Hawaiian on me. That
Hey.
is very good. That was really good.
I'm gonna be doing it all week too.
That,
so
that
get
was really
prepared.
good. Yeah, no, I love that. And yeah, and Brian, like one of the the founders there.
Of the big wave risk assessment
Yeah,
group, Bragg, yeah.
Bragg. God, just has such good knowledge,
And even still, like jumping off of the ski right there, one of the first things that they tell you, you can't be rescuing somebody if you yourself have to be rescued.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of guts right there too,
Well,
a lot of sacrifice.
It was a split. It was such a decision that Nolan had to make. The grabber, the other guy on the ski on the back on the sled jumped off but couldn't get to Kala in time because another wave came through. So Nolan made that snap decision, and it was the right decision in that circumstance.
Right.
Sacrifice a machine, no problem when a life is at stake, right?
Split second, yeah, and it worked out. And for Kala dropping the 5, he's in a good spot right here. Both Beavers and Mike Kai Burdine have not been able to catch a wave. Mike Kai though. Oh, look at this one, Kai!
Oh, my Kai! Oh, my goodness. North Shore boy, Maikai Burdine, went from Super Grom, now he's 20 years old, a charger at Pipeline, and he just showed some bravado.
Oh, heck yeah. He earned a lot of points in my book right there, just turning and spinning for that one. Wow, what a drop. He was holding it for a second, too. It seems like he was just about to be able to pull into the barrel right there, and comes through as a 0.83, but he's on the board. But look at how tall this wave. I mean, that backwash just jumps it up real quick, and it was on the bottom turn. It seems like his front foot just slightly slipped off the board, and he wasn't able to maintain control. Wow, but that is just crazy. The fact that he held it for so long.
The fact that he was able to kind of recorrect a little bit after skipping out right there and twitch, but then
The
just
front
got
foot.
eaten up.
Yeah. Kaimana Henry right there in the Volcom house with the reaction. Man, he was inches away from potentially getting something close to an 8 right there, Kaipo.
You can see him slapping the water on the way out, too, a little frustrated. Here's Ryland Beavers. Beavers off the bottom. Check snap there, looking for the pit. Not really going to get the pit, but he's going to get on the board with a score.
Yeah, Kauai boys spent a lot of time over here on the North Shore. Great ripper, number 10 in the qualifying series when it comes to the regional Hawaii Tahiti Nui region out of Kilauea. Seen a lot of great surfers from that town that he's from, Kaipo.
Yeah, I want to say I think he made the semifinals in the Florence QS event that we had over here at Pipeline. So had a good showing already this season in the Jersey on the North Shore.
A lot of backdoor that event though, so I think that was benefiting the only regular fighter out there right now in red. Working with Jason Shibata, one of the all-time greats out of Oahu too, so has the experience with him in his corner. 13 minutes though, needs a high 5, pretty much a 6 right now to be able to move up in the second. There's still time. I think Joey proved that there are a couple rights out there if you truly look for them. So I wouldn't be surprised that being the only regular footer looking that way, he would be potentially going on the back door. And right now, 13 minutes, Kaipo. Seems like Mike Kai in third priority. Like his goal right now after that quick one, just get it out of the way. Now you got to work on the priority of everybody else.
I love the consistency that we're seeing here. And look at this one lining up for Makana Pang. Pang. Pull it in. Got to get across that foam ball. And I
didn't give up on him.
I did not want to give up right there. Yeah, I did not want to give up for Makana Pang.
I just saw him turn, and I was like, there's a chance that he's making this right here. If he's going, he knows that he's got a chance to go for it. Wow. He's having a great heat out there. Even with that incomplete barrel right there, trying to improve on the 3.83. Mike Kai now.
Mike Kai Burdine. Stalling, gets in the pit, gets in the barrel, little spit on the way out, and the pin drop to get through there. Red Bull Athlete Zone with a little bit of applause there. A couple of golf claps there for Mike Kai, but Mike Kai should go into the top 2 after that wave.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I would be thinking, well, maybe needing mid-5. Kala's 517 shorter barrel, maybe more impactful, but yeah, I like this, especially with the arm drag right there, the stall that is so difficult to do on a drop like that from Burdine. So really good work for the surfer in green out here. But as he said, North Shore kid spends a lot of time at Rockies, of course out here at Pipe. He knows what he's doing. But the recovery after the wipeout, impressive.
All right, well, while we're waiting for that score for Maikai Burdine, we're gonna step away. Quick break for this wave. When we come back, we'll have the score for this wave and the situation for you. Conclusion of Heat 2 on the way after this.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
Back at Pipeline for the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. The waves are thundering on the reef here at the Bonsai Pipeline. We're just in the second heat of the day, but we're already seeing excellent scores getting dropped. And Kala Grace added to the collection of excellent scores. We're going to get to that after some live action here. Makana Pang trying not to go over the falls there.
I know. Did he make it back out in time?
Kai Pugura along with Mitchell Salazar on the call. Maikai Burdine. Burdine edges into the barrel here. Shoots it right in and out for Maikai Burdine.
What a day. We're only in Heat 2, Kaipo. We're having such a good day already. The waves are getting so much better. Oh, let's go. I am pumped.
There's a bunch of Hobras going down today.
Oh, you know.
Hobra, because Pipeline is on, and it's not perfect pipe. It's grizzly, mongrelly pipe, and that makes it even more impressive and even to watch what's going on. Look at Maikai.
Reason why it's called the Challenger Series, Kaipo. Great thread right here. Picks the right line. Little higher right there and pushes through right at the end. Getting through that lip line can be complicated.
Look at this. This happened during the break, Mitchell. This was an excellent score.
Oh, shades of Derek Cole right here, completely disappearing and fully reappears right at the end. What a heat. Actually takes the lead with this wave right here, Kaipo.
8-point ride for Kala Grace.
Another angle.
Oh.
Deep bottom turn. Good commitment to the section right here, and he threads it. Well done by Kala. A lot of speed right there in the barrel, and that whitewater, that foam ball just pushed him completely out.
And yet another Hobra. Kala.
You're gonna get plenty of those today. Oh. But you know what's crazy? Makana's not safe even with that 8-5 at the beginning of the heat now with the way things are going.
Yeah, because Maikai Burdine got a 4 and then built on that with his last wave, a 6. So Maikai right in the hunt of that top 2 spots that's occupied by Makana Pang. A 6.34 will get Maikai to steal that spot off of Makana Pang. 7 minutes remaining. It's been an exciting morning already, Mitchell.
Heck yeah.
And again, to the organizers, including this locals round, we anticipated that happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you let these guys out at Pipeline, a wave that these guys surf every day when it's on,
yep.
You put them in a jersey, and they're going to put on a show.
And now it puts pressure on everybody else coming up in the round of 80. Those seated surfers, it can be done. You consider yourself one of the best surfers in the world. You have the potential to qualify for the CT later on this season. Now go and prove it. There's a reason why Pipe got added to the Challenger Series.
Well, and it wouldn't be controversial at all to have the opinion that one of the surfers, one of these 20 surfers in this locals opening round, wins the event. That is a distinct possibility.
And you have actually a good amount of surfers in the event that have already won here too, including the guy in heat number 5, who, as you said, probably the best vlogger ever, Jamie O'Brien. 5 surfer heats though in this round, 20 locals, of course, all of them from the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, and based off of past pipe performances, there's a reason why they're in the event. Top 2 is always advancing to the round of 80, but you can literally go from the very first heat of the event to the very last heat of the event and still win.
Sure can. Remember, in that locals heat, you got past champions like Josh Moniz and Jamie O'Brien in this opening locals round. Ryland Beavers hunting for something, is not going to find it there, so he remains in a combo out of second and advancing position. 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, another set coming through here for the surfers.
And I'm impressed with Makana now after that quick in and out and Maikai dropping the 6. Feel like he's understanding the patience game right here, probably having to select things a bit better now, Kaipo. But 5 minutes, it ain't a long amount of time for Ryland right now, especially getting caught inside after that wave.
Yeah, that's gonna chew up the clock
Yeah.
for the surfer from Kauai. Remember, we do have jet ski assist, but the skis has got to be able to get to you.
Exactly. And right here, seemed like it was one of those that might be a runner down the line, and he just ejects right there because that's a closeout. So quick one in and out for Beavers. He does have 2 waves, but as you said, pretty much needing a pair of 6s at the moment to make it out of this heat.
Yeah, and time's not going to be on his side. The real story right now is Maikai Burdine. Can he steal that second and advancing position from Makana Peng? Remember, Makana opened up with an 8.5 on his very first wave. Looked like he was in command of this entire heat. What are you seeing, Mitch?
Beavers just had to eject the board right there, and Hawaiian Water Patrol after him. Here's Burdine, though.
Just a corner on that one. That's not going to be the score that he needs.
And he's going to go down in priority, too, once he makes it back out. So this is beneficial for Kala and Makana.
Tactical error, actually, from Maikai Burdine. Now he allows someone to defend. He's going to allow Makana Pang to defend his second place, as we see Ryland Beavers on the Red Bull Jet Ski, Hawaiian Water Patrol. But we'll see how Makana plays this, because he could shadow Maikai at this moment. And just play a bit of defense in this final 3 minutes, but it doesn't look like that's in the playbook for Makana Pang. He's not even acknowledging Maikai.
And if you were to go closer to both white and blue at this moment, do you try to force them to go on a right, or would you go on a right yourself too? So that's another thing to consider with the 3 goofy footers out there at the moment. They're all good going at back door, but it's much easier to read a wave going on your front side at pipe.
If I was a coach for Makana Pang, I would say get on Maikai, and then Makana looks like he's starting to track him down now.
Well, Burdine right there trying to break away, Pang with deeper positioning now, and remember, Kala with unconditional right away in priority 1, he can have a say in that too, and they might be working out a game plan at the moment, the good friends out there.
Shut down this heat, right?
Well, Burdine though, I mean, the quick recovery after the fall at the beginning, then the 4 and the 6, and those are the waves where you gotta force the issue just a bit more. Make sure that they commit to the paddle. That was too small of a wave, though. Makana's not going to bite on that one. Get a heat, though. I mean, 13-17, 12-33, 10 points. 3 surfers involved in this one. I'm liking what I'm seeing out there. You got Josh Moniz, former winner out here at the QS level. Jamie coming up in heat 5.
Yeah.
Got a lot of good stuff.
No, I mean, next heat's a wild one, too. Joshua Moniz, Benji Brandt, Koa Smith, and Nalu Diodato.
Yeah.
Rounding off that one. Look out for things from Nalu, too. He's a bit underground, but he is such a talented surfer from here on the North Shore.
Yeah, he is, and he charges going both ways. I actually feel like he's probably one of those guys looking at backdoor right now, just licking his chops, not seeing a whole ton of, opportunities on the rights, but if anybody's going to go for them, it's going to be Nalu. 2 minutes, though, Kaipo. I mean, Beaver's tracking anything on the inside. He's just trying to get at least something, in the low 2s. Then you have the potential, you never know, you could get a 10 out there. So you just got to be up and riding on a wave, I would say, pretty soon to be able to give yourself a chance.
Makana, some defense right there. We'll phase into this one. It's a beefy, short barrel, but Look at the positioning from Makana Pang right there on that paddle.
How the heck did he get that angle on the paddle?
That's what I'm talking about. That was well played. Makana keeps on giving the gift. Pang.
He was paddling one way, he started rounding towards the other way, eventually backdoor the left. That's crazy positioning right there from Pang. And played some defense too, because that could have been
All
potentially
time.
a 6.
That was all. Look at this. Watch him.
So look, he's paddling towards the left, he eventually paddles right, and then he goes left right here, he backdoors pipe. But that drop right there, that wave got so tall in a matter of a second or two. Crazy stuff right here from Makana. Look at that kaipo. It just jacks up all of a sudden.
That was
Goodness.
beautiful. That's what happens when you have a pipe local in the water right there.
And
that awareness that Makana had, incredible.
nothing to lose.
And reflexes.
Everything to gain from Makana Pang in this event right here. I love the approach. What, the first 2 heats? We got a lot more today too. I'm excited.
I would have to control your energy level, Mitchell, just so that we can get through this entire day.
I'm coffeeed up.
Okay, good.
I'm coffeeed up. We're good.
Not too much, though.
Yeah, then you get jittery.
5 seconds, and it looks like Makana Pang's going to go into the lead, and Kala Grace is going to hang on to second. And it is what happened. 7.5, 8.5 for Makana Pang. He goes excellent heat total of 16. Kala Grace was brilliant out there, got an excellent ride, 8-point ride. So it's going to be Grace and Pang onto the round of 80. There's the numbers, big numbers.
Yeah, 16-point heat total. That is massive. Kala with an 8 himself too. Good performance by Mike Kai as well.
Stick around, more action. We're going to bring in Joe, Ross Williams, and a very special guest when we return to the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong.
What a morning it's been. Already 2 heats completed. Heat number 3 hitting the lineup now at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Presented by Billabong. Josh Moniz, Benji Brand, Koa Smith, and Nalu Deodato take the lineup now. And top 2 moving to the next round. We've already had some insane entertainment this morning. And now we're getting prepared for more. Joe Turpel with legend Ross Williams and one of the best up-and-coming surfers on the planet, Jackson Dorian, joining us for the call. Billabong team rider.
Hi, Jackson.
Thanks for coming in, man. You were shaking before this heat because the waves are pumping and it's all your best friends getting a piece of pipe and backdoor today.
Yeah, it's really sick. I'm stoked to be here, stoked to be with the boys, and this is a really fun heat. The waves are just turning on more and more as the day goes on, and it's fun to see. Like, we got Josh Moniz, who's been one of the best competitive surfers at pipe past few years. Benji Brand, obviously really gnarly in waves like this. Koa Smith as well. Like, these guys are really good on the bigger days when it's kind of washing through. They always get kind of the crazy sort of wave of the winter entries that we're used to seeing. And then, of course, we have Nalu, who's really, really sick too. I've kind of grown up the last couple years surfing with him. He's a really, really proper surfer, especially on the North Shore. So I'm excited for this heat.
Yeah, really fun one as we see a solid one setting up. Benji Brand, jersey off, but still looking for that crazy doggy door exit.
Okay.
His jersey already ripped off, as just like Benji would do, try to find one real quick, often looking for waves that maybe others wouldn't be trying to look at this morning, Ross.
That's so funny. Okay, so we're obviously, looking at the screen the same time you guys are at home, and we can imagine what would happen on a day like today at Pipe. Probably got clipped by a huge set and the jersey ripped off his body. So we're okay with that. Judges are gonna make do. That's just part of the dealing with these wild waves.
2.5 quickly for Benji. We'll get you caught up with that. Josh Moniz out there in the red jersey having a very successful run in the regionals. Runner-up to Finn McGill to kick off the season here on the North Shore. And the thing I loved about that from Josh is he went straight to Instagram. It wasn't like, oh, I got second. He went, wow, I'm glad the most informed surfer won that event. He was giving a ton of props to a good friend and a great rival in Finn McGill that day.
That was very cool. Yeah, and Josh has been taking his fair share of wins as well. Josh is such a good competitor, and so that makes it a little easier to digest. You're trading wins back and forth over the last several years. But yeah, the Moniz family in general, they're just so well coached, well trained. They have so much experience.
Josh Moniz winning the Volcom Pipe Pro in 2018. That heat was stacked. A final. Jamie O'Brien finished runner-up in that one with a 10-point ride. And Josh got the win, couple of big eights. And it became very clear how comfortable he was at Big Pipe and Backdoor, winning 3 events out here in the past, even a Pro Junior that included a runner-up performance from Benji Brandt back in 2015, and also Josh's younger brother, Seth. I actually talked to Seth yesterday about this heat, and he was like, oh gosh, well, the whole heat's nuts when you had Koa and Nalu, but he's obviously close to his brother Josh, and Benji's like an extra brother. They spend so much time together.
Yep.
And he actually predicted, look for Benji to get a wild one quick. He kind of felt Benji would just get started, maybe on some crazy wave that no one's looking at. And then he's like, yeah, Josh, giving so much credit to his big brother, going, he's good when it's 2 to 10 foot. He's been on a roll and incredibly focused. And Jackson, for you being a Billabong team rider, I'm sure you've had so many great memories just getting to hang out with guys like Josh, and learn a lot from him, growing up.
Yeah, it was really cool, especially, I kind of grew up on the Billabong house here, and just seeing all the guys that I looked up to, and like being able to watch their surfing and being blown away, and then in the same day get to hang out with them in the house was really cool. So I think that was one of the cooler experiences for me growing up, to just like kind of check all that out and being like, whoa, like, okay, like these guys are human too, but they can do this as well. So
it's got to make the dream feel like it's realized. You're like, wait, these are my friends. Now I want to do the same thing they're doing. And you've been showing that over the last few years with your tape, man. I'm loving watching what you've been dropping lately.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fun to follow. As we have 23:45 on the clock, Makana Pang just put on a show, and he's probably watching a big section for Koa Smith, levitating through that pit. And just like Koa can do, just packs the heaviest sections here at Pipeline. One of the most dedicated athletes in the game, specifically to this wave. Representing Kilauea, Kauai, but he's been living over here on the North Shore full time. We'll get to watch that replay in the moment, but first, let's catch up with Makana Pang, hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Holding on for dear life on that last wave. For a second, there was pretty much no board engaged on that wave. Talk to me how you held on.
I was basically in the apex of that thing, and like, as I was standing up, I felt like I was like basically in the lip, but it was so teepeed out, I was basically on the shoulder of the right. So right as I got to my feet, I angled towards backdoor for a second just to come around that apex. And I made like a hard bottom turn, barely pulled under, and then it was just wide open. Easy to come out of, but the drop was gnarly.
You seem like this really cruisy Hawaiian free surfer, goes and charges pipe, but there is no way you're not competitive. There is no way you liked being second in that heat. You were fighting to get another score.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not much of a comp guy, but out here, it's kind of a different story. I want to do my best out here always, and if I'm in a contest like this with all the best guys in the world, I'm of course going to try to come out on top and do everything I can to make it there.
Thoughts on having an all-local final?
That would be amazing. I really hope me, along with another 1 or 2 or 3 of the boys, can make it up there. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, been super impressive with these guys today. Heaps of stuff going down in the water, guys. get back to it.
Thank you so much, Jesse, and well done, McConaughey. Always a standout on his home break at Pipeline, and he wants to surf against the best in the world. Well, he's getting another chance quickly today. Remember, there's only 5 heats in this local round. We're in heat 3. He's already going to be in heat 2 to surf with Cody Young, Josh Kerr, and Lucas Cassidy. But what a fun opportunity for McCona, who's, you know, here on the North Shore, does some strike missions, but now he gets to compete against the international field throughout this event.
It might potentially feel a little bit easier because this first round is loaded with pipe specialists. So everyone knows this reef, everyone knows how to get these crazy drops and barrels. And then in the next round is where we're really interested to see some of these CS veterans, you know, these CS battlers that are used to doing floaters and airs and competing the traditional sense. All of a sudden they're thrown out at 10-foot pipe looking for these slabby barrels. These pipe specialists are going to be the favorites.
Koa Smith locking in a 7.5 as we have live action now. Josh Moniz, big air drop, heavy section.
That was hectic.
And the Hawaiian absolutely sending it on a big section there.
Where is he?
Gotta watch the replay again, but it looked like he was like halfway down the face and realized that wave wasn't barreling how he wanted it to, so he just ejected, realized it was probably gonna clamp. See it one more time. Yeah, the barrel just kind of got all weird.
How perfected is that bailout, Jackson, in the last few years? It's really functional, isn't it?
Yeah, you see all the boys like here at Pipe, I feel like it started to really become something that all the boys really resort to when the wave becomes too heavy. When it's too late to pull back, and I feel like now we're seeing like that's kind of keeping guys alive on really scary days like this, especially here at Pipe and Chopo and ways like that.
And what's the benefit of it?
If it's too late to pull back and your head's down but you're kind of hung up in the lip, it's really good to penetrate through the back and not go over with the lip and go straight into the reef.
Nice read there from Koa Smith, providing some backup to the 7.5 that he had on his previous wave. So he's already building a nice little tidy total out front with plenty of time on the clock. Let's break down, you know, Koa Smith, man. He's been around forever, you know, coming from the outer islands, but super compy growing up. Kind of has balanced that world of doing a ton of QSs with that dream of qualifying one day to transitioning into one of the greats here at Pipeline.
Yeah, Koa is interesting. He's got a lot of energy, and he seems so motivated. He's one of the most motivated pro surfers I've seen. And like you said, Joe, he's just finding his niche in the surf world, and that's been all over the place. And going from YouTube, social media to, you know, a tour surfer, he's been bouncing around. But the bottom line is Koa is very talented. He always surprises me because I sort of get sucked into his world of trying to be sort of like a professional surfer, and that could be, you know, just a lot of media stuff. But then he'll go out and just send it at the end of the day. You know, he's at the heart of it all, he's a great surfer.
Yeah, he's got a lot of charisma. He's hilarious. He doesn't mind putting a nice YouTube show together, which is a great watch. If you guys haven't seen it yet, the way he talks about his 10-point ride from the Vans event they had here a couple years ago is really inspiring, as we see one of Koa's good buddies, PK, Peter King, has been just shooting with Koa for many years now and making content for a lot of different channels. But yeah, Koa goes deep about obviously meditation and envisioning getting a wave before it happens. That's not for everybody, or knowing the skill set to do that, but actually getting visual with your mind before paddling out in pipe. Jackson, do you have a process like that, how you prepare, especially when it's heavy, like a happy place you go to before you paddle out?
I don't know. I think it's more just making sure I'm awake enough and I'm psyched up enough so when the wave comes, I'm kind of just like ready to go. Like, I feel like also out here when it's big and scary, like it's almost better to just blank out rather than like really overthink. And just make sure positioning's right and you're 100% committed, because if you're not, then it gets pretty dangerous. But yeah, I think visualization's really powerful for sure. I want to get better at it throughout the years, and obviously like the best guys in the world like Griffin and I bet like Yago and all those guys, they really kind of see things before they happen, and I feel like that's a really powerful thing. So obviously looking up to those guys, one day I want to be where they're at, and I'm going to try and follow in their footsteps and figure out their methods of doing it, I think.
Are you a big fan of watching tape, like people who are good at, like, say, big power turns? Or are you just watching those guys over and over again and seeing what you could pick up from it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty big surf fan. I love watching, obviously, like guys like John, Ethan Ewing, etc. You know, all those guys are so fun to watch, and there's a reason why they are where they at. And you know, I want to get there one day, and I think the way of doing that is just really following their path and seeing how they did it.
Little opportunity setting up for Nalu. Grabs the rail and puts himself nice and deep. That wave's just going to chug down the line, so incomplete, but a nice attempt for the local boy.
That's a signature Nalu Diodato narrow stance. He loves him and Luke Tima, especially recently. They've been really utilizing. They scoot farther up on their board and really try and drive down the face, and it's really been working for both of them. They've got some of the best pipe waves out of all the juniors the last couple of years. So.
Yeah, good read, Jackson. And Ross, I know you just love technique and even just stances, foot placement, how those guys are standing. What is the benefit that Nalu has having that narrow stance, you think?
Yeah, it's something I try to teach all the time, and the benefit is using the nose rocker. You can really fit in tight spaces, so we see a nice stall here.
Oh, Benji, that was sick.
Wide open pit, comes out behind the spit. Benji Brand just lays down a mean little tail slide off the lip line. That's a chunky section. That's not your lowers lip. That is a lip at pipe after getting blown out of the barrel. Well done. He found his jersey. That's great.
Whoa, good call, Joe. I somehow didn't notice that.
Yeah.
He's got it back on. Benji's one of my favorite surfers of all time. Like, he's just so underrated, and I think he's underrated even in his own mind. I don't know if he realizes how good he is. Even in performance waves, Benji shreds. He's such a technically sound surfer. Look at that right there. I mean, that's going to be probably the best snap we'll see all day out here at Pipe. But he's known for getting huge, crazy barrels at Pipe and backdoor and off the wall and all this whole stretch of reef. Benji's, sneaky, probably one of the best guys out here. And he's just very understated, crazy, humble kid.
It's fun to see him do his thing, because that's what he wants to do. You know, he doesn't want to talk about his waves. He just wants to be in action. You know, that's where he feels the most comfortable. And we love it. What a great read from Benji Brand. Born in Cape Town, South Africa, but his family ended up getting a house here on the North Shore when he was about 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And then it was just a great program. You know, spending your time in both places, South Africa, North Shore of Oahu. I think since he's been about 17, he's just been full-time here in the Hawaiian Islands fishing and getting big barrels. Fun time of the day, because we're ready for a Sun Cruiser board check with Mason Ho.
Let's look at this board. You've got plenty of equipment here today. Break it down what you've got for me.
Well, this is it's a, oh, sorry, nice wave, sorry. But, well, I'm like stuck. I don't know what to do because I want to tell you guys, but my coach, my dad told me not to, but I'll just say it. It's a 7.6. It's a 7.6, and yeah, it's kind of, I've been riding this board for the last week. Just there's been some small sandbar days and fun little days at sunset and around little like breaks around town. So I've just been riding this because it works. It's been working really fun in the small surf. So I was kind of manifesting like, oh, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get to ride it in the heat or something. And then when I woke up this morning, I was like, whoa, it almost looks a little too big for it. So I might still ride it, but then I got one that's a little bigger that I'm like, it's like that I want to ride to. So I love this one though, because I've been riding it every day and it feels like my little normal shortboard. So I almost want to go ride it.
You're 7.6 shorty. Talk to me about the spray. This is a pretty special one.
Yeah, this is like this airbrush is like a ode to my Uncle Derek. I didn't know they were doing it, but when I ordered the boards from Matt Biolis, I was like, just put some cool colors on there. You know, I love all the colors. And then when I seen it being shaped, or when I seen the photo of it, I think his daughter Ryder did it, Ryder Biolis. And when I seen it, I was like, oh, Uncle Derek Winter, because it was kind of my winter quiver. So I was like, all super stoked. It was a pleasant surprise. So that's an Uncle Derek airbrush. A little different. He never had the white in there. His whole board was colored when he did this one. But some barbed wire and a little ode to the old school, a little bigger board. I love kind of like all my heroes are kind of more of the old school, you know, so I love, my big boards feel like short boards a lot, so I figure why not stoke out my heroes and the old school, and a lot of them run the events and sign the checks, you know, so let's stoke out the old school and then try to surf like the new school, and then, yeah, and then maybe the new school's all on it.
Old school, new school. Consider yourself caught up with the Sun Cruiser board check.
Gosh, and now our cup is filled. Anytime you hear Mason Ho break life down, break boards down, always leaning towards those longer boards, getting great knowledge from his father, Michael Ho, and a nice tribute there to his uncle Derek, the first Hawaiian world champ back in 1993. 11:30 on the clock. Koa Smith out front. Benji Brand still second. Nalu and Josh looking for scores to move on as we still enjoy our time with Jackson Dorian. Wow, cleanup sets. We'll be right back.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen in the water. The happiness shone through him, like you could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Welcome back to Pipeline. We've got Koa Smith in position, locks in off the bottom, pulls in. Smith's gonna make it. This thing has got a double up wedge, big front side air. Koa Smith comes down with it. What a finish.
That was mental.
What a read. And now seeing Benji Brand following that same direction. Just a quick, easy ride for a guy with that skill set. Put so deep and came out just looking like child's play for this guy. Automatic make for Benji and Koa. What a combination, Jackson.
That was awesome. It's cool seeing Koa. I feel like he's trying to pioneer almost a new way of surfing pipe in a way. Like obviously there's the classic barrel riding, but every time I see him get a really good barrel this winter, he's like trying a massive air after, and in the heat it's paying off here. Big straight air, no grab, and hold on to it. That was pretty proper. So super cool to see from Koa there, and then behind him, Benji also getting a fun one. So now both those guys got a pretty solid 2 scores in their scoreline, and it's looking pretty good for them with 7 minutes left.
Great heat for the Goofies right now, Ross.
Insane. Poor Nalu and Joshua, they're just getting lapped right now. You know, they're making it look too easy. Koa and Benji they're finding all the waves. And what I love about that ride from Koa is he sucked the marrow out of the bone there. Like that was a really tough barrel to read. That bottom turn, the secondary bottom turn to get under the hood was really sketchy. He had to turn really hard on an inside rail. That was super gutsy. That's why we love watching Koa. You know, he charges really hard. And then he got out of the barrel, which was like most surfers would be kind of content. And he said, screw that, I'm gonna punt, on the sandbar. Very cool ride from Koa.
Well done, Koa Smith, giant combo. Remember, he started with a 7.5. This one better with that giant frontside air, 817 to take control of this heat. Last of Benji Brand, a 5.83, but Benji had the 7.9 before it. As the Goofies are running things at the moment. Benji having a look, scrapping into this one. Beautiful stance, puts himself ultra deep behind a cannon of spin. What an effort from Benji Brand.
See, Benji rides shorter boards. We were just looking at Mason's equipment, and Benji likes those shorter boards because he really wants to maneuver inside the barrel.
The stylish Nalu will just step out before the closeout section.
Someone like Mason, he likes the tribute to the old school, and the benefit you get from that longer board is you get the chip-ins, and you get all this paddle power, and you can find your moments as you're paddling. Whereas Benji is very comfortable taking off under the hood. He had third priority on that wave just now, and he scooped it right underneath everyone. Look at that ledge. So he found it, doubling up on the reef. And Benji's just, he's an incredible surfer, and he was trying to maximize that barrel. So he did the double arm stall and just got a little too greedy, and the bottom dropped out.
It's fun to learn the journeys of these guys to get to where they are today, and it's really hard to achieve that without getting beat up along the way. Sometimes you just think they're superheroes and they're locked in, and Benji's like, no, I hit my head, 1 year at Pipe, and I actually didn't even look at it again for over a year. He's like, I'm done. And then he's like, wait, the wave's too good. Okay, let's go back and start building all over again. I mean, that's a fairly common story, of taking those beatings, but then growing into being one of the best out there, Jackson.
Yeah, and I think that's really why, a lot of the guys wear helmets nowadays. It's definitely really good to keep your head safe. I need to start doing it. I've just been kind of scared to, start. I've never really worn one before, and I'm kind of scared to try it first time when it's kind of heavy. So I'm going to try and use it on maybe some smaller days and then start getting it going on bigger days. But yeah, obviously we saw, Koa Smith a couple years ago had a really bad wipeout as well. I think it was at Neos. And that was pretty traumatic for him, but he's back now, sending it harder than ever, going on some of the heaviest waves we've seen in the past couple years out here. Especially last year, he had some crazy pipe waves. We see Eli Olsen walking up the beach there.
What a legend, and just signed a new contract with the Mad Hueys. So congrats to Eli Olsen, stuntman, charger in the Eddy. He's got a wild heat, the one that was picked out a few weeks ago. Jamie O'Brien, Mason Ho, Eli Olsen, and Lucas Godfrey. We're getting very close to that matchup, Ross.
That's fun. Some sandy humans right there. They're not going to hold back, and it's getting better. As predicted by Surfline, it's slowly, not too drastically, but slowly dropping, and we're seeing more and more rides. It could be a really cool afternoon. As long as this wind stays, mellow, we're going to be in for a treat here.
Happy Saturday from Pipeline. Look at the North Shore today. Bluebird day, great conditions. Yesterday was so wild. Josh said he tried, a lap yesterday. He's always so humble, though. He's like, I didn't even get any. He took out a 6.8, and he just said, I haven't really surfed waves over 4 feet for a while, so he just wanted to feel the intensity of it, even though it was kind of a big mess. And that was a little bit of prep for what he might experience today.
Yeah, that wasn't easy to. Any of these big days, it's a lot of work. You come in and you're draining your sinuses with like a half a gallon of salt water. You get taxed paddling out, coming in, not to mention maybe a really bad wipeout. So it's a big call warming up out here at Big Pipe.
Josh also one of those guys that had to recover from a scary neck break that he had in Portugal, and took about 6 months to get back into surfing again. Went right to a shortboard though. His recovery, he was actually surprised how quick it was. And really focused on health after that. He's like, I always kind of just surfed, and then he really got locked into how to take care of himself after such a scary injury. Mason Ho was actually on hand to get him out of there safely, among another few other surfers, as Josh was just focused on big points, big events, and he had a full reset.
Wow. Yeah, it's, well, sometimes those things happen, and you come out of the other side of it with positive things to look at. For him, it was about getting as fit as possible.
And so Nala would be the Grom in this heat. you know, long hair. He's got a cool style. He's got a really nice Japanese heritage that he's proud of, and spent some time in Japan to visit his grandparents. He actually started going to Bali pretty young. Like, so he was surfing karamas and all the great waves in Indonesia when he was just a little kid, kind of before he got, you know, signed by any contract or anything. And all of a sudden he's just gone from strength to strength, and he is a standout here on the North Shore on any day, Jackson.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's one of my closest friends growing up here, and he's proper. Like, I wouldn't put it past him to get that 8.9 right now. He's very, very capable of even getting a 10 right now if the wave comes to him. It'll be tricky with third priority and a minute 30 left, but when he has a shot, oh, here we go, Josh, no, just can't get in. But yeah, Nalu's super impressive, an incredible barrel rider here at Pipe. But also, if you threw him out at Sunset or Haleiwa or any of those waves, he's also a really, really impressive standout. And whoa, that was
wow,
great too.
That thing breathed. Unfortunately for Josh, missing that wave, he lost first priority. Benji just went behind him, so Josh just moved to third priority. Koa in the lead, 81775, controlling it with priority with a minute to go.
Well, on cue, like Jackson was mentioning, now Nalu bumps up to second priority. That helps a little bit, but time's against him. I know Nalu is surfing Haleiwa so well. I always see him surfing out there, but just like all you young guys, Jackson, he's been putting his time out here as well. He's gotten some good rides the last couple of years, hey?
Yeah, if you go check, if you take a look at his Instagram, he's had some really proper waves out here. He has really perfect technique, I think, and yeah, I got some really, really sick backdoor waves, really, really sick pipe waves, and yeah, all the boys my age will usually roll up in the morning and all get on the phone together, check the waves together, and all get psyched to head out together, and hopefully we all get barreled.
No, that's the plan. It's all about having a great crew. Your dad's crew's world famous, you know. Guys like Ross, a part of that momentum generation where you guys are so grateful. You had people to compare yourself to, and that hasn't stopped, you know, even when you guys are 50 plus. It's like best of friends in the whole world that you guys supported through those ups and downs of losses, of trying to be the best surfer you can be. It's actually really important. You know, you can't buy friendship, but if you could, and they're all the best surfers in the world as well, you're definitely going to benefit from it. As we see the result from Heat 3, we ran out of time. It's Koa Smith with a huge win, and Benji Brand heading into the next round to face the international field of Challenger competitors. Coming up next, Zeke Lau, Billy Kemper, Mackay McNamara, and Legend Chandler. Pipe is pumping. We'll be right back. Just came to a close. Heat number 3, Heat 4 on deck. We had a beautiful opening ceremony that these two were a part of to kick things off with Lindy Irons and the beautiful Poulet or prayer to bless this event. Two good friends, best of friends. Josh Moniz and Benji talking it over for Josh. He ends up in 4th. And Benji moves on to the next round in 2nd, putting on a show on that left. Big, wide open pits. You guys saw Snap 5, the intro. Benji Brand in one of the biggest left bubbles you've ever seen in Cloudbreak. Just bright blue and something that was just seared into my brain. And he kind of did that a million times in that last tee, Jackson.
Yeah, if you guys have the time to watch Snap 5 and Snap 4, Benji Brand's parts are really legit. And I think what really helped him get through that heat just now, he's really put the time in on days like this over the years. Guys that came in bottom stack, you know, they weren't born in Hawaii, but they went out on days like this and really impressed everyone, kind of blew them away on how hard they charged. And I feel like over time, people have been like, wow, these guys are legit. They've earned the respect that they have out here. And now, obviously, you know, Benji Brand in this event now is like a local wild card. He's pretty legit, and taking out that heat with Koa Smith just now as well is pretty impressive.
Jackson, what about the energy and time? There's Koa. Gosh, what a heat. If you guys just missed that, big barrel, giant frontside air to get into the 8s, and also had another big number. Just a very convincing win for Koa. He's going to have a lot of high fives, a lot of hugs back at the house as he'll prepare for more in just a few heats. But think about the energy and what you really enjoy, where you think your best comes out. When are you trying to get, like when you're trying to get clips, put together maybe a little video segment compared to preparing for a heat, and then the balance of both?
Yeah, there's a unique like skill to both. I feel like it's pretty tricky in their own ways. Obviously, some guys are born to do one thing, and some guys are born to do others. But I don't know. I find respect in guys that are really, really good at both. Guys like John and Yago, and guys that can put video parts together in heats. And yeah, I think it's really cool. Obviously, like shooting video parts is tricky because you're trying to surf your absolute best in a certain amount of time. And with that, you're getting compared to all other people's best clips in that period that you're filming. And so that's just, it's tricky like that, like kind of bringing something out of you that you didn't know you had. And then the same way with competing, like you have to, you know, rise to the occasion and really just bring the best version of yourself out in 25 minutes and really just trust in the process. And obviously, you know, heat surfing is really tricky. I've kind of had a hard time the last couple of years, but you know, I think with the time and experience, guys like Zeke Lau, they've really found the formula and really know how to put a heat together and also put a contest part together as well.
Well said, Jackson. We've got Ezekiel Lau, Billy Kemper, Mackay McNamara, Legend Chandler.
Oh, that was Billy.
For just a stacker, Billy Kemper in the blue jersey. Big wave champ, multiple time Jaws champ. Living right up the hill here on the North Shore. Look at him just getting caught and sent over the falls, Ross.
That was pretty wild right there. That was nearly body surfing over the falls. Billy's a beast, though. I mean, he's used to doing that at Jaws on a wave, like you said, Joe, 3 or 4 times taller. So that's a cakewalk for Billy. And nice that we have the old jet ski assist today. We're going to see surfing, right? Imagine if they had to paddle on their own. It'd be, you know, just a couple waves ridden per heat. But with these little lifts back out to the channel, they get the guys can have a wipeout, kind of a brutal wipeout, get cleaned up by a huge set. It's not a big deal, just get zipped back out.
Yeah, what a game changer. Big thanks always and every day, every heat, every wave to the Hawaiian Water Patrol led by Terry Ahui. Guys like Abe Lerner, one of Ross's best friends on the planet, Kamalani Ahui, Jared Lau, Pomai Ho'opili, Kyle Pa'o also on the team, many others. Just, they've got such a strong crew of watermen that are just dedicated to keeping people safe.
That driving they do is so technical. All those quick pivots, it's not easy.
Zeke Lau sets the rail, looks to burn off some speed and will get blown out. Proud father these days, several years on the championship tour. Just create a legacy for himself at waves like Sunset Beach throughout his years on the Triple Crown, especially when he needed points for qualification. He was pretty automatic when Sunset was huge. As we watch this replay, Ross, what'd you see?
Yeah, it was just well read. He identified it as he paddled in, smooth bottom turn, quick barrel, Billy is, Zeke is a smart competitor. He knows that's a mid-range score, and he's trying to stay busy. There's a fine line between a really big score out here, which is more like, your heart is in your throat and, you're throwing some risk, to kind of those little more grindy competitive scores out there. Those are the smaller double ups, and Zeke spotted a nice one.
Zeke's also getting more involved with the whole Board Riders Club, which is starting to really show up again in a positive way in the Hawaiian Islands, Jackson. That's fun, seeing everyone get together and compete, to travel around the world like Australia to show all the other clubs what you've got.
Yeah, it's pretty classic. Obviously, like, Hawaii is, we don't have as many contests as other regions, and if for a couple years I feel like the surf community wasn't as strong as obviously we saw Senkomeni and the Brazilian Storm. They kind of all binded together and really created something special together, and I feel like now all the boys are kind of realizing oh, we can work together here and make it far. And I think that's what obviously the younger crew, and then obviously we had guys like Keanu Singh and Zeke Lau and Seth Moniz and all those guys. They were the last generation before who all kind of ran through the QS together, and you can see it pays off. All those guys qualified together, and I think it's really strong to be competitive and want to beat each other, but also I want to see you guys do good too, and I think it helps a lot.
Yeah, it's powerful. It gives even more pride to your home break and where you're representing, and it's just fun when you see former C-tiers just so competitive again in the 50+ club. Oof. As we look at one drawing off the reef.
Go!
Legend Chandler standing straight up and was hoping that he had a cave to look at.
That was gnarly.
A very technical job.
That was crazy. Poor Billy. Billy had the over the falls, and then he got drilled. Both those waves were on his head.
Oof.
And he's doing double duty, you guys. He's calling shots at the contest. He's competing. He's got a lot going on. Wow, there's an A-frame and a half right here.
A scary wave.
if Legend could have it over, he'd be more towards gums and backdoor that thing. But credit to him, he took off anyways. I'm sure he knew he'd rather be deeper, but sometimes you get surprised last second by these TPs and you just go anyways. That was a real sketchy drop.
Wow, that was legit. I thought it was going to throw a little bit more down the line, but it was super peaky, and it made the drop even more dramatic because he was kind of right on the peak, and still really proper. He did a good job getting down the face, but I don't think it'll be too significant of a score just because it didn't really throw over him, but either way, really impressive.
Last heat dominated by Koa Smith. Koa Smith's with Jesse Starling.
Some guys getting absolutely pitted, other guys getting flogged. You pitted into a big straighter. You guys making it look so fun out there.
I mean, going into it, we were watching this morning, and there wasn't much waves ridden. So I think it's a gamble in the heat. You're getting washed in, you're getting pushed around, but I think that's what the beauty of this round is. All of us are pipeline specialists, so we know where to sit. And yeah, it just felt good. It feels good when you're just in the rhythm,
I was chatting to Joe this morning. I was trying to see, was there a kind of bit of chit chat going on in the lineup? You and Benji looked like you had a really cool back and forth for the lead. Were you heckling each other a little bit out there?
We were all chatting and kind of just laughing because you're sitting next to each other and you're kind of having a conversation, and then you look and you're just getting caught inside by a 10-foot wave. And we started off the heat, and I was kind of in position. I barely got under this wave. I bailed, and I came up. Josh was washed in. Benji came back out. He didn't even have a jersey on. He got his jersey ripped off. So it's so intense out there, but we all know it so well that it's so fun to push each other.
Thinking of this wave and in relevance to competition, it's obviously big. You guys are specialists, so you're making it look really fun. Out of all the pipelines you see, all the comp days, where do you see today kind of fitting in as one of the biggest?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much as big as it can hold. I've probably surfed it bigger in contests, but you're not really even catching a wave. So this is that perfect size where it's huge, but whenever the ocean kind of calms down, then you need to get in on the reef and get as many waves as possible, or else you're not even going to catch a wave out there. So it's probably as big as it can get and still be enjoyable.
Well, Koa, I was a big fan of the barrel to straighty combo, so hopefully get to break down another one when you compete again. Back to the action. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Koa. Koa Smith's in Heat 4 in the round of 80. Ryan Huckabee, Joe Azuchi, Keoni Lassa, and then Benji Brand goes to Heat 5 of the round of 80 with Imai Kalani DeVault, Afonso Antunes, and also Luke Swanson, who's been on a tear on the North Shore, well, his whole life. The guy is so locked in. And you spend a lot of time with him, right, Ross?
Yeah, Luke, I've been coaching him since he was about 12 years old. He's such a nice kid and just an absolute beast on this whole stretch of reef. He's good in the air. He's good at getting better and better here at Pipe and Backdoor too. So looking forward to that heat for him.
17 minutes on the clock, a heavyweight battle we've got out in front. Billy Kemper taking a few different wipeouts over the falls, having to wear sets on the head. A big wave world champ putting himself back into position in the blue jersey. And we've mentioned a couple times on his new job title too, working with the WSL to make all those calls on the North Shore through the regionals and also at this event here at the Challenger level. And it's such a massive benefit to have his knowledge, you know, of the North Shore, of waves, what it's like to live it in real time as a competitor, and kind of be that outspoken voice that is one trying to get everybody in the best waves possible during a waiting period.
Yeah, and it's a thankless job. You know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, kind of thing. You can make 100 right calls, you get one wrong, and everyone's harping on you. But in my experience, and so I'm sure Jackson has some an opinion too. Over the last couple regional events, watching Billy do his thing, he's been doing a great job. He's been really communicative. He's been talking to all the surfers. He's trying to do the right thing. And what did you see this morning, Jackson?
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting winter. Obviously, like, not as many pipe days as we usually have, so it's been really tricky. And I feel like out of all the guys I'd want to have really, you know, making the hard calls, even when he has like a tough, what's it called? Just like hard conditions in front of him. I feel like he's such like a good person to be like, okay, I'm really gonna just be confident with my call right now. What's the best thing I could do? Obviously, there's a chance the waves can switch up. This morning, it looked like almost unsurfable. A bunch of guys went out and really couldn't find anything, and it was just everyone was really unsure, like, what's a good call right now? And Billy was like, okay, like, if I'm making a call, I'm going to be confident with it, and it's paying off right now. The waves are getting better throughout the day, and guys are getting drained, and it didn't really feel like that when he made the call, so it was kind of like a really, really smart decision on Billy's behalf. And obviously, when you have a tough hand of cards in front of you, it's hard to really pull the trigger and make a good move, and here he is. He's done a great job in our regional events as well. We've scored really good waves. We've had fun contests. We obviously had Eli Hanneman take out the last pipe event here, which was really, really entertaining to watch. And yeah, here we are today, and the waves are firing, the boys are scoring, and yeah.
Good breakdown, Jackson. My grandfather used to tell me the worst decision you could ever make is to not make one at all. That helps me today. But I think, you know, that described that. You want someone who's a leader who can just say, hey, this is what we're going to do. And everyone gets confidence through that.
I like Billy's a good man for it too. I'm glad he raised his hand for it, because worst case scenario, you get someone to make these heavy calls that's not really a surfer or hasn't surfed for many years, and they don't get that insight that Billy has, you know. And more than that, you need to communicate. You need to, you know, include everyone, and it seems like Billy's been doing a good job with that. So that's the secret sauce right there to a really difficult job.
Here we go in the green. We've got Legend Chandler grabbing the rail, and just with that real amazing style, you know, always wants to be deep, but just seeing how he can slam on the brakes late when all that power of pipelines just trying to send you down to gas chambers, you know, like it's just so much power. The art of slowing down backhand, you know, you could write a book about it. Ross, what'd you see?
Yeah, he did a good job. Again, I think that wave surprised him. He didn't have first priority, so he took it last minute, and he tried his best to stall, and he's going to get a score from it. It wasn't as deep as he wanted to, but that was more because he turned around, just kind of a turn and burn thing. But really beautiful technique. Legend gets barreled out here all day, every day. He's right there at that house in front of this stretch of reef, and he's got so many reps, and that just builds comfort. And you can see it. He's really comfortable out here.
And I feel like that was a really smart decision for Legend there. I feel like historically this morning, guys have been making heats with 2 scores. And, you know, time's winding down. Opportunities are starting to slip away. So that was smart for Legend to get a score on the board just so he has a backup in case things come down to it. And, yeah, that was smart, especially, you know, guys like Zeke, too. He did the exact same thing, got a 3 early. So in case he does get a 7, he'll have that 3 in his back pocket, which will, that was gnarly.
Billy just can't
far out. That was
stay out of
gnarly.
danger in this heat. I can't tell you how heavy that is. Like in real life at sea level, getting that 15-foot face on your head. And he's right out the back too. Billy's Aquaman.
Out of all the guys though that you would put in that situation, I feel like Billy would be the safest bet to, hold his composure through it and really make the best decisions. And
that was old school too. He jumped on his board and dove off.
Yeah, that was
penetrate again, get under that thing.
That's how it's done.
The guy's amazing. We did that reality show a few years back, Ultimate Surfer, and Billy showed up, to talk about, his breath training and all that stuff. And it wasn't a camera trick. They're like, can you go underwater for a while and then we'll like continue that take?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, you could see the people, from ABC kind of panicking, like, should we go get him? And like he was just like sitting underwater, like cruising. And he could have been there for way longer. And all of a sudden he popped up. I could do it again. Like, let's go. But it just shows, one of the most dedicated athletes in the game, and with so much consistency, so much work with Kehea Hart, who's like part of his family. And it's great to see him at this part of his career, just not slowing down at all, Jackson.
Yeah, he takes his fitness really seriously, and I feel like it's gonna pay off in moments like these where anyone else would be fatigued getting this pounded early on in the heat, and he's gonna hold it together. I feel like he'll probably give himself a couple opportunities before the end of the heat, and he'll still be cool, calm, collected, and he's super fit, so he should be fine keeping his cardio up throughout the second half of this heat.
A guy that will already go down as one of the all-time greats at Pipeline is grabbing his jersey once again. Just so thrilled to see Jamie O'Brien take 5 steps from his front door to grab a jersey to compete in. I don't know how many events he's been out here, even on a bodyboard, body surfing. He'll do them all, and I hope it continues for a long time. He's got his co-hosts on his podcast, Mason Ho, in that heat. I've been really enjoying listening to those guys talk all things surf for the past few months. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's a good mix, those two personalities. Jamie's pretty chill, and Mason's kind of floaty and all over the place, and it makes for super fun conversations. And it's got to be cool for Jamie to continue to put on a jersey as a veteran. Even though he's so prolific in the YouTube world, at the end of the day, taking off late at Pipe, it's a different animal.
Yeah, the boys.
He's not thinking about YouTube right now. He's just thinking about getting it done at Pipe.
Yep. And then another really close friend of Jamie is Lucas Godfrey, is also in that heat.
True.
They made a bunch of videos together back in the day on Jamie's vlog, and I think Lucas is a real sleeper in that heat. Obviously, there's huge names. Jamie and Mason, obviously, probably some of the biggest names at Pipe. And there's an underground dark horse in that heat that I think could cause some major damage. Lucas Godfrey is really lethal in these type of waves, especially at Pipe. He knows this reef better than most, and I wouldn't be surprised if he causes a big upset this next heat.
So many washers, these guys so dedicated to putting themselves in the spot. One man that's been sitting in priority for a long time is Mackay McNamara. That's kind of fitting our narrative of the morning of guys that have taken really scary wipeouts out here at Pipe and earned their spot in this lineup. Mackay's had some unbelievable lifetime type waves out here, and he's still, going through that process of getting back to where he was, because that injury he had last season was really frightening. Yeah. But man, he's had some great moments out here in the past.
I really like Mackay. He's a pretty quiet guy. He just puts everything out in the water, and he's understated, but he's a great surfer and really sendy too. But you're right, Joe. Recovering from bad injuries, all these guys take turns doing it. You got to pay to play here on this stretch of reef. There's a lot of skill involved, but at the end of the day, some of these late drops, sooner or later you're going to disconnect and eat it. So it's a real serious sport here at this stretch of reef.
And these are specialists too, pushing what's possible out here. Lucas Godfrey, his back break, he's in the next heat. We could go on and on about these injuries at Pipe, but these guys are willing to put on a show. It's a love for Pipeline. If there was no event here, no one filming, they'd be out there anyway.
Still doing it, yeah.
Just the love of the wave, the power, the thrill they get when they pull into the impossible.
Oh, that's just such a big wave. This swell's got a lot of energy.
Talking about like days like this, like the big challenging days where obviously you're here with a bunch of your friends when you were little growing up with my dad and Chester and those guys. Do you think that what was going through your head, or sorry, what was going through your guys' head on days like this? Like,
I think, you know, it's similar feeling that you were describing with you and your friends, you know, with Nalu and Legend and all them. Like, I think we were hoolied up together, and that collective energy felt good. And some of us were crazier than others, and so you sort of got pulled along with the crazy guys in terms of like charging and big waves. And your dad was one of them, you know. And then we had mentors with Brock and Chesser, and those guys taught us the ropes of how, you know, how to navigate these waves, the swells, the reef, and everything. But I like what you mentioned about your group of friends and how it feels good, the energy. That's a big part of it, because at the end of the day, you need to psych yourself up. These waves are scary and intimidating, and it's nice to have that sort of that pack energy.
I always talk to my dad about like what you guys were doing at that time. Obviously, you had older guys like Brock and Cheser pushing you guys to go out on bigger days like this. And yeah, I feel like a part of what my crew and my age is doing, we look up to you guys and try to recreate what you guys are doing, pushing each other to go on bigger waves and go out on days like these and really try and get the wave of our life or something close to it for sure.
It was just like friendly encouragement, right? Was there a game like You Won't Go that you guys used to
Kelly,
play at Pipe
that's
Lane?
Kelly. Kelly's sassy. Yeah, we'd be like out at surfing some crazy sandbar, like 6 to 8 foot, like ledgy little things. And if you're paddling over a wave that obviously you don't want any piece of it, if your buddy says you won't go, the rule was you had to. You had to just send yourself over the falls. And yeah, it's not a really pleasant game, actually. It's pretty dangerous.
Is that connected to when Jack Johnson busted his mouth open? Was that a You Won't Go moment?
Yeah, it was actually. Kelly did that to Jack, and Jack busted his teeth open. So, yeah, Kelly's sassy.
Love it. 5:45 on the clock in heat number 4. Legend
right
Chandler has the lead with a 3 and a 2. Zeke has a 3.67. Billy's just worn a lot of water on his head, but still pushing, knowing that he only needs a 3.28 to advance. Mackay knows one wave, one make can take him from 4th to 1st.
How'd that be? These guys have been unlucky. This swell really pulsed in the last 25 minutes or so. There hasn't been tons of opportunities, a lot of duck diving, a lot of bailing. You know, these guys are probably tripping out a little bit right now. Waiting for the ocean to settle down a little bit.
Mackay's brother landed winning the Eddie Aikau event last season. A huge moment for the entire family as we look at Legend under priority. Great grab rail on the backside barrel and finds a way to get a bit deeper to look to improve on a 2.17. Now setting it that direction is Ezekiel Lau.
There he is.
Beautiful pipeline wave coming out with the spits.
Cool.
Well done, Ezekiel.
Very cool. That was a nice bonus right there. You know, usually if you draw a bottom turn at pipe, you're in front of it, but that had a long wall. Really good bonus wall there for Zeke, getting spit out. It's funny how heats are like that. Usually 2 guys kind of get the waves and the other 2 guys can't find it. Mackay still sitting with priority.
See Legend on his way back out right next to Zeke. Remember, the paddle is always important for even 3rd or 4th priority, which definitely makes a difference in the rotation. Let's start with Legend here, Ross.
Yeah, well spotted. You know, in 4th priority, again, snuck underneath everyone. Just a small wave, but Legend, I'm impressed. He's competing. You know, that's competing at pipe. And Zeke saw this stretch down the gums in the sandbar. That is a beautiful little cave right there. So well spotted from Zeke. I'm sure Mackay would probably, if he could have time go backwards, he'd take this wave. He let this go, and Zeke said, sweet.
Wow, that was cool.
That spit helped him too. Probably added a point to that barrel.
And like I was saying earlier, those 3s are really going to pay off now with Legend and Zeke. They both just got their backup scores. Zeke's wave is probably going to be the biggest score of the heat. And now for Billy and Mackay, you know, those 3s are going to be way more dangerous than they originally thought, and I think that was really smart for Legend and Zeke, being really good competitors to get those 3s early on. And now after that set, they have 2 scores, and everyone else is kind of left behind.
3:10 on the clock here in heat number 4. So much energy coming into the last couple of days on the north shore of Oahu. The Waimea buoy 12.5 at 15 seconds this morning, now settling in at 11.8 at 15 on this very significant northwest, one of the biggest we've had this season.
Yeah, it's those are big numbers. It's a strong swell, and the fetch was really, really, You know, it stretched from Japan. It pointed, the fetch of the swell pointed at Hawaii, and it didn't really leave. And that's a big part of it. You know, if you have that sustained energy aimed at the islands, you get these extra strong swells that really are sustainable. So instead of just kind of grazing the islands, this swell is really hitting it at full force.
Situation change. Ask for of the matchup, 7.5 for the man that spent several years on the championship tour. Long-time competitor representing the island of Oahu. One more look here, Jackson.
Wow, that was really well done from Zeke, slowing down as much as he could and got blown out. That was really smart and well done. I was starting to get surprised, especially because, you know, these guys are such good competitors, and they hadn't really got any scores into the good range yet. They kind of got dealt kind of a hard hand of cards, and later on in the heat, they figured it out, and Zeke and Legend both really capitalizing on that just now.
Jackson, I was planning on really catching up with you these last couple of heats, but it's been pumping. So quickly, how's your year going? I want to know your plans for 2026.
I don't know. Kind of same as last year, but just try and improve at everything, whether it be in the water, on land, you know, improve my mindset, my habits, my surfing, just being a better human in general. I'm just trying to get better at that. And then on the other side, I'm just going to let things go, just let things fall into place and see how they go. I don't have any huge plans yet, but I have a couple ideas, and we're going to try and make some of them happen, but we'll see. Right now, just cruising and enjoying the North Shore. But yeah, couple goals for sure, contest-wise, hoping to get a couple results, and overall, just trying to improve.
Love it. We'll be watching. Big fan, Jackson, as we watch Legend Chandler. Ooh, put his head down, ends up getting clipped on that one. Maybe trying to make sure that he's hanging on to that second with some giants that are sitting behind him.
Oh, Billy.
Billy Kemper still third. Mackay still with priority. 25 seconds now.
We'll see. It's still doable. Like Billy and Mackay aren't in combo yet. Mackay with priority, and 8.3 with his ability is still super doable as we watch Billy here.
Ooh. And that thing just lunging off the reef. You know, if he had a chance to make that, he would have been driving, hula hooping down towards backdoor. As we close this one out, Billy dealing with some just big, massive sets on the head, kept him out of position, and there wasn't a ton of opportunity at the end of that matchup. Mackay leaves the heat in fourth, and Zeke Loud turns in a 7-5. Went back-to-back with Legend Chandler, and they stay in the top two. Big thanks to Jackson Dorian for coming in.
Thank you guys for having me.
We'll get him back. Action continues. Jamie O'Brien, Mason O, Eli Olsen, Lucas Godfrey. We'll bring in Kaipo Mitch and Shion Crawford for the call. The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
What a day in Hawaii. Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. The large Hawaiian, Ezekiel Lau. On to the round of 80. Out of the local round, former C-tier. Extremely talented surfers. And speaking of extremely talented surfers, welcome to the set, Shion Crawford. Thank you for joining us, Shion.
Yeah, it's mental. Let's go.
Yeah. What do you think about? What do you think about what you're seeing today at Pipe?
It looks nuts out there. It looks pretty gnarly. So let's hopefully a couple guys get a couple nuts barrels.
Yeah, you still cranking on some Fortnite?
Bro, I haven't been, bro. This is kind of nuts, but it's all good.
Yeah. What was the last time you had some karaage chicken?
Actually, the other night, we had the karaage chicken party.
Okay. Well, there you go. Action. We're bringing you action. Mitchell Salazar, talk about a heat.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie O'Brien, Mason Ho, Eli Olson, Lucas Godfrey.
What a way to finish off the round, yeah. Jamie, 43 years of age, probably one of the most accomplished surfers on the planet at a specific location right here at Pipeline. You have Mason Ho, one of the best personalities in the business. They actually co-host a podcast together too, so it's going to be funny in that sense. Eli Olson, specialist here at Pipe, and Lucas Godfrey, the Skywalker. It's a great one to close out this round, Kaipo.
Yeah. And if you don't know about Lucas Godfrey, he is a name that you're going to learn about because he is one of those underground surfers here that we like to introduce to the global surf audience. And that's one of the great things about this locals round. Everybody knows about Jamie O'Brien. He's a 2004 Pipe Master.
Yep.
He's won the Volcom event out here back-to-back 2010, 2011, and is the most streamed surf vlogger in the entire world.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. And you talk about somebody who has put in his time at a location like Pipeline. Jamie has definitely done that in the past. Kaipo, great, going both backdoor and pipe. And, you know, a father now, too, so he has an extra motivation, former Pipe Master.
O'Brien doing what he does. And that surprises me. Wow, Shion. Jamie O'Brien not coming out of that barrel.
Bro, I thought he was going to just come out right there. Dude, I was just watching his part just earlier, bro. He's so gnarly, like, dude, he's the GOAT almost.
Which one? Because he has like 1,000 of them, you know?
He is psycho.
Is he someone that you've looked up to as far as like your approach here at Pipeline?
Oh, for sure, yeah. How he like drops in and how like under it he goes, and just like how he just like has fun out there too. Like,
you got any good Jamie stories as we watch this replay?
Wow. I don't really have that many stories. Oh, he just got caught right there, but I don't know. I just watched him growing up, like watching him go out in the Speedos, learn to Volcom Pipe Pro. It's pretty nuts.
Well, you are actually, to me, Shion, you're kind of on a similar trajectory as Jamie O'Brien. You know, a youngster growing up on the North Shore. You've been exposed to the world's best surfers, being from here, from Haleiwa, your entire life.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, there's so much talent on the North Shore. Oh, there's someone,
Lucas
Godfrey, gonna be. Oh my, double up.
Oh, so a paddle there from Lucas Godfrey decides not to go. Shouldn't really shake up the priority too much, Mitchell, just because we still have open priority with Mason Ho and Eli Olson.
Yeah, and, you know, as you were mentioning a while ago, this kid goes under the radar when it comes to these heavy waves. Right here from Oahu's North Shore, Kaipo, he's looking for a stand-up performance and, you know, get more well-known across the world at the World Surf League level.
Well, Lucas actually coming back, you know, off of an injury that he sustained last year, almost a year to date right now, last February, where he compressed his L1 in his back and was taken out. And he's actually had, for a serious injury, he's come back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and, you know, we've seen a lot of those stories here in this opening round right here. It's what happens when you dedicate your life to a wave as complicated and, of course, as dangerous as this one right here at Pipe, but especially on a day like today where it's kind of in between, it's not necessarily breaking outside or inside here on the opening ledge. Let's see if you can pull one off of the radar.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Ezekiel Lau with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, endless sets in that heat. How's the heart rate? How are you feeling?
Oh, the heart rate was high as soon as you touch the water. I mean, the paddle out's gnarly. There's so much water moving, and then you're trying to find waves in between 15-foot closeout sets, but definitely no lack of energy out there.
I'm a stats nerd. I'll fully out myself with that. You've competed here for your first time in a CT event back in 2013. 2026, this is a title that you would love to have to your name.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone won a pipe trophy or pipe pro, pipe masters, whatever you want to call it. This is like our Super Bowl, our mecca of surfing right here. So it would mean a lot, but I'm just stoked to be here. Thanks to the state for allowing all the local guys to get in, and Billy Kemper did a lot of work to get this done. So really stoked and grateful to be here.
And what's your thoughts on the conditions? Obviously, we had those sets come through your heat, but it's starting to get a little bit cleaner. We're going to see that next round out there now. You're going to be competing again. It's all excitement from here.
Yeah, for sure. I really hope the energy dies down a little bit because there's some crazy waves if you can find them in between all the closeouts. So once those things start like easing up a little bit, there'll be a lot more crazy, more rideable waves, and guys will be getting some epic rides. So we'll see how it goes.
Now tell us, you took your daughter surfing a couple days ago, got a sick Instagram clip. Is she down here watching Dad out there today?
She wasn't here for this first heat, but she should be out here any minute now. She slept over Grandma's house last night, so. But it's been so fun surfing with her and just showing her what Dad does. You know, I always tell her I'm taking her to the office, so it's good fun.
Pretty good office. Awesome. Thanks for your time, Zeke. Thanks, guys.
All right, yeah, Ezekiel Lau, and we're going to see Zeke one more time. He'll be in the next round, heat number 6 with Maxime Husno, Luke Tima, and whoever's the second place surfer coming out of this heat number 5.
He's got enough gas for that too. One of the fittest surfers on the planet, I would say, and especially at this location for somebody like him to say that he wants the ocean to calm down a little bit, I think that's a big compliment to what Pipe's doing at the moment, Kaipo.
Yeah, hey Xian, you're doing pretty good right now in the Challenger Series. Number 25, you got a lot of opportunity, but what's your feeling having, you know, competition for the Challenger Series coming here?
Oh yeah, I feel pretty good, bro. It's like, I mean, all these guys going into the contest too, taking points away, and if I go, you know,
do your thing.
Yeah, do my thing. Just like get out there, get a couple barrels, and yeah, I'll be stoked.
I mean, Brad, do you feel good? You came up, you made the finals just a couple weeks ago in the QS over here, and that was stacked.
Yeah, but I didn't get barreled until the final round. I was like, I just doing airs and stuff, but hey, I'll take it.
True enough. Well, if you didn't catch up on that, you can see the replay over at worldsurfleague.com. But the Florence Pipe Pro that we had over here for the QS, a lot of north swell, so it was a lot of kind of performance surfing happening at the time. Xian, Eli Olsen, though, were throwing out some crazy backhand full rotations and a giant alley-oop also, Xian.
Yeah.
No alley-oops today, I don't think, huh?
No chance, bro. I mean, if you want to be hero mode, for sure.
Okay, and what about being obviously a big addition to the Billabong team last year when you got signed on? Obviously, you know, sponsoring the event, living Andy's legacy on. What does that mean to be part of such an epic team?
Bro, Billabong's so sick. I love the team behind it. Everyone, yeah, just like being with them is so mental. Like, yeah, it's like a family, you know, like going up, like just joining them. They're like so welcoming, and just being a part of them is so sick. Yeah.
How sick is it that like Aki's your friend now?
Bro, Aki's so classic too, dude. Yeah.
I want you and Aki on a podcast together, bro.
Yeah,
that's the one I want.
That'll be pretty funny, bro. That'll be sick.
Yes, great personality.
I got a name for it already too.
What?
The Shishilupo.
Look at it, getting flooded right here. Like I said, the beach is getting smaller, and so the crowd's got to pay attention. What's the craziest thing you've seen on this beach right here, Xian? From just on the beach. I mean, not in the water, on the beach, stuff like that.
Oh, like, I mean, I see my friend Eli Hanneman get swept out, and then had to get rescued, and then got the wave of his life. So
no way.
Yeah, from the beach. So it was pretty psycho.
That is.
I was just talking about it just like literally like 30 minutes ago with him.
You guys are both a force too. What's it like traveling the world, you know, on this Challenger Series?
Bro, he's been ripping, bro. So it's like inspires me a lot. So it's like, I just see him do good, and it just like psychs everyone up, and I'm like, oh, I want to do good too.
Yeah. Well, you got a good finish, right? Quarters in Bolito. That's a good start. I mean, you're right there. A good finish here. Good finish in Newcastle.
Oh, for sure. I'll be psyched.
and you know what? Xian, plan B is they're already qualified, right, for the Challenger next year out of the region, out of the QS region.
Yeah, I didn't even know that until like the pipe final. I didn't even know I needed to make the final, and I was like, my friend Brody's like, oh yeah, you requalify. I was like, oh really? Sick.
Yeah, I knew all that. I didn't want to make you nervous, so I didn't want to tell you.
I was just going with the flow. I was like, oh, mental.
So good, and we do have a beautiful region here, Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui on the QS level. To have the Challenger here is just absolutely incredible, Mitchell, and I hope that this sticks around as an event.
I agree. I think it's a necessary part of the Challenger Series schedule personally, and I also think, Shion, it adds in a lot of pressure to people that eventually do make it to the Championship Tour, having used this as a stepping stone for the actual Pipe Masters event in December too.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I was kind of bummed that there was no, Hawaii events when I was in the Challengers, but now there's one, so I'm stoked.
Yeah.
Also made the final at Lee Beach Park a few years ago too.
No, I made, I think, quarter.
Oh, yeah, right.
But yeah, that was
But not at the QS level either?
Oh, yeah, the QS, I think I got 4th, 2nd, and I think 3rd. I'm not too sure.
Pretty darn good, if you ask me.
Need a window.
Oh, you know what, you guys? We were so psyched for this heat, but guess what? Nobody's really ridden a wave other than a 1-point ride from Jamie O'Brien.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Eli Olsen here in the white jersey. Eli, I wouldn't call him underground, but I would call him doesn't get kind of the surf press that he deserves. The recognition. 33 years old, from here, the North Shore, a stuntman, jiu-jitsu black belt, an incredible surfer out here, and just signed a new deal with the Mad Hueys, and he did a shoey for the Hueys. You ever do a shoey, Shion?
You can tell the truth. Did. No, I actually never.
I would expected you to do at least one.
No, I haven't. So maybe I did if I was not alive. But yeah, I don't know.
we got a chance. Maybe in Newcastle you can do a shoey.
Yeah, for sure. If I qualify, for sure. 100%.
Yeah. All right, Mason Ho also out there. Mitchell, I'm stoked to see Mason in a jersey and competing.
Yeah, 37 years of age now, so he's been around the block, but he's had the chance to compete in major events here at Pipe in the past before. Made the semifinals back in 2015 at the Pipe Masters, the year that De Souza won the title, and of course, when we talk about the whole legacy at this wave, Uncle Derek, the first original Hawaiian champion back in 1993, and his father Michael, legend himself too, and of course Sister Coco, one of the all-time greats.
Yeah. Yeah, had the board check with Mason Ho. I think it's a 7.6. He's got that Derek Ho airbrush on the Mayhem. Mason, like you said, semifinals that year, lost to Adriano De Souza. De Souza that year went on to win a world title. Right. If Mason in that semifinal beat Adriano, it was a low-scoring heat. If he beat Adriano in that semifinal,
Mick would have
had a 4th world title. And Mick and Mason are good friends.
Yeah, they are. And it's always been something interesting to me that Mason, despite not being super tall in stature, Kaipo, he's always been particular about riding longer boards here at Pipe.
He's got that old school in him. Joey Johnson. Well, he lit it up in his opening round. Let's see what he's got. He's coming up against Billy Sterdman, Jackson Bunch, and Tully Wiley in the next heat. How was Joey's performance, Shion? Did you see that this morning?
I was so gnarly. I was watching it, and I was like, wow, that backdoor wave was psycho. It looked so square and, huge, too. I was like, oh, my gosh. Great way to start it off.
Oh, yeah. I saw him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just before he paddled out for this one, too. He was about to go get his boards ready. And I told him, just go out there and have fun again. And he said, yeah, of course.
Here it is, Shion. Check this out. What do you think about this one?
That thing was nuts. It was so, all over the place, and he just got that psycho backdoor wave that just let him out. Oh, whoa.
Scratching, of course, Mason Ho. Oh. Well, not quite the barrel he was looking for, but that wave had teeth right there.
Oh, that's the good thing about riding a longer board. You're able to actually get into those waves easier.
But you never know with Mason. Sometimes he's on a 7.6, sometimes he's on a 5.10.
That's true. I don't know if I saw him at the sandbar the other day, and it looked like he was riding a 7.6. I don't know if he was prepping for it or something, but it was 3. Oh my gosh, that thing looked gnarly. But yeah, I saw him at the sandbar with maybe the same board. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I was like, oh, that's classic.
And he's so unpredictable, right? Because I think a couple of good sizable days he was riding that mini driver, that yellow mini driver, and that's a small board on big days. So you never know what Mason's going to do.
Well, I'm a big fan of hair coming back in different ways too.
Oh.
We got 2 great haircuts with you two right here in the booth, and Mason, he's just letting the locks go right now.
Yeah.
I think bring out the personality in surfing.
Well, Shishi Boy and I are fashionistas. I don't know if you've noticed
Yes,
that,
sir.
Joe. Like, we keep it on point. We think about our whole kit when we put stuff together.
You guys got the
sometimes.
Billabong gear right now. You guys are looking all
We're
fly.
just looking tight. We got
fresh, bro.
And the
Billabong.
Irons collection. Yeah. As fresh as ever.
Looking mental.
Wow. Someone's got to start up in this heat, you guys. 1.5 for Mason Ho. That gets him in the lead. Eli, now with priority. Holding, and now we got a set coming through. The feeling that goes through your stomach when a set comes through like this, Shion.
Oh yeah, even Legends Wave, the last heat, dude, I got so nervous, dude. That drop was so gnarly. I was
Backdoor wave?
Yeah, backdoor wave was psycho. I was like, oh my gosh, like kind of just got those like tingles in my stomach. Gnarly. Oh my, that thing looks sketchy.
It's funny how that happens, though. You have the one fight or the heat that you're always looking forward to, all the hype around it, and then things just never get to happen within the heat. This one's just been either wave starved or they've been out of position, and you can't say that they haven't tried to paddle for the waves because, yeah, 4 of the best surfers ever at this location out there in the water right now, Kipes.
Yeah.
Wash-throughs.
Oh, a wash through right there, and Jamie O'Brien with the super duck dive making it through. What's it like surviving a wash through like this, Shion?
Dude, oh, like even that thing?
Yeah,
thing,
that
like,
thing
oh
right
my
there.
gosh, yeah. That's just straight, like, yeah, bail the board, bro. Hopefully, you, like, be safe. Oh, look, all the people. Watch out.
PSA right there, Shion.
Yeah. So nuts.
There's barely any beach left right now either.
Yeah, can't even cruise.
Can't even cruise. That's okay. This everybody's standing room only. That's how we're going to do it, I guess, for the rest of this comp, because the beach is going to continue to get smaller as this swell continues to pump throughout the day. Well, pretty low scoring. We're waiting for the firecrackers to come through. Will the explosions happening in the back hat of heat number 5? We'll find out. We got a couple of messages. We'll be right back. How beautiful is this? Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. And it is a hefty day at the Bonsai Pipeline. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Series. Kai Fugaro along with Mitchell Salazar and our guest Shion Crawford talking you through all of the action. Mason Ho on the paddle back out. This happened during the break, Shion.
Oh, I just seen this on outside the window. Oh, nice little tube. Hey, good. No one's got a score, so that's that might be a keeper right now. So pretty sick. Oh, nice. Wow, that board looks so sick.
Little bit longer board for Mason Ho. Remember, Dad, Michael Ho won the Pipe Masters out here in 1982.
Yeah.
With a broken wrist. He had a cast on. He had the Astro deck for grip on the cast, on the rails of his board.
Whoa.
Yes.
He had it on the cast.
The cast and on the rail of his board where he was going to do his grab rails. And Yeah, won.
That's
on that
crazy.
Eric Arakawa Island Classic OG design.
I can't even think of winning the event just 100% healthy, and him going out there with a broken wrist. That's insane.
And then Michael Ho came back again in 1997 for a runner-up finish with Johnny Boy Gomes. Both of those surfers coming from the trials and being the finalists in that event. Now, Shion, I feel there's a chance for a surfer from this opening locals round to make it all the way to the final. What do you think?
Oh, guaranteed. Dude, all these pipe specialists are so gnarly. And plus how it's going to be all over the place with these next, this swell. So it's going to be definitely like a more of an advantage with them.
Yeah, so we saw that replay of Mason Ho, Mitchell, 4.33 for Ho.
Yeah, and takes the lead, and I'm looking at my watch right now, just after 12 o'clock local time, and what Barron was actually saying, I think it actually peaked a little bit once again, and now we're probably going to see a decrease again this afternoon, Kaipo. So I do feel like there is a bit of a spike in the swell out there right now, and it seems like the last heat and a half has really been a lot of wash-throughs right here. Everybody's been caught out of position for the most part. I mean, look at all that whitewater right there heading towards off the wall and rock piles, and right here at Pipe, that whitewater just running through the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, the cat and mouse game, what's that like, Shion? So you have to paddle out and then paddle back in and just kind of dodge everything? Because really the in-betweeners are the ones you want.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I was just looking at it. All the medium insiders are definitely better, but there's a couple psycho bigger ones too, but it's if you want to get a couple scores, you kind of want to sit inside.
When was your first true experience at Pipe? Do you remember your age?
I mean, I definitely when I was younger, but I remember my first beat down at Pipe was gnarly when I tried to go left at Aints and then no-hand it when I was I think 15. I got slammed, and then I I don't know, I think I broke a couple of my back teeth, and that was whoa, that was nuts. But I still ate a acai bowl after that. I didn't even care. I was bro, I'm still hungry right now, give me a acai bowl, and then I just got one. I was oh. But yeah, that was pretty nuts.
I remember back when you were kids starting to surf out here, Mom and Dad made it mandatory for you to wear a helmet.
Yeah.
But now, a lot of people are wearing a helmet. I mean, you were really early on that, as a kid.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, I used to skate a lot too, so I used to always wear a helmet. So I was kind of almost just used to wearing a helmet. So I was might as well just, better safe than sorry. Then, oh, Mason. Oh, nice drop. Oh, all right.
Oh,
that was mental.
It's good.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah, he's definitely bettering his 1.5. I was psyched. No one has a score.
We'll give him a whole bra for that.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, you.
I like it. I like what I'm seeing from Mason Ho. What I'm not seeing is Jamie O'Brien right now, which is really interesting to me. But
or Eli Olsen or Lucas Godfrey,
yeah,
too.
I was just going to say everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, Eli. Right on cue.
On cue. Look at this one. Going back door.
Oh, my gosh.
Olsen.
Oh, bro, he just packed that thing so gnarly, bro. That was nuts. Oh, my God.
How do you even get under the curtain on that thing, too? He was so late on the drop.
That thing.
Oh, board intact, yeah?
Boards, the DHD survived.
For now,
maybe,
at least.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Wow. That was heavy.
Hawaii Water Patrol, Red Bull jet ski there for assistance.
Gotta work. As he said, jiu-jitsu black belt. He's,
he
flexed.
did buckle. Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be a board trade for Eli Olsen. Packing this one, Shion.
Oh my gosh, dude. Late drop, just barely got under it and just, oh my gosh, just sent it. That was so nuts. Oh my gosh. And then Mason's one, dude, that was a sick drop. Nice little cover up. Oh, barely made it. Oh, I mean, for sure, bettering is 1.5.
I like the steez coming out of it, too.
Yeah.
It's making sure, hey, I'm here.
For sure.
Cool style at points.
Yep, 3.5. Mason Ho in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.5.
And this way from Eli is going to make a difference at the moment, Kaipo.
We'll put Eli Olsen in second place when the score comes through.
Wow, imagine if he makes it through with the high 1 or a 2 at the moment. Yeah. That would just be insane.
Yeah, I made a heat when I was just looking at it too this morning. I made a heat when I was 15, 14 out here with a 1.5 and a 0.3 and barely made it. So, hey, sometimes you just got to get it done.
Also, I think he's still trying to switch out the board. Took off the leash already, Kaipo, so it's just really a matter of getting out of the impact zone and trying to be able to get to the shoreline here.
Yeah. The technique, the ski technique to find a clearing, if you would, or a time to get to zoom in and do that board change. Oh, he
got it. Yeah,
he did.
Okay,
That was quick.
best water safety in the world right here.
Yes, sir.
They're earning their money today too. It ain't easy.
Yeah.
So Eli in second place with a mere 1.87, but that's good enough to keep him in second place right now. Only under 4 minutes remaining. So Eli, if he can do some quick work right here and ensure himself an advancement.
Yeah, for 100%, and good technique right there. I don't know if you guys noticed how he actually grabbed his leash but never stopped paddling either. He grabbed it with one of his feet with his toes, put it into his mouth, and then kept paddling, because you never know, that split second or two that you make it back into the lineup, you need a score, basically, you know, a one to back up your other one, could make a big difference right here for him.
That's the jiu-jitsu.
Oh, Lucas.
Here we go, Lucas Godfrey.
Oh.
Nice little tuck under.
For sure.
And
he's in the heat now. He's fully.
Well, he should go up to second with this, I would think.
Yeah, 1.88 takes Lucas Godfrey up into second place. There's the needs column right there. So 1.88, Godfrey goes to second.
What an odd heat. I mean, 27 minutes gone by, and Lucas just catches his first wave right here. And then Jamie, probably the most decorated surfer outside of maybe 3 people out here at this location, only has a 1 at the moment, and he's been holding on to priority forever. So technique's good. I mean, when you look at it, Xian, right here, double arm drag, just a stall.
Got the most out of it. Just, hey, I mean, no one's got really good, except for Mason, but yeah, for second, definitely a good score.
And he narrowly takes second, Kipes.
Mace Dog, straight hander coming in. So that won't change the situation for Mason. Lucas did go to second with a 1.93. He needed a 1.88. Barely got the number.
Yep.
2 minutes remaining. Still in the game. Eli Olsen still in the game. Jamie O'Brien with priority. J.O.B. He's the master. Can he summon a wave from Pipeline in these final 2 minutes?
Eli and Jamie just pretty much or Jamie needs to pack a closeout almost to just get his one, and then Eli just needs to stand up.
No, he needs to attempt to stand up pretty much.
Here he goes.
EO on the way. Let's go for EO. Not really the barrel he's looking for. He's going to try to carve that DHD a couple of times. An odd claim there.
That was classic. Oh, that was classic.
Meanwhile, completely serious, J.O.B. Jamie O'Brien waiting 92nd for the former pipe master, the landowner right here at the world's most famous wave, Jamie O'Brien. Can he make it happen? He's on the move.
They're set.
Oh, there might be a couple waves.
Yeah. He's still got a paddle for a wave, though.
Yeah. Oh, Lucas.
Yeah.
Oh, this thing looks nice. Oh, he's in it.
Godfrey, Pipeline, packs it.
Oh.
And no exit.
But he needs a 1, right?
Yeah, he needs a 1.
Yeah, isn't that a 1?
That's a 1.
It is, yeah. He traveled.
Yeah, this, oh my gosh.
But Jamie's not going to need a whole lot, though.
Yeah.
No. Coming down to the final 40 seconds, and there's waves. O'Brien not even interested in the first one. It's the second one I feel are nothing for Jamie O'Brien.
Well, and Lucas takes second right here.
Jamie's going to guru out.
It has to be this wave.
And if he doesn't go this one, it has to be the next one. I feel like waves are about 20 seconds apart.
Oh, he just might get a buzzer beater, maybe.
Oh, man. I'm nervous. O'Brien, where is he? Is he going to make a move?
Oh, a little backdoor wave?
2.6 is what he needs. Doesn't go on it. Doesn't even try. Didn't see anything in it. And
that was such a rough heat.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, but props to Mason, though. He was the most active one, caught 4 waves. Got the 2 best scores of the Heat 2, Kaipo, and the former semifinalist at the Pipe Masters. He's into the round of 80.
Yeah, so it will be Mason Ho, Lucas Godfrey on to the round of 80. We're on to a commercial break. We'll be back with more action from Pipeline and more Xian Crawford, too. Stick around. Jamie O'Brien coming in, and Jamie not having a fun day.
Oh my gosh.
Not a fun day at all. But you can find Jamie's new merch as well as softboards. Fun day, but unfortunately the Pipe Master eliminated from competition, Jamie O'Brien, in the locals round. The Tokoro looks like it stayed in one piece, however. Kaipo girl Mitchell Salazar and our guest, Shion Crawford.
That was such a rough heat.
Tough one.
Yeah, it is what it is. That's Mother Nature right there, the ocean.
And that's something like for you, you've had to learn to really shake off those good heats, bad heats, whatever, huh, Shi?
Oh, for sure. I mean, those type of heats, like, what is it? At Huntington, it was like Jackson, Cade, and Jet. They all had the same heat, and they all had like 1-point rides, and it's like crazy.
Yeah. Here we go. Billy Stearman, Jackson Bunch, Tully Wiley, and Joey Johnson out in this heat.
Good heat, Kaipo.
It's the first heat
JB?
of the round of...
JB.
First heat in the round of 80, you guys. So now we're seeing some of our seeded and international surfers coming in. For example, Billy Stearman coming through. Billy Stearman.
Oh,
Kiwi,
Joey.
Joey Johnson on the closeout. Mitchell, Billy, 36 years old. He's been around for a long time. Coming from Raglan, New Zealand. We made the big announcement last week. That
the goofies.
It's going to be a stop number 4 on the championship tour, Raglan, New Zealand.
Stoked on that. Bill's been a pro for 20 years now. Multiple-time Olympian both in Tokyo and in Paris. He's been a multiple-time member of the Challenger Series too, Kaipo. He's no slouch. He's getting about everything too. He's been here for a few days now. And obviously looking at the chance to do well here at Pipe. Get a result heading into the last 2 events of the season. But this ain't an easy one. JB, former runner-up to the World Junior title. Tully Wiley out of Turkey, also a great surfer. And of course, can't forget about what JJ was able to do out there this morning with the near 9.
Yeah, Joey Johnson. Tully Wiley, big bloke, you know what I mean? Like you, Shion, towering Tully Wiley. He's also has something in common with you, Shion, riding Pizels, I think, this winter.
Yeah, I'm pretty he's probably riding a next step because the next step's mental out here. I ride it like all the time, so.
Is that your go-to model?
Yeah, for Pipe, for sure. It's just like, I remember I just had like one wave out here, like first time riding it, and it was pretty mental. Like had so much drive and speed, and you could knife it. So I was like, oh, that's all I need.
Your Pizel team's pretty gnarly in this event. You got yourself, you got Benji Brandt, you got Finn McGill, Taro Watanabe, Nolan Raposa, Tully, and India Robinson all on Pizels. That's a full lineup.
Yeah, I mean, the best boards, bro.
You like them, huh?
Oh, for sure. They're so sick.
How much has that changed, you know, your whole approach getting on those Pizels?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's just got so much knowledge and experience too. Like, just, I don't know, just riding them, I felt more confident.
Yeah, that's cool.
And John shreds too, by the way, as well. So if we did,
okay, we gotta stop buttering. We already heard we gotta stop buttering John up too much. But you can finish up with John Shred's story.
Yeah, he's sick. He rips, bro. He's still surfing good.
I know John's listening in right now. We know. There's J.O.B., always a professional, a crowd favorite. He's got a short commute back to his house. You see Jamie kind of with the helmet, and he has some of the padding, the impact padding. Are you using any of that, Shion?
I had one wetsuit with paddings, but I have just a long arm short leg, but I use the helmet for sure.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, better safe than sorry for sure. It's so gnarly out there.
I'm glad you say it, especially somebody as youthful as yourself too, because I think it's a big thing. A lot of kids my generation didn't start using them until things actually started to happen inside of the water, Kaipo, and you know, hearing somebody like Shion right here next to us, you know, kind of give that encouragement to a lot of the youth, I think is beneficial to them.
Yeah. And I like your story, you know, coming from skateboarding, a helmet wasn't a thing.
Yeah, I mean, because we're like so young too, we don't know what, like, you know, you just always, when you're younger, just send it. So you just like don't know much about it. So just wearing a helmet is just crucial.
And the fact you listen to your parents too.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty darn cool.
For sure. I mean, I got to listen to your parents, bro.
Yeah. All right, well, still another slow start here as the swell, you know, increasing, but the shape not helping us out so much. I don't know if we've really talked that much about Jackson Bunch. Jackson had a year on the championship tour. He had a glimmer, he had a spark in Abu Dhabi where he made the quarterfinals. Yeah. I thought as a a rookie on tour, I was just like, okay, this is when Jackson's going to take off. Unfortunately, the rest of the season, not so good for Jackson, and was a victim of that mid-season cut.
And in 24, remember, he had a wild card right here for the Pipe Pro. Got a buzzer beater in the opening round. Kaipo, when it's big out here, he is gnarly. Charges at a Paia Maui, former runner-up to the World Junior title. And of course, you can't forget about his accolades at the Challenger Series level, too. He's been one of the few from the region lately that have qualified for the CT.
Yeah, he's got a great coach in the way of Jake Patterson, but the whole Challenger Series, you know, it's a grind, and you have to be really versatile because there's so many different waves that you have to, you know, compete in, Stian.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta surf 1 foot slop to this right here.
How gnarly is that, too? Because the last Challenger, as we look at 2 events left here, Pipeline, Newcastle, you get 2 throwaways if you do all 7 events. Best 5 results count towards your year of end ranking. We have 2 women already qualified, so we got 5 more women's slots available for the 2026 championship, and we got 10 of those spots available for the men, still up for grabs. And that's how we're going to finish off the whole cast of characters into the 26 championship tour, which is lining up to be an amazing tour. Bells, Margaret's, Snapper, new on the books, Raglan.
Yeah, and I like that Peniche got pushed back to October, too.
Beautiful time of the year in Europe.
Oh, yeah, you can get excellent beach breaks over there. And
you can go see Momoroka, too, in June, where we go to El Salvador, then from El Salvador to Sacktown, Saquarema.
Fiji.
The Pacific Tour, Tahiti, then through Fiji. That's incredible. And then lower trestles, high performance. The field gets reduced for Abu Dhabi and Portugal, and then everybody comes back here for the Pipe Masters, December 8th through the 20th, where we will be crowning both a men and women's world champ here in Hawaii, where we like it.
Remember Oside 2 years ago, World Junior Championship, Shion drops the 9, and I think it was round 3, Shishi boy. And I go and ask you during the post feed, hey, how sick was it dropping the 9 out there in some fun wind sail? And you're like, oh, it's a bit soft out there right now, you know? So to your point, you do have those waves where it's like 2-3 foot slop that are fun. And then you have this stuff, so it's obviously very complicated to maintain that consistency, as you're saying. Oh,
JB! Oh! JB gets behind Tully Wiley. And there was open priority at that time, too, right?
Yeah, there was.
That looks like the Kelly and Shane deal.
Yeah.
The Huntington.
So that's going to be interesting, but there was open priority. Let's look at it again, Mitchell. What are you seeing here?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is a snaking rule in place, though. So Tully, at the moment, was deeper. Jackson did have to go around him, so I wouldn't be surprised that the interference, if there is one, goes against blue right here. And unfortunate for either, whoever gets it, but... And especially with the danger factor that you have to add here at Pipe 2, that's another thing.
Oh my gosh, Joey, dude. Oh no, it didn't do anything. That thing was nuts.
Heavy looking wave. We'll see what the scores come through. We know there could be fractional scores between Jackson Bunch and Tully Wiley. The question is, will there be a paddling interference? Of course, paddling interference, you lose half of the score of your second scoring wave. So it's not as bad as a priority interference, but still not good.
No, not at all. And it's going to make a difference in the outcome of the heat, too, you would think. And 20 minutes to go, basically, you got to go out there and fight for the scraps right now and just try to advance. And Bill right now in the driver's seat, he doesn't have a wave. He has priority, only needs an 051 to move up into the top 2. But I like what Joey's doing at the moment, personally. I think he's just creating opportunities for himself, Kipes.
Hey, Mitchell, let's hear from the last heat winner, Mason Ho, on the glass with Jess Starling.
Thanks, guys. He's trying to sell our Sun Cruiser seat. Can't be doing that, Mason. As you came in, bam, his words were, you still got it. Do you feel that way as well?
Yeah, no, I mean, I hate to say this out loud, but I always feel like I got a little something, you know, but yeah, no, it felt fun just to compete because it's like the best competitors in the world, like, and we all dream about surfing against them in our home spot, you know, so it felt like, oh yeah, I still got it, you know, so Bam's right, and I'm very thankful to WSL for giving us an opportunity, all the locals, because that was a fun heat against a few of my good friends and mentors, you know, so it was sick.
And we got to take a look at your equipment before you competed. Your board's almost taking up the whole glass, but this board, it looks incredible. Obviously, it's a lot longer than the rest of the field, but just looks so glidey, so smooth on the waves.
Thanks. Yeah, yeah, I love I've been riding a really big board for the last week, just kind of praying, like, because I seen kind of the forecast. It's always changing, you know, but I just seen the big blobs of swell, so I was just like, oh, I'm gonna ride my big board every day, even if it's small, and just pray that maybe if I get to put on a jersey, I could connect with my board and connect with the ocean and maybe have a good day, you know? So I kind of was trying to think it, and then when I seen it today, I was like, yes! And then out there, I was kind of like, oh no, because it's so scary, or it's like a little scary, and it's really tricky. So once I seen the other boys kind of having trouble too, I was like, okay, we're all having trouble, let's just kind of get the show on the road here, you know, and then I barely got it going.
Barely got it going, but still made it through. What were your kind of outtakes in that heat? Obviously, there was a big kind of circulation around heat number 5, a lot of big names, including yourself, Jamie O'Brien as well. Was it quite the matchup you thought it was going to be?
Yeah, no, it's always with those guys. Anytime, I've surfed against Jamie a lot out here, and we've had some super fun battles. Like, we've had one in the WSL event where we were like, I was deeper, and I'm like, oh, I think I held him back. I got him. And then he went deeper, and I'm like, okay, he got me. And I'm like, never mind, this thing's coming. I'm like, I got the big board. So I went, boom. And then he went, nope, boom. And I went, okay, I was like, I quit. And then I went, never mind, I don't quit. I'm going to die for it. So I went again, and I'm like, okay, I got him. And then he went one more. And I was like, okay, you're dying. I quit. And I stopped, and he went and got like a perfect score. So I was just like, oh my God, one day I got to get him. But I got him like before that, so he got me back. And then, so I don't even know what that was, but technically I didn't even get him. I could never get Jamie, but we're having fun together out there again, and it was just too fun. I don't even know what's going on.
Back home, we call that body over the line technique, and you got the job done. You got one back on him. We're going to see you compete again today. 7.6 again?
Yeah, I think so. If it gets any bigger, I got a bigger one. That would be fun, but if it's like the same, I might just use the same one.
Love it. Insides of Mason Ho. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Yeah, Mason, we'll see him in the last heat of the day, the round of 80, heat number 8 with Oliver Zietz, Igor Moraes, and Daiki Tanaka. So we're going to end the day with some Mason Ho. Going back to that paddle, and we thought maybe a paddle interference. We heard the news from the judges' tower coming through as no interference, so they were just going to let the surfers play on. Head judge says there was no scoring potential in that wave. So they didn't want to dock a surfer for a wave that there was no scoring potential. I like the call. I like that we're just playing on.
Yeah, that wave just closed out, I think.
And I like that. I like the fact that it just didn't ruin someone's heat for a wave that you weren't going to get a score anyway, right?
And for either of them, too.
Let them surf it off.
Right.
I'm a big believer of let the surfers surf it off.
Or you milk a little 0.8 on it, get it through the heat.
At this point, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, Shion, what are you seeing out there with that big rip on the other side?
That looks super blown right now.
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
That thing, right? That thing right there.
Yeah. You almost need to, like, just hopefully get those medium ones that just, like, get a little 3 or 4 right now.
Can you talk to me about the moods of Pipeline, though? Because it seems so many times that we see those rips move in and out of the lineup and affecting basically how rideable a wave is.
Yeah, it changes so much. Even like today too, you know, there's like that one Koa and Benji, they're getting so many barrels, and then like next you know it's just like super washed out, and then I don't know. But they're super good at finding barrels too. So I don't know, if you just gotta be in that rhythm, I think. Like Mason was on that little rhythm, and then I don't know, it changes so much.
After seeing Joey's wave this morning, the 883, how many reds would you actually be looking at right now, given the adjustments that you saw, obviously, from Mace and, of course, the guys in this heat so far?
But I swear there hasn't... Actually, Legends Wave was so sketchy, too. But other than that, like, there hasn't been that many rights. But there's definitely more scoring potential on the lefts. But it looks like someone's... Never mind, but yeah.
Well, priority right now with Billy Stairdman. And the Kiwi... you know, the senior of this heat, playing a calm game at the moment, but now for everyone in this heat, it's down to a 13-minute heat.
Yeah, and this is where experience matters for somebody like Bill. A 4, a 5 will make a huge difference, Kaipo. And for Tully Wiley and for Jackson, you just got to wash that away. And for Joey Johnston, you have nothing to lose, absolutely to gain out there. So might as well go for it if the wave does come.
We're going to take a break in this heat. We're going to be back with the conclusion. Who's coming through into the round of 64?
Oh,
hey,
Kerr.
Josh Kerr. He's coming up also.
Is he on a 20?
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf.
We are. It is the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. We're in the first heat of the round of 80. Kai Pagaro, Mitchell Salazar, and Shion Crawford on the set, talking you through the action here at this beautiful beach of Ehukai. And this wave, the most famous wave in the entire world, the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yeah, the most dangerous wave on the planet too, and it's definitely shown shades of that so far. And look at Beach Park right now, Kaipo. Look at how packed it is just further down the beach. What a gorgeous day. I mean, talking to you before I came here, you were saying that it was cold. That's how winter gets here, but today, it's been all sunshine so far.
Oh, the sunshine. La, the sun, or la can be a day also in our Hawaiian language month. Shion, they call you Shishi boy, but Shishi is actually, what, tiger? Lion in Japanese?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not too sure, but I know she means 4, so
4.
If I make tour, I'm gonna be 44.
There you go. Oh,
Oh.
sweet.
When it happens, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, but I'm saying like,
Oh, yeah.
when you make the tour,
Yeah.
right?
Guarantee.
Yeah, that's
I like the attitude.
Hey,
Oh my gosh.
pick out your number. Get it going, man. I like it. It's a balanced number too. Here we go.
Oh.
Bill?
Yeah, Billy Stearman. And okay, well, another interesting heat, guys. And we've seen glorious waves ridden. We've seen
Go,
excellent
Jackson.
waves
JB.
ridden. We got JB here.
This thing's a little nugget. Oh, no. Oh, punch through. Oh, all good.
He would have had to muscle man through that one, Shion.
Yeah, that was pretty hard, but might milk a little 0.8.
You and JB have been coming out together through the amateur ranks,
Yeah.
through the pro junior ranks, through the QS ranks. Tell us something about JB, this guy right here from Paia.
This guy's classic. Honestly, he's like one of my good friends. Like growing up together, we're so competitive with each other. It's like, and we love each other too, you know. Not in that way, but like, I don't know. But yeah, what is it? He's the man. Honestly, he's so cool with everyone. Like, I don't think anyone hates him.
And he's just really quick with his surfing, you know, and you know, he started coming over here. It wasn't easy, right?
Yeah.
When you guys were amateurs, he had to come over here from Maui every weekend if he wanted to compete.
Yeah, I mean, we had so many amateur contests. We had to fly all over the islands, but yeah, we always see each other. We always like cruise together, surf, and try beat each other.
Yeah.
And it was so sick. Yeah, I mean, he pushes me with everything. So yeah.
I like that. I like the friendly rivalry because I feel like that actually enhances all of you. I feel like you had the same thing with Eli.
Oh my!
Oh, back door.
Go right! Wow!
Yeah!
That thing was nuts.
There he goes again, Joey Johnston. He did it in his opening round, and he's doing it again in this round of 80.
If there's somebody that can find it right out there, it's Joey Johnston.
That was insane. That thing, look, I thought he was going left, and he just went right. That was psycho.
Well, I think initially he was going left, and then he eventually faded right, but that's why it's called the back door, isn't it, Kaipo?
Yeah.
Fully go behind it.
Wow, this thing looks so gnarly. Wow, that was sick.
And given it's a short barrel, you got to take into consideration how gnarly that drop is, though.
For sure. I think Makana had the same one, too, earlier. That was pretty psycho.
Like,
but, yeah,
straight underneath.
Yeah. Like, those drops are psycho hard. But, yeah, he made it look easy. That was sick.
And the reality has always been that backdoor, you finish at a location in the lineup where it is so much more shallow, it is so much more dangerous right there in that impact zone, too. And that's typically why it's, you know, rewarded a bit higher, too. So, to me, it seemed like he initially was looking left, and then he eventually fitted right here.
Or he just wanted to get deeper. He just, wow, that was sick.
How hard is that to do, Shion?
That was pretty tapped.
Pretty tapped.
Yeah.
Bet.
I think it's definitely going to be a good score.
Yeah, it's an 8.17.
Wow, psycho.
Just eventuated for Joey Johnson. So his second excellent score of the day for the North Shore boy, North Shore born and bred Joey Johnson.
He puts a lot of time and effort into what he does. I mean, the guy works out like crazy. Obviously, as you said, second generation pro, under the radar. And once again, I just said that in his heat this morning, he has probably one of the best backdoor waves I have ever seen. It was either last season or 2 seasons ago. But this guy puts in the work, he puts in the time out here, and, you know, he was thinking about it this morning. He's like, it doesn't look that great out there, but I have to be the first heat of the event.
Everybody thought it was excellent, other than the Basque Country right there with the 7.5.
Well, you throw away the high and the low and the average out.
That's why we do that, right?
Yeah.
It's deserving. It's deserving of excellence, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it eventuated into that excellent score, which he deserved.
Well, 6 minutes, and that's a game changer right here, guys. Everything else, a 1 or below. So this is massive at this moment.
Well, let's celebrate Joey Johnson and what he's done. Take a look here. This one
was
from this morning.
This morning, yeah. I think, wow.
So that was the 8.83 from this morning for Joey Johnson. That's how he started his heat in the locals round. And here's Joey with the 8.17,
Wow.
Shion.
That thing was so sick, so TP'd out right behind it. He's probably going left to just get deeper for sure. And then he just, placed it perfectly.
Like, for anybody that's ever surfed a wave that has the apex like that, once you're actually about to stand up and you feel that intensity come up and the wave pretty much double up, it almost disengages your feet from your board, Kaipo. And you lose a moment of touch right there. So for him to be able to engage the rails the way he did with the bottom turn, it is crazy. I'm glad that they've rewarded his 2 best waves so far that highly today.
Yeah, and Shion, you would know the feeling of that. That's also, there's so much water moving, you can kind of get hung up in that kind of situation.
Oh, for sure. You definitely could do the Kate Matson from last time, for sure. That thing was
Cody
gnarly.
Maverick surfs up.
Yeah, that
And
thing
watch it over and over and over.
That was classic. But yeah, I mean, his wave was, that was crazy.
All right, well, it looks like it's going to be a battle for second
Kato.
place. Hey, they're speaking of Cade Matson.
Oh, hiding behind that mug, bro.
Is that your mug right there?
No,
Shion?
it's not mine.
Oh.
I clean my mugs.
Okay.
Oh, JB, little insider. Go.
Yes. Jackson
Oh.
Bunch pumps
Get
it.
it.
Through.
Wow,
Little
nice.
Funnel for the Maui
Oh, just
boy.
launch this thing, bro. Just send it, send it. That was classic.
Well,
he cranks at Fortnite too, doesn't he?
Oh, on mobile he does, bro. On his phone, but he's handyman is gnarly.
Well, he's going to second place is what he's going to do right
Oh,
now.
Tully. Oh,
no.
Oh,
What happened right there, Shion?
it looked like it kind of crumbled, but oh no! Oh my,
Oh,
Joey,
Joey.
again. This thing looks gnarly. Make it.
Joey's
Oh.
a madman. He is a madman. He's center right there.
Yeah. The thing looked dreamy though. I would have probably gone.
All right, well, 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and it's Joey Johnson out in front. We're still waiting for the score for Jackson Bunch. We're suspecting Jackson should go into that second place position, and that's going to leave Tully Wiley and Billy Sterdman scratching for a score, scratching now outside. We see second reef capping, breaking through. And that energy is going to move on through into the first reef.
Now the only way that both Tylee and Billy are going to make it out of this heat is with a proper barrel too, because scores in for this one, Kaipo, from JB.
7.5 for this.
Sick. Woof, and came out clean. Nice barrel. He was under priority, I believe, too. He was 4th prio when I saw it, so that was a good wave to snag underneath prio with.
Pretty heavy drop too.
Yeah, that was sick. Bro, you would have if you stuck this thing right here though. 9 points, brother. Nah, but oh, this wave too. Oh, sick drop, but then it just chandeliered super gnarly.
I mean, just after the drop, there was no way he was ever making that thing, but props to him for going for it. He extends the lead too, Kaipo, and that high one is making a big difference at the moment too.
Yeah, Joey Johnson, 1.8 with the 8.17, looking pretty secure in that first place position. Jackson Bunch looking strong as well. You can see Wiley needing a 6.81 and Sterdman 7.87. Sterdman with first priority, under 2 minutes. Joey Johnson on the back of the Red Bull jet ski.
Well, there's time. Maybe you make it right out there in the nick of time and potentially catch one more wave, but I feel like right here, just chill out, take your time, don't be in a rush. You've done your work already.
Yeah, I think Joey's in that position where he doesn't need to, he's not in a panic position at all.
I'd like to see Bill try to go right here.
Oh, Tully.
Tully's on.
Oh, no. That thing just chandeliered.
Oh. And that one's going to be a tough one for the surfer from Janjuk, Australia. Tully Wiley. Looks like he's going to be eliminated from competition. Still has a chance. Billy Sterdman holding priority with 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yeah, and, you know, props to JB as well for rebounding after that situation right there with the no call with priority.
Oh, Billy.
I got my wish, but didn't work out, Kipes.
Nope. Yeah, he needs a 7.87. There's no 7.87 in that.
Joey's gotten all the backdoor waves, yeah?
Yeah.
Two only 8s. Wow, that's psycho. 2 8s on the back door.
The only other wave that I probably could have seen match or go over that was probably Chandler's wave, you know.
That thing was nuts.
But Joey Johnston, what a story. 2 heats, and at the moment he's winning both of them, Kaipo, and into, you know, the most seeded round right here at home.
Yeah, that's going to give the local boy a lot of confidence when he moves into the next round, the round of 64. Not going to go today. We're just going to finish off this round of 80, but we have 8 heats in this, so 7 more heats to finish off the day. Jackson Bunch coming in successful.
Well, get a rebound for him as well. And when we talk about points, I mean, realistically, Challenger Series level, he's still in contention, so he has this event and one more to potentially requalify for the CTE.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Big applause for Joey Johnson. We're going to see him in the round of 64 with the top seeds. Sean Crawford, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. Good luck. We'll see you in the round of 64.
I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Count on that.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Joey Johnson, Jackson Bunch. Moving on, we're going to move on to a commercial. We've got more action coming your way. Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong.
Thanks for being with us here at Pipeline. Another heat coming to a close and a new heat beginning. Joey Johnston is still on a roll, finding the gems in what has been a rough lineup at times. But he continues to show off his skill at backdoor. Going right. He's had some gems out here in his lifetime, now putting together through now 2 consecutive heat wins. Action continues down the round of 80. Lucas Cassidy from Todos Santos in Mexico, taking on Josh Kerr from the Gold Coast, longtime resident of Carlsbad, California as well. And Makana Pang, he'll be in his 2nd heat of the day, local North Shore Charger, and a great DJ as well. And joined by Cody Young, the Maui boy, who's just an all-around class act. Him and his brother absolutely shred, spending many, many seasons on the North Shore of Oahu. Joe Turpel with local hero Ross Williams here for the call. Already starting this one off with a broken board.
Holy smokes, that could be Josh's board. And there he is, Josh Kerr, legend, known for riding a lot of twin fins in the last several years. So be cool to take a closer look at his equipment, but looks like he got caught inside. Like everybody today, Joe, a lot of cleanup sets.
Oh, so many guys that know this lineup so incredibly well, having to reset. Josh Kerr, always a favorite when he was competing in the Pipe Masters. Multiple years, he just consistently was finishing in the top 10. And he even played spoiler in the Joel Parkinson World Title year. 2012, he beat Kelly in a very sleepy semifinal for Waves. As we see what happened here, Ross.
Yeah, there he is, got cleaned up. And that's just the name of the game today. There's still a lot of energy out there. The swell's not giving up, so the guys have to look for the proper size waves that break on a leaf, on the reef, and in the meantime, they take these big sets on the head. And interesting, Josh is on his way back out, looked like with Hogg's board there, Nathan Hedge, with 3 fins. So we'll see if Josh can kind of pivot there on a 3-fin setup.
Yeah, the whole narrative was going to be about Josh on a twin fin at the moment. We know he's been experimenting quite a bit since he left the championship tour full time. And as these guys get reset in the lineup, we're getting all set up in the booth. Local legend, pipe legend, all-around standout, Liam McNamara joining us in the booth. Liam, it's really great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Well, thanks for having me as we look at Makana Pang real quickly there, in and out. But yeah, it's nice to be here at Pipeline. I mean, it's pretty unruly out there, but for me and for most pipe surfers, we'd rather surf maxed out 12-foot pipeline than surf 5-foot Aukai or something like that.
Liam, I think last winter you gave me a call and you broke down every single angle and interval that you could ever imagine of pipe and backdoor. I was fascinated by all the knowledge. What about your perspective on this particular swell, what you're seeing and why we're seeing what we have on screen?
Well, the swell is a little straight in, so it's not that pure west angle, which is causing a lot of different peaks coming in all different areas. Definitely looking for that needle in a haystack out there today. The size is the size that we all like to see, you know, 10 to 12 with some 15-foot waves, but the waves coming straight out of the west from the second reef and stuff rolling through are not really the ones right now. It's just kind of trying to find that 5, 6, 7-footer, maybe the occasional right like Joey Johnson did.
Well, for a lot of fans watching out there around the world, Liam, we just got to dive into your story. I know we could have a few different books written about your relationship with Pipeline, but take us to those early days. Mention your heroes, maybe the moments where you were getting the waves of your life on this reef.
Well, first and foremost, if anybody catches a wave, I'll just stop talking because I talk a lot, so I'll give the priority to the surfers here, but looks like we got a little low in the lineup. I mean, I started surfing pipe in the late 80s. Jerry Lopez took me under my wing. I was at the Jerry House there, which is now the Volcom House. You know, guys like Marvin and Dane and Johnny Boy and, you know, Ronnie Burns was definitely it was pretty much Ronnie Burns and Derek Ho were my 2 guys that I try to emulate. And in 1990, I was able to surf in the Volcom Pipe Pro, which was the HIC Pro, and actually ended up winning that event. So that was kind of my highlight of my career. Ronnie Burns was in the final there.
Oh, special memories and loving the storytelling with Liam, as we do have Joey Johnston standing by. We'll finish up everything with Liam in just a moment. Joey Johnston hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Two of the three highest scores of the day. You've got to excellence twice here today, Joey. Pipe, it's your friend today. You've had two crazy barrels at backdoor. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. You know, the conditions are pretty tough, but just got to look for the right one and hope that it stays open for you. And I've been fortunate enough to get two good rides and make them out and keep the dream alive. So I'm really happy and just want to keep it going and have fun with my friends and just have all my support crew around with me and just have a good time and, you know, keep things going.
I was chatting to a couple of people trying to get the inside scoop on you, Joey. Everyone's saying you're not much of a comp guy. You know, you're not really in every comp that comes around. Are you starting to get that little tingly feeling like, oh, I want to go deep into this draw?
Not gonna lie, I'm not really a fan of doing contests, just because I never did good. But I mean, a contest at home is, I got to do it, you know. And to get the call to be in this contest is like a really big opportunity for me, you know, especially because I'm not a competitive person. I just like to catch a lot of good waves and surf out here every time it's good. So a contest out here with some of the, you know, best guys that are right there trying to qualify for the CT, it's motivating, and I want to show that I got what it takes to keep things going. And
yeah, we definitely think so. Just based on those waves as well. Last question before we let you go. Obviously, that is a big seeded round you're going into next. Guys like Barron, Championship Tour surfers. You're just going to be Joey out there, though, because you and Pipe seem to have this incredible relationship. But I'm sure you've had your fair share of hold downs to then find incredible barrels that you've got today.
Yeah, I honestly don't really care who I draw next. I'm just going to keep doing what I do.
Love it. Thanks, guys. Joey, moving on through.
Thank you, Jesse. Good mindset for Joey Johnston. You know, this is where he loves to surf, and now he gets to compete there. So I bet the best thing for him, if it's pumping, he just pretends that it's really uncrowded. And then when he has that priority next to his name, he knows it's going to be his turn no matter what, Ross. What a role he's been on today.
He's just been doing a really good job at finding those waves that scoop out and hit the reef just right and give it that extra hollowness. You know, there's a lot of waves that are breaking outside the reef, and Joey's got comfort. You know, he recognizes the good waves out here probably better than anyone.
So we do like to talk about matchups. So Joey will be moving to the round of 64 now to take on David Silva, Luca Messinas, and also the big man Cole Hauschman in heat number 1 of the round of 64. So you guys pick your favorites. We'll get to that one on another day. Still enjoying our time with Liam McNamara as we were talking about the story, your journey here at Pipeline, getting invited by one of the all-time greats to hang in the house out front of Pipe, and then getting into an event that was really important for your career and your connection with this wave.
Well, yeah, I mean, in those early days, like I was there when the first Surfline cam got put up at the house there, and my job was cleaning the cam. So I had to get this, they had a hose with a really good sprayer on it, and I had to spray the cam off, and then sometimes I'd have to go in and go to the area where the computer was and reboot it. So they gave me a little job to do as a little shit grom around the around the North Shore. And you know, Jerry took me under his wing. There was one swell in 1992 or 3. It was called the Mother of All Swells. It was a crazy swell. Jerry talks about it. It was a really rare swell because it was in September. It was actually September, Friday the 13th, 1992 or 3. I've been corrected on it once or twice, but we were actually in Japan, and these typhoons were coming in, and this was kind of right when there was no surf forecasting. We just talked to the Japanese guys, and if it's snowing in Japan, that means west swells are on the way. Me and my brother were flying back from Japan. We flew through 2 typhoons. The plane was just teeter-tottering the whole flight. Garrett was on the back with the stewards looking at them, asking them, was this the heaviest? What's the heaviest? Is this your heaviest flight? They're like, yeah. And he's like, all right, I love this. Because he's a nutcake. You know, there's crazy and there's stupid. My brother can be stupid sometimes. He's definitely crazy. But, yeah, we got back, and looks like somebody taking a look right here, Ross.
This could be Cassie, a quick in and out.
So we got back, and I walked down the Aukai on Friday morning, and I saw Peter Cole there, and we were looking at this swell, and back then we would just call Kauai and ask some people on Kauai, hey, how's Honolulu looking? And it was 4 or 5 feet and just this pure west swell. And then before you know it, it was 10 to 15 feet. And Peter Cole looked at me and he said, Liam, I don't think I've ever seen this happen before, where a really west swell like this has come in this time of year. And I grabbed my board and ran down and paddled out, and I actually literally was surfing Pipeline by myself. Jerry flew over from Maui, came down, walked up, and looked out and asked Sato and my brother, like, what's going on out there? And then Garrett was like, oh, look down the beach. There's like 10 guys doing the walk of shame because they couldn't get out because the swell was so west. So I got to surf it for about a half an hour by myself. Finally, the crowd came out, and it was really just Hawaii guys, because back then people didn't do strike missions. They didn't exist, you know.
Love
here we
this
go.
story, Liam. Yeah, Josh Kerr, after the board change to a thruster, broke the twin right away, and now he gets his first score on the board. Wow, what a time, too. And so the legendary late Peter Cole, you know, wasn't he doing daily surf reports at the time? This is Cody Young, hopping up and down. So he was looking at every swell model you could imagine, an unbelievable big wave pioneer, and seeing something that no one had ever really seen before with that severe west. And the score that amount of time solo, Liam, getting the waves of your life, it probably was a little eerie. Maybe you were hoping you could share it with one friend, or was it something that you just wanted to keep going for hours on end?
Well, that session was probably about noon to about 6. I surfed 6:37 until it got dark. It gets dark earlier in the year, or actually it was probably a little bit of a longer day. But yeah, it was like Max Medeiros, Derek, Marvin, Johnny Boy. The swell broke for 4 days. It was the second day, Saturday the 14th was the iconic day. You know, there's 20 wave sets. There was more sets coming in than people in the lineup, and by the second and third day, people showed up from the outer islands or the other side of the island, but it was the mother of all swells. It was a swell I'll never forget. There's a lot of magazine shots. There's things called surf magazines that used to be around back then, and you know, we had to wait months to see if we got a shot.
Those are so cool. Ross, do you remember this swell vividly too?
What year was this, Liam?
93, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, was it so west that it was under Kauai?
Yeah, it was probably like a 20-foot swell, but because it was being blocked by Kauai, it was more like 10 to 15, a couple 18-footers that evening. But yeah, on the day 2, I believe Jerry got injured. On day 3, Derek got injured. Day 4. Day 3, I was like out by myself. I mean, not saying like I'm the guy or whatever, but the green light was just there, the whole swell. Anybody who wanted a real wave. So that was a very memorable time in my life in surfing Pipeline, and you know, having Jerry Lopez like guide me and surf with me and stuff.
Was this with the visor, the helmet?
That actually on Saturday was the first time I pulled
Phaser
down my
bottom?
Yes, Saturday was the first time I pulled down my visor.
Nice.
I was actually riding a Brett Morimoto board that swell because I was in between sponsors. And he made me this special board that had this bigger back fin. It was the Ronnie Burns, Eric Arakawa design. You would have 2 kind of smaller fins and then a really big back fin. And it gives you this single fin feel with the drive and hold in of a thruster. So there's been some board design over the years. And
do you still have that board?
I don't have that board. I think it broke. It actually broke on Saturday. Broke in 2 pieces on Saturday. I just rode whatever I could get. But yeah, Arakawa and Ronnie Burns and the history of Pipeline and board design. You know, Arakawa would have to be the top guy with all the board designs. And so that was 1990. So that was 92. Ronnie actually passed away already, 92 or 93. He died in 1990. I was blessed to be in the last heat Ronnie ever surfed at Pipeline. And here we go.
Action. Lucas Cassidy going up and under, representing Todos Santos, Mexico, just trying to get a few chances out there against Bacana Pang. Cody Young, Josh Kerr, Kersey just with a 2. So we are enjoying our story time with Liam McNamara as we talk about all things Pipeline. It's what a great relationship. And now, Liam, you know, I know the joy in your life is a lot of things, but being a grandfather, you know, the way you talk about it on your social channels, it's special to see that connection. But I want to know about when you're so successful at Pipeline, passing it down to your kids who have then taken and run with it, and then, you know, the next generation to go. Has Pipeline always been purposeful for you to make sure that your children and their children will be getting their chances out here, or do you want them just to take it on their own and see if they run with it like you did?
Well, I have a hard time not being a soccer dad. I've been a soccer dad. You know, I was that guy out at Rocky Point pushing my kids into the wave, getting in arguments with Flynn Novak because I was pushing my kids on too many waves. And so I was one of those guys. But, you know, you got Ayala Stewart. He's my adopted son. You got Kalaz, basically another one of my basically sons. And when I see Kala and Ayala, as we see Josh Kerr taking a quick look,
Josh looking on his forehand, loves a backdoor pit. This one, he's just stalling, trying to really manufacture that one. He did well to get in on just a slow heat for big scores. Obviously very savvy when it comes to competing. You got to be in the top 10 on tour for multiple seasons. And what a treat to see Josh in the draw with his daughter Sierra and just backing her up competitively this year, Ross. More action. Here we go. Hollow pit with some speed for Lucas Cassidy.
Wow.
And trying to find the doggy door and just gets detonated.
yeah, today, right now, I mean, that wave of Josh Kerr was definitely the best wave of this heat, and that's the kind of wave you need to get one or two of those. I mean, it's pretty much been the story of having one good wave and just getting any type of backup. I mean, we've seen so many guys needing twos. You see Jamie at the end of the heat, all these different guys leading really minimal scores. But yeah, this is a very tough heat and very low scores. So Josh taking off on this one, you know, coming off the bottom. He saw something we couldn't see here on frame. He saw the barrel there. You know, he came out and little wiggle. You know, Josh, I think I remember him getting 10s and beating Slater one year or something, or having some really iconic heats at Pipeline. He's no slouch at all in this type of surf. He's probably just so relaxed out there and just kind of laughing.
And now back to live, McConaughey at Pipeline. Wave just blows out a cannon of spit, but you saw it just jump on him a couple times in there, Ross. That must have been really tough to hold your line.
Yeah, a little bit of backwash right now. The swell's got tons of energy, so a big set of waves will actually create a backwash, and some of these waves will kind of breathe, kind of lift, and then drop, and that's what happened to him there. And it is cool to see Josh on a Eric Awakawa too. Liam, you were talking about, you know, the legend shaper on a North Shore and some of the best boards ever built here. And Josh has been, you know, has his own board company now, and he's loving those alternative equipments with twin fins and really fast, fun performance boards. But can't deny the clean lines that he's drawing right now on that Eric board. That looks like a cool surfboard under his feet.
Yeah, here goes Makana on this one. Got in kind of late, went over a little step there. He's driving through. I was surprised he didn't make it. You know, I think there's a lot of foam in that one. And if Makana's definitely top 10 guys out here right now. He's been just dominating. Right here, you'll probably be able to see the foam ball that gets him here. Kind of didn't really see it, but yeah, that thing was bottoming. Oh, wow, he got very close there, Ross.
Really cool. Yeah, so, that he got, you know, slipped out by that whitewash under him. He was really deep.
So I wish the judges could see that angle because they probably would have gave him an extra point right there. But that's the secret angle for us and the fans to watch. But he drove through that. I really like the fact that I seen like Cody Young get a good wave and not make it, and they're definitely giving that 2.5 or something. Whereas if you just take off and go straight on a wave, you're getting a 1. There has to be, I feel there should be that little difference there to determine who's actually really getting a good wave, even if not making it. But yeah, it's, you know, it's pretty heavy conditions, but I think the locals have the advantage in these type of conditions. And, you know, like I was saying, like you look at Kala Grace, he kind of dominated his heat, and Ayala's got an injury, so he wasn't able to surf. You know, Landon and Mackay and Luke, and those are all my kids, my team riders. It's awesome, back to the question, to be able to see my kids and all my nephews and stuff be able to achieve their own journey through navigating Pipeline and making a name for themselves.
Gosh, and that's something that you've done not just with, you know, your sons or your Hanai sons. It's global. You know, it's international people that talk about staying at your house, showing lineups, you know, like Wakita, you know, out there at Pipeline, and then them getting named after that section of reef. It's got to be amazing to open your door to people even outside of Hawaii, to take them in, to make them feel comfortable, and they can also make it a career at Pipeline. As we look at action here with Makana Pang stepping into a big wall, hoping to pull in. Here he goes, sets the rail, still out front, but now in a great position to get absolutely shacked. There's the look back from the DJ. Those are the same hand moves he does when he's running a party, you know, on the North Shore. He's just keeping everybody dancing. He feeds off that feeling. Well done, McConnell. He's going to the top 2, Ross.
That had a good angle on it. That had just the right amount of west swell. You know, Liam was talking about how straight the swell is, and that one had just enough west in it to peel into the gum sandbar. That was a bit of a dream.
Yeah, Makana is very small in stature, and throughout his beginning of his career when he was like 15, 16, 17 surfing pipeline, it really seemed like he would never really be able to me, to get to the level he's at now just because his body stature. But you look at Mike and Derek and some of the smaller guys, somehow he is able to just, he fits in barrels that other people can't fit in. He makes a lot of drops, and you know, he's a standout. And this was a very good wave choice. It was bending out to sea, like Ross was saying, more west in it. It was pretty much day in the park for him right there. That was easy 7.5 right there.
And if I'm not mistaken, 4th priority for this one. So he's able to just know pipeline so well. He's like, you guys aren't going, I'm going, and it's a 7.5.
Yeah, low heart rate barrel right there from Makana. And it's interesting topic, Liam, you're bringing up his size, you know, physically, but the bottom line is, you know, some of these smaller guys, they charge just as hard as anyone else, and they take off late underneath the hood at pipe, and that's the secret sauce. You know, it's so hard to pull the trigger on some of these spooky waves.
Tom Carroll, wow, one of the best ever. That fits that mold. Obviously thick, absolute beast. Loved his training. Him and Micro hung out the other day, and Glenn Micro Hall was like, "I'm taller than Tom Carroll." They posted it together. They had a big laugh and a hug, and you know, it's that heart over height that obviously got Tom multiple world titles and also titles at pipe. That's what the panel thought about Makana's last. A 7.5 takes him to 1st. Josh to 2nd. Lucas and Cody Young now in the 3rd and 4th spot. As this set pulses, they're getting into position. Great time to talk about the comeback of Wave of the Winter, Liam.
Yeah, I got my little hat on right here. It's the Wave of the Winter hat, and this company called Happy Caps made these hats for us. I wear a few hats.
You are busy.
You know, I'm a business owner, been in business. I'll be 25 years in business this coming September with me and my family. Here's the Happy Cap hat, Wave of the Winter. But yeah, you know, I saw Wave of the Winter disappear for about 5 years and talked to a couple of surf lines and stabs and different people, and was asking, as we see Josh, this important wave for Josh, to see if he can get anything going. You know, pipeline, you risk your life. I mean, we see, you guys were talking about it, people were talking about it, Calag Race, you know, there's a big list. I don't really want to dive deep into that list, but the helmet's a key thing, you know, risking your life. I really feel that somebody like Joey Johnson, no sticker on his board. The kid's as good as anyone in the world at pipeline. This kid needs to be paid. And the industry, the way it is what it is. I understand that, but if I can do anything to help the local surfers or any surfer be recognized for riding the Wave of the Winter and get them paid, that's the goal here. And we were talking about people staying with me, like Rizal Tanjun, his first trip to Hawaii, stayed at my house, and you know, Strider, first trip. There's a lot of people, as Makana gets another little nugget, and that's just, he's so on, and like you're saying, priority or not, it really doesn't matter too much. When you know the wave like him, he recognizes those nuggets that are going to hit the reef, and he doesn't need priority this whole heat, and he's probably just going to walk away with the win, right, Ross?
Yeah, it's making it look pretty easy.
7.5 for Makana on his last wave, now being really smart to ditch the 2.47. He's going to try to put this one out of reach. Well, Josh could still get him with a 9.17, but everyone else would need 2 new waves. How'd you like this angle on this one, Ross?
Yeah, again, he just scooped at 4th priority, and that is kind of one of the key elements today. Some nice advice for advancing through a heat is staying underneath everyone. You know, it's very easy to get lured into going outside the reef because there's these huge waves coming. But the biggest waves are not necessarily the best ones. Those ones that hit the reef and have good shape, that stay hollow, those are the ones. And you can kind of stay busy inside.
3:15 on the clock. You guys are here locally on the North Shore of Oahu. An important day to tag in your calendar will be February 7th. From 2 to 10 p.m., there's going to be the Kainui Fest. Right across the street from where we're sitting right now at Pipeline, there's a beautiful farm, as we will have a big fundraiser for Dakota Briley and have some amazing musicians out there, including Landon McNamara, Kalohe Kai will be there, Kanaka Faya is going to be amazing. Ron Artiste, he's out there again. Nija Music and Zaya Rhythm.
It's a good lineup.
Are going to be singing as well. Those boys are unbelievable. Ring of Fire Productions. DJ Makana Peng, who's in the water now, will be, you know, spinning the discs, and also emceed by the all-time classic Island Magic Mike, all for the cause to support Dakota Briley. That's February 7th, and you can find your tickets on sale at kainuifest.eventbrite.com. I'm really looking forward to that. Big thanks to the Judd Ohana and everybody that's making this one possible. 2:10 on the clock, a solid one growing here at Pipe. A huge drop that Lucas made look easy. He knows he wants to get pitted, but I'm sure the drop felt great. Not great is going to be what he's still going to need to advance into the round of 64.
Yeah, so a wave like that we just saw, I think a lot of the surfers don't recognize that if you take off on that area, if you're not able to pig dog and do the Jamie O'Brien, you're not going to get barreled. So you either got to be taking off farther out or looking deeper or looking for the right wave. And that's probably the inexperience of him out here, and not take nothing away from his skill. But being able to recognize a wave like Makana Peng does is the difference in being able to make a heat out here.
1:25 on the clock. Liam McNamara having North Shore Surf Shop down by Sharks Cove. If you guys come here for the first time, it's a great place to check in. Ask questions, no matter what your surfing ability is. Ask guys like Liam and a great crew that works for him over at the shop. They're so educated in putting you in the right place, which is very, very important when you come to the North Shore. So are you celebrating 25 years of the shop?
Yeah, 25 years in business. We opened in 2001, small little shop there. Got a tractor and moved some grass and put some gravel in and set up shop. And, you know, over the years, I've been known to have all the pro boards and stuff, and just talking about equipment and stuff. I'll end by saying, like, Tokoro, Peng, Arakawa, you know, Brett, those are the boards that these surfers, I feel, should be riding if they want to succeed on the North Shore. There's nothing like an RP model from Arakawa or one of Tokoro's models. Your confidence is a whole nother level when you have the proper board here on the North Shore.
Incredible advice and knowledge given to us throughout this heat from Liam McNamara. We thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Look forward to catching up more throughout, obviously, this winter season. And thank you for documenting the wave of the winter. For me, you know, wanting to have history documented, that's another great series that helps you remember all those big moments throughout a winter season, so we can reflect on the progression of our sport. We've run out of time. It is Makana Peng taking a solid win to mix it up with the international field at this Challenger Series event into the round of 64. And Lucas Cassidy ends up getting enough at the end to send Josh Kerr down to third and Cody Young down to fourth. Thanks, Liam.
Aloha.
We'll be right back. everybody. Welcome back to Pipeline. Remember all the great highlights, and sometimes it's a wipeout reel at the end of the day that just breaks the internet and gets everyone psyched for another day of competition. You get to relive it all on the 8:05 post show at the end of the day. So stay tuned. Still some heats to look forward to before we take off. This one's got Charlie Quivant in the water wearing the red jersey. Kalag Race, second surf of the day. Jet Schilling out there wearing blue, and South Africa's Tom Lindhorst out there in the white jersey. Joe Turpel with Ross Williams, longtime CT standout, a man that's finaled every event throughout the Triple Crown. We're watching this one. Charlie putting his head down, and he will get clipped. Charlie, longtime competitor, great surfer, spring-loaded, very excited, really a funny character on land, is now turning around to see San Clemente's Jet Schilling reset the rail and just get a little bit of a vision before avoiding Charlie there, Ross.
Did you see that, Joe, right at the top of the heat, right when we first seen this heat on the screen? It was Thomas Lindhorst, crazy wipeout. That was nuts. He went over the falls. So yeah, a lot of these CS guys, they're not, they don't have a whole lot of reps out here at Pipeline at this size. So it's they have to kind of learn on the fly. And this is the golden time to learn on the fly, Joe, because you got only 3 other guys in the water. And it's a unique situation here at this stretch of reef. You know, on any given day, it's very hard to catch a good wave out here. And sometimes you'll see some wipeouts with some of these CS guys who are trying to, learn right now in real time during this heat.
It's interesting how people are all trying to figure out things on the fly. This is what you saw, Ross.
Man, he just got hung up. So credit to Thomas, he went for it. That's a big part of the equation, but he got hung up and just went straight over the falls. So, if he could have been paddling a little bit earlier and got underneath it, he could have tucked in, like we've seen kind of Makana Pang doing that last heat so well. And Jet Schilling, he spends a lot of time here in Hawaii. I love watching Jet surf. He's got really good performance-based surfing. He's good in the air. He's got good style. But he's gotten some great barrels out here as well, Joe.
Yeah, and he's kind of on a comeback roll. He got injured a while back now, and so he's had to do the hard part at his age when he's just ready to fly, is to sit still, work on rehab, and he posted a shot a couple days ago where he's like, slow but steady. He's getting back. He did a little backside hack, and it's starting to look like he's finding his form. So he used his time well. He got into business. He started a brand with his dad, and just used that time well to go to rehab, couldn't surf.
Are you familiar with the injury?
Put his, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but something in his ankle, but it ended up being worse than he thought when he did it, which really knew where he'd be sidelined for a long time. I spoke about it with his brother for a while, and it was like, yeah, Jet's just going to put all that energy into business, and he'll be back before he knows it. So I think this is a big stepping stone for him, especially being back at Pipe at this size.
There's a cool movement in San Clemente. You got Kolohe Andino starting his brand, and why not? You're in Southern California where 5 billion people live, and if you're going to sell a cool surf trunk, you could do it there. So smart for Jet to get an early start.
Yeah, you got to remember that, right? California's population is bigger than the entire country of Australia.
That's insane. There's a San Clemente guy there.
Yeah, speaking of which, Griffin Colapinto hanging out with Koa Smith. Griff's been golfing, having fun, and our favorite part, signed up very quickly to be a part of this Challenger Series event. He's a guy that you expect to already have big results behind him in the CT event at Pipe. The Pipe Masters will be in December for Griff. He's one of those guys that will have 8 highlight reels before the event starts, and then he can't win a heat fast enough. So maybe this event will be something that he can kind of click into as far as winning multiple heats.
Yeah, Griffin charges, and that's a big part of it out here. And he's good friends with the Monizes and a lot of the local people here. So Griffin spends time here. He's doing his homework, taking his dirty look-ins. He's had some bad wipeouts here and some really good barrels too, especially at backdoor. And that's a big part of it for any tour surfer that wants to, learn how to surf pipe and backdoor. There's no replacement for time. You just got to spend time here. It's really tough.
And then there's something that happens with some people have that natural connection with pipe, where it's instant. it's almost like Pipe's choosing you, you
Right.
know, and sometimes it's not because you're born here. It's because you are chosen and you get waves in a crowded lineup. You're getting the best ones. And I think Griffin and Crosby have had moments like that over the last few years.
I would agree. Yeah, they're very optimistic and they have big smiles on their face. If they get burned by someone, it's all good. You know, just throw a shotgun and keep going on with their business. So it's that optimism. And I think, you know, and just being cool and saying hi to everyone, being respectful, you know, it earns you a few waves out here.
So Jet, part of that crew with Griff, Crosby, Cole Houshman. Jet got to feel that Challenger Series rise, and he actually kicked it off with that winning feeling back on the Gold Coast a couple of years back, as we see a funneler there for Kala Grace. Nice, easy style to watch. Hard charging surfer from right here on the North Shore. And he will paddle back out to try to upset some of these Challenger Series warriors. You've seen Kala out here for a long time, Ross. What are his strengths? And, you know, what kind of waves is Kala looking for?
Kala has spent, you know, hours and hours and hours of surf time out here at Pipe, and he's really good. So he knows the lineup. He knows, you know, he had that real serious head injury, so since then he's had a rebound and come back to being comfortable in the lineup, and he has. But as a result, you know, of him getting a little older and learning from all these things, I think he's, you know, choosing the right waves and finding his entry points a little earlier. That's a lot of the older surfers that have been surfing for a long time out here at Pipe. They tend to do that. They'll move just a touch further out on the reef. They'll ride slightly longer boards and look for those really nice entries. And Kala's doing that, but he knows this wave as good as anyone.
DJ Makana Pang is standing by with Jesse Starling.
Guys, I was saying to Makana, I was a little bit worried at one point. I was like, oh no, we're going to lose Makana out of the draw. And then out pops this perfect pipe barrel for you. Locals only.
Yeah, it was a tough start. I don't think anyone really had very many good waves. On the way out, paddling out, I got so licked. I was like out of breath. Finally made it like with 30 seconds before the heat started. And then I just kind of got pounded for the first like half of the heat. And then this chip-in came. I looked at everybody. I was in 4th priority, and nobody really wanted it. It didn't look too good, but I was in 4th prio, so I just sent it. Airdropped, and it hit the sandbar, and somehow had a magic little section, so lucked me out.
The gift lives on, as I've learned, is his name in Hawaiian. I've also learned that you're a DJ, and that maybe the claim you did when you came out of the barrel might be your DJ claim as well.
No, I actually I gave a little shrug, and then I heard all the whistles, and I just told everyone to calm down a little bit. It's not over.
The Hawaiians obviously doing really well today. We had that opening round. Joey killed it in the first heat, you winning the second one. When conditions are like this, it's got to go in the Hawaiians' favor.
For sure. I mean, no one really can predict what's going on out there or what waves are going to come, but being from here and surfing plenty of days like this, we definitely have a little bit of advantage. I paddled out so many days, washed through bigger than this. So I kind of know where to be, and when I see a big set coming through, I know where to paddle or where to position myself, so it definitely helps a lot.
Awesome. Well, congratulations into the main seeded round. Plenty more action to go today, guys, so let's get into it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jesse and Makana Pang. Wow, he's got a fun heat in heat number 3 of the round of 64. He'll have to surf with Kauli Vost, Cade Matson, and Carlos Munoz.
Wow. That's a good mix right there. And Kauli Voss would be looking his chops too. Surf's really great out here. Obviously being from Tahiti, got high comfort level. But I love it. This is a very cool event. We were talking about this, how we have so many wild cards injected into this event, and they're so dangerous. And then Joe, you look at the forecast, it's just nothing but huge swells. So, you know, this is the kind of event where you could see all these wild cards do damage. Maybe they even fill up the finals. Who knows?
Oh, the stories from Pipe are just endless of amazing wildcard triumphs. Johnny Boy Gomes, Michael Ho in a final, both out of the trials to win the Pipe Masters in the late 90s. Jamie O'Brien's Pipe Masters title, wild card all the way to take on the world. At the time, he was almost appeared he was untouchable at Pipe and Backdoor. but also just those early rounds and maybe into the stories that didn't stick as much because they were just early round upsets. Everyone would come to town with a world title on the line or requalification, and then there was like 12 local wild cards going, "Hey, good luck," especially if it was over 10 feet.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially throughout I guess the 80s, but more like the 90s when these events got really big here. And tour surfing in general felt like really programmed for performance surfing and had high waves and, you know, that type of style of winning heats and competing. But when you come here to pipe, it's polar opposite. And the wild cards will just eat you for lunch.
There's so much going on at this event because when it's pumping, that's first priority. But remember, this is the second to last event on the Challenger Series, and there is so much on the line. Men are in the water now, so focus on that. Eli Hanneman at the moment, world #1 on the CS, looking to get back on tour, has Pipe and also Newcastle left in the schedule to get himself back on tour. Sammy Pupo's #2, and Jet Schilling is sitting in the barrel of Pipe, still arm barring to slow down, and Pipe wants him to fly into the sky, extending that frontside air and missing the landing. Just love the clean open face, that glassy wall, conditions primed, and he had a 2 before that. And now a second scoring wave on the way, Ross.
That was good. Well done. That was not easy to slow down. You're riding a bigger board, you're on this big wave, and it's so easy to go fast and outrun the barrel. So that's why you see these surfers just dragging hands and arms and trying to pull themselves slower, drag themselves down so they can stay at pace with the barrel. And not easy to do, but Jet doing a great job, nice and late under the barrel. The first half of the wave was really nice, and this is where he tried to extend the 2 time.
Looking towards the right and back door, Charlie Crevant just stands tall. Enjoyed the vision that he had now, punching through the end section. Well done, Charlie.
Wow, can't wait to see that wave from the beginning. That was a huge backdoor barrel. And hopefully that's a sign, Joe. Maybe the waves are cleaning up a little bit. We get less of these cleanup, huge third reef sets, the better it'll get on this first reef. Here we go, paddling from behind, positioned nicely. Bottom turn straight into it. So a short barrel, but really nice. You can see how big that wave is. It's what would you say, Joe, 15 feet tall?
At least. An absolute beast of a wave.
I mean, you could fit a semi-truck in that barrel. It's a huge wave. And he did a good job. He spotted it. Again, we keep talking about the wild cards and all the locals, but here we go from France. You know, he's spotting this wave with priority. Probably had his heart jumping through his chest. And he lived up to it. Did it.
Well done, Charlie. Really good friends with Leonardo Fioravanti, who lives here on the North Shore, so Charlie could lean on Leo's knowledge. Obviously, they're first and foremost the best of friends. They like hanging out, surfing together. So Charlie can look for more motivation since one of his best friends has made 2 big finals at the CT level at Pipeline.
Yeah, Leo is really good out here, spends a lot of time here. And again, that's what we were talking about. To get comfortable out here, you just got to have reps and big wipeouts and survive. And that gives you that confidence to take off on waves. Maybe you're not going to make it. Maybe you will hit the reef, and you just got to keep trying. This wave, if you're not careful, will scare you away. You just won't paddle out. It's the surfers that keep paddling out and keep pulling in that get it done.
Leo in the event, coming up in the Heat 16 of the round of 64. I bet Charlie would love to get into that matchup. 6'8" for the right at backdoor. Jet drops to second. Schilling's last, 4'5'7". So Kalaw's down to third. And Thomas, the South African, who just got a fresh quiver from Fish Sticks. They make surfboards down at Cape St. Francis.
It's a fun name.
Yeah, kind of neat, huh?
I like that.
You love that part of the world, too.
I do. Fish Sticks. That's solid.
Making you hungry too, huh? Keone Lassa grabbing the jersey. Back for more here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. We've seen some great rides, and we've seen a series of wipeouts throughout the day. A wild ocean delayed the start, but things are still thick and radical. I've almost got a secondary pulse a couple of heats later after we opened up the day, and even the fans on the beach stayed on their toes.
Yeah, people getting drenched, wallets getting wet. That was a heavy wipeout from Shado there at the start. This one too from Billy Kemper, that was crazy. A slow motion over the falls. Very odd. And this might be the wipeout of the day. Jimmy O'Brien getting a little lip to the spine there. That doesn't help at a tender age. That just gets worse and worse. Anything touching your lower back as a surfer, not fun.
Oh gosh, you've had a series of back surgeries, Ross. And I saw you just move in your chair watching Jamie deal with that. Oh my goodness.
Bueno.
But you always travel with a lot of back cream and supports.
Anything, stretch. Any minute I get, I'm down on the floor stretching.
Smart. Hip openers too.
Hip openers.
Yeah, because you're really bendy.
It's kept me in the water all these
in the
years.
Airport, but actually, for longevity in the ocean, it's really smart to stay limber.
Absolutely,
Right.
yeah. I think it's key for surfers because we're asking our body to do weird things in the water. You know, we're constantly getting torqued and tweaked. So to keep your limbs from snapping, stretch. Tip of the day, kids.
It's like that Baron wave where he's like upside down, you know, and his back leg is over his head, you know. He never posts like that he does yoga, but he's got it.
Right,
Right?
you must. It's the avocados in Pupukea too. It's gotta be.
Here goes Charlie. We saw the backdoor wave, 683, and you know, he wasn't getting barreled, so he might as well throw down a couple of turns on a foamy one.
There we go. That's the CS warrior in him competing, looking for little backup scores. And Kala, another crazy drop. We're forgetting just how big this swell is. It's still pumping. Really tough to find a normal, air quotes, normal wave at Pipe right now. It's thumping.
Here we go. Look at these lines to the horizon. It's 1:38 in the afternoon. It is hot. It is clean condition-wise. Good winds and just an ocean that is just still maxing out. You see that sand just getting shoved down the beach. 10 minutes on the clock. Charlie in the lead. Jet second. Kala third. And Thomas Lindhorst in the fourth spot. Jesse Starling was just telling us this morning that he has a coffee business back home in South Africa.
Kidding?
Yeah, he's got 2 places to get coffee. Tommy's Coffee.
Very cool.
One in Port Alfred.
Here he goes.
As he's going here now. If you buy a coffee, you support his journey right now to get this wave. Airdrop. Controls it, looking to get the view. Just quickly sees it before straightening out. So he started off this heat with a wipeout. Good recovery to find that one. And now Charlie, perfect takeoff, but he wants to get the barrel. Another wave that's going to force him to throw down some turns. His wave before was a foamy one, so a little bit cleaner water to work with to keep the rails wet, but he's still going to be barrel hunting for 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny. You can see the competitive side of Charlie, really trying to just find a way to get a backup score. But if you really want to break into a decent score, you got to get cover time. The judges will demand that from you to break into those 4s, 5s, 6s and above. You need to get under the lip. So Charlie right now staying busy, as we see again a real late drop here for Thomas. And he was fortunate because this wave stretched for him a little bit just to get a quick barrel. Little styly kick out there for him. So it's a short barrel, and the score will reflect that. But he did a good job spotting a great wave. Kind of had a crazy, quick little airdrop there. But I think Thomas is going to be looking for another wave to try and find himself a little bit deeper so that he can get a longer barrel. And here's Charlie Joe just looking to get a backup score. His other wave where he had a couple turns, he got a 1.87. This one might be slightly better.
Charlie hopping out, 8 minutes on the clock, building his score line there. Low score, the 187, still waiting for that, and Thomas's best about to lock in. And I think, Ross, over the years, there was always the balance of locals at Pipe and Pipe specialists entering the draw, where they're not competing full-time. And watch Jet Schilling. Nice cave for the Californian. He comes out without his board. Everyone gasping on the beach. They were riding that one with Jet. So close to making what would have been his best number so far.
Insane. Well spotted, well surfed. We talked about it earlier. There's a bit of backwash out there. and that wave sort of had a big breath to it. And once it gets loose and then slams back shut, that lip can hit you on the back. Let's take a closer look and see if that's the case here. See the backwash right there as he's bottom turning? It's already coming towards him. And the wave is just kind of, it's not perfect. You know, it's hollow, but there's a lot of movement inside the barrel, and he's doing a great job. He was really deep, too. That's probably actually the culprit of that wipeout. He was very deep, and he had to go up and over the foam ball. And when that happens, a lot of times, you know, you'll just get pushed off your board. That was a crazy ride.
Gosh, especially when you're recovering from a ankle injury that sidelined you for so long, and you've got backwash inside the barrel, and you just want to learn how to let go early so you can make sure that you're making a big comeback to be strong to compete this year. 317 for Jet's effort.
That's cool.
We mentioned that before, where, you know, even though they're not making it and riding away, judges are looking at what you are accomplishing under the hood.
I like it. On a day like today, Joe, that's pretty important, right? Because there's a lot of 2s and 3s that are crucial for advancing. So, you know, the waves are difficult. It's big. I like that the judges are rewarding the effort of taking off and pulling in and getting a barrel and almost making it. I mean, this was almost, what do you think, an 8-point ride, 7.5 at least. Had he successfully come out of the barrel, this would have been an excellent score. But the judges were rewarding 3 points for that right there. So everything he did up until that backwash blew him off. Judges said, here you go. Here's just a little whipped cream on the top of that wave.
Jet Schilling with another try. Pipeline real deep. Got a jump start on that one. And the opening just clamped on Schilling on his way out. He is feeling the sense of urgency to protect second. Kala Grace gunning for his position of advancement. And I suppose we were talking about before, sometimes the wild cards would be fun to break down. And you go, okay, well, if it gets compy, meaning you've got to compete with heat strategy, the full-time surfers all year are going, okay, maybe we can outsmart the other competitor or make a good heat decision. Maybe even if they're not getting the bombs or the best waves. And even before you made a note of Legend Chan, you're like, oh, he's competing now. He was making smart decisions at pipe and not just waiting for wave of the winner.
Absolutely. And that's, you know, interesting, Joe, that you bring that up, because and I was kind of mentioning to it earlier, but I didn't quite get there, as we see Jet finding, this is the beauty of having 4th priority, by the way. He's paddling back out. Everyone's a little off the reef outside because there's huge waves coming in, but these smaller waves that hit the reef are still hollow. So there's points to be had on some of these smaller 5-foot waves, and Jet was trying to capitalize. But, you know, the wild cards back in the day were so brutal for the tour guys, because a lot of the tour guys were so focused on performance small waves that they weren't that great at pipeline. But nowadays, everyone's really versatile. As we see a quick ride here from the South African. And so you look at, especially the CT Tour now, it's rare to see someone who does not like the waves out here at Pipe or Chopu or anywhere. Like, everyone just wants everything. They're good in the air. They're good at lowers. They're good at J-Bay, and they're also going to charge chopes and pipe. And that's the beauty of 2026. Back in the day, there was a lot of holes in the roster, but nowadays everyone wants a piece of crazy waves and performance.
Oh, you excited about 2026 Championship Tour?
I'm frothing. I really can't wait to watch it. I think it's the best tour we've seen on paper. And I love that there's 1.5 points at Pipe. The schedule is insane. You know, guys are going to have to do airs, tail slides, and pull in huge waves and big barrels. So I'm excited for Gabriel to be back. I'm excited for Steph and Carissa to be back to shake up the Groms. It's looking fun, Joe. I can't wait to watch it.
You did make the announcement you took last year off. You changed your route. What about this year? Are you going to get back in and coach a few surfers on tour?
I'm going to be home. My coaching base is here at home in Hawaii, so I've been focused on Finn McGill and Luke Swanson, and there's a younger surfer, Tom Hanneman, I've been coaching. Even Vahine's been here for a couple months. I've been coaching her, and that's kind of a new thing for me. If tour surfers want to come here and sort of do like a camp, that's what I've been more focused on. But I'm not going to hit the road with you guys, unfortunately, Joe. I'm going to be, you know, at home psyching, watching you guys. But I got my beautiful girls here at home, and my wife, and my home and everything. So I'm going to coach right here at home.
Well, let's just call it one more year, and then we'll talk about it again.
Every year it's on the plate.
Next season.
We'll talk about it. Thanks, Joe.
240 on this one. Charlie Quivrant with the lead, getting a solid view at backdoor. 683. Jet's hanging on to second. He's had 2 near makes that would have given him first without a doubt. But Kala Grace is coming. Third priority, though, for Kala. Needs a 3.75 to move into the top 2. Kala, proud father, amazing surfer. He's taught a lot of people how to surf on this coastline as well. And a really kind guy. Well, he pulled over a few times, gave me a ride to work when I was just walking. He used to live down the street from me. He's just super mellow, humble warrior. Pretty hard on himself, I realize, when he critiques his own performances. And man, he's an absolute charger and just an incredible member of this community. Right now, just a 3.75. I mean, without priority, he might need to really lean on his knowledge of this reef to create that moment for himself.
Yeah, the good news for Claw is he can sneak inside. You don't need a big wave, you just need a hollow wave. If he gets a decent barrel, that score is right there for him. And so maybe it's a blessing to have third priority. Come in a little bit on that reef.
Thomas from South Africa, still in the 4th spot, had to straighten out on his last opportunity. Wipeout to start, 3.37, Thomas's best so far. And then a 1.07. Keone Lassa, Joe Azuchi, Ryan Huckabee, Koa Smith will be back out there. If you guys missed what Koa did in the opening round, you got to rewatch those highlights. It definitely will be a part of the 805 post show. Giant barrel and a huge frontside air. 59 seconds, Kala looks, and that effort will drop him down to 4th priority with 52 seconds to go.
Joe, you mentioned how hot it is today, and with these variable winds, sometimes that hot weather brings in a westerly direction, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Now Charlie, the heat leader, will use priority just to straighten out and take a ride into the beach and give the boys the lineup for 30 seconds.
Just looking over my shoulder, I noticed this kind of westerly Kona winds is starting to puff up a little bit, which will make it challenging out here. So we'll see with this variable wind, the wind can get wobbly and make things challenging.
15 seconds. Kala Grace, Thomas Lindhorst, the two that need scores to move on. Jet does have priority, so he can play a smart heat if he can keep those guys off any decent ones as we are into the countdown. Jet Schilling on his comeback from injury, solid in 2nd, and had 2 solid approaches that would have given him an 8 if he came out the other end. And Charlie, big and back door. He'll get another chance into the round of 64. Heat 4 of the round of 80s coming up next here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. We'll bring in Kaipo, Mitch, and Shane Dorian for the call right after this.
How good does that Surf LX custom Lexus look? Incredible, built for surfing. Just like this event, the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Round the 80 for the men. Beautiful day on the north shore of the Mokupuni of Oahu. Look at this lineup. Keone Lasa, Joe Azuchi, Ryan Huckabee, Koa Smith. Top 2 move on. I'm Kuiper Guro, along with Mitchell Salazar, and a man that needs no introduction when we talk about pipeline, Shane Dorian. Thank you for joining us, Shane.
Thanks for having me, you guys. Stoked to be here.
What do you think? What are we seeing today? What are we seeing out here at the Bonsai?
Little swell.
Yeah?
Small kind overhead. Yeah. The surf's up, man. It was this morning I was thinking, I was like, oh, Billy Kemper, man, he's going to make the call. You guys are out there. And it looked nuts. It was like 4th reef. I'm staying right here at Pipeline, and it was like 4th reef sets, 3rd reef sets every 5 minutes, totally washing through. A bunch of guys paddled out and just got sent down to the sandbar and had to do the walk of shame.
Oh,
but
yeah.
But it was in the forecast for the swell to slightly settle down, and we're seeing that now. We're reaping the rewards. It's looking crystallized out there. There's some rights, there's some heavy lefts, and the action's been epic.
Yeah, we've seen some, excellent scores already today. We've seen some really challenging heats too. We've seen some low-scoring heats. So there's been really a day of different chapters here at Pipeline.
Yeah, 100%. And even Charlie Quiron winning in the last heat, he had a good backdoor wave. His backup was really one of a couple of turns. So, you just got to get the job done out there right now, Kaipo.
Speaking of Quiron, the first non-local to take out a heat win. Let's hear from Charlie. He's with Jess.
Charlie has been eyeing down Joey, and exactly what he's been doing in his heats, executed perfectly. Big backdoor barrel and a heat win.
Yeah, I'm happy. We've been hanging out with Joey the past few days, and we've been coming to the house. We've been hanging out together, searching for shells when the waves are shitty, and it's funny because you actually find a sunrise shell like 2 days ago, and this is a sign for you for this event, and then today I just passed up 2 of the best scores of the event, right? And so coming in right after him, I was like, hopefully I just get my right as well. So I'm just stoked, to make it through this round and get the nerves out. We don't get to do these heats out here at Pipe so often, especially when it's big like this. Like even this winter, I've been out here for quite a while, and we haven't had any bigger swells. So yeah, it's nice to get the nerves out and get pitted.
It's the goal to get pitted. Obviously, we were talking before the heat. You've had quite a bit of a stressful morning. Obviously, the comp got called on and you went, all right, I've got 20 minutes. I'm going to go for a free surf. And it was the first surf on that board as well. Yeah. So you're surfing big pipe, big backdoor on a board you'd never ridden before, but it looked great for you.
Yeah, it looks super great. I mean, it feels good. This morning, you guys called on the contest, and we were looking for a while, and we're like, oh, are they going to run? Maybe not. Nobody was really free surfing, so it's like kind of just waiting up there in the house and just like waiting for the call. And then you guys called it on. It was 20 minutes to go before the first guys were gonna paddle out for their heat. And I was like, oh my God, just put a board short, run with a new board, a bigger board than this one actually, it was bigger. And yeah, ended up surfing another one at the end. So but yeah, great day.
Oh, we love it, Charlie. Excited to see you into that next round. Hopefully you find another sunrise shell. Keep that good luck rolling through. We'll see you soon. Thanks, guys.
All right, yeah. Wow, what a good sign. Sunrise shells are very rare, so that is a good omen.
Sign of good luck. Yeah, and it worked out for him in that heat, Kai.
Sometimes you have to deep dive hundreds of feet deep to find those patches of sunrise shells. We haven't talked about this heat yet. Keone Lasa, Joe Azuchi, Ryan Huckabee, Koa Smith, top 2 move on. Your thoughts on the names that we're seeing in this heat, Shane?
Yeah, I'm excited about this heat. Local boy Koa Smith had a really great heat this morning. He had 2 heavy waves, one really big late one with a big old straight air, pretty sick, kind of shocked everybody. That was really cool to watch. I'm a fan of Koa. We surf out there a lot together, and he's a great kid. He's really, one of like the local specialists out here that just really knows the reef in and out, backdoor on the lefts and everything. But I think Ryan Huckabee, who I've never even seen out here at Pipeline before, had an insane wave yesterday.
Yeah.
When like no one was watching. It was kind of no one around, no one filming, only a couple of guys out there, and it was pretty crappy actually.
Yeah.
And he had an insane left, so that'll be really cool to see Ryan out there. It's such a dream, like all these guys are kind of growing up with Pipeline, like the Pipe Masters and the Pipe Pro, and you know, they have all these dreams of being out there one day, and here they are in the Jersey with this crazy opportunity at 10-foot pipeline. It's like, you know, it's all on the line. They got to lock in and make it happen.
Yeah, this is a welcome addition to the Challenger Series. On the paddle here, here comes Ryan Huckabee. Oh, Flagler, Florida, airdrops into it and almost comes out. Handled that pretty well there, Mitchell.
Oh my God, that drop alone right there was sick. And just as Shane was talking about yesterday, he got the best wave of his life yesterday at Pipe, and you know, I think that just gave him a ton of confidence right here. You can see it in that drop, and he kept somebody off of that wave too. So somebody else was interested. He says, no, this is my wave right here, and unfortunately just a throwaway, but could potentially be one that he keeps up as his backup, Kipes.
You know what? Floridians have been great performers here at Pipeline. Here's the replay, Shane.
Yeah, you know, this was, I mean, he did really well right there. It was a pretty tricky wave to ride. The end bit was a little bit kind of crumbly and mushy, but he did an insane job to get down the face, really knifing and sticking that drop, holding onto the rail, got a little bit high there, and just, you can see that thing just crumbled. I don't even know if like John would have made it. You would have really had to pull some magic tricks to get out of there. But the really cool thing I think about this kind of event is, like, you know, you think about somebody from Florida who doesn't have the, you know, the rep in Hawaii and stuff. You tend to like kind of underestimate them out here at Pipeline. You're like, oh, this guy's from Florida. You know, like the local boy. It's 10 foot. Of course, the local guy's gonna win. You never know. Like, it's such a wild card situation out here. Anybody can get the wave of their life. Like, all these guys are incredibly talented, so it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and here we go. This is the bass surfer, Keone Lassa. Lassa tail stalls there, just a little bit under the hood. Keone continues down the line, and Lassa's able to finish off. So Keone, you would think maybe he's from Kaimaki, maybe Wailuku. No. He's from the Basque Country, Mitchell.
Yeah, and from Zarautz over there, and surfs Mundaka quite a bit when it's firing, and actually had a really good season for waves over there in Mundaka this season. So Keone, I was very impressed with him in Brazil. He got 9th over there, Kaipo, and I think overall we've slowly but surely seen him develop as a competitor here on the CS. And of course, we've seen goofy footers, as Kaipo's mentioned before in the past, Shane, do very well right here at the Challenger and the QS level.
For sure. I mean, I've seen this kid surf a lot over the last few years, just kind of around events, and he's a hammer in smaller waves, man. High performance waves, rail game, just like everything's super polished, lots of power.
There's Paul Mai Ho'opili on top of the Red Bull jet ski, going to give Keone a taxi ride out, a 2.33 to his credit, 3-point ride for Ryan Huckabee. That sets the heat. The Basque Country has had a movement right now as a group, but I can't think. What about the movement that you're seeing here on the screen, Mitchell? Rolling through.
Yeah, that doesn't look very fun if you're trying to duck dive that thing right now. But, you know, it's part of the game, and as you know, to Shane's point, you can't underestimate anybody right here. It's just one of those things. Everybody's so talented worldwide, and people are just waiting for that showcase to be able to prove themselves in these types of waves, as you were mentioning, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun to see everybody out there, and you know, you might see like a heat that has like big names in it, and you're like, oh, these guys are going to dominate. Next thing you know, these guys are getting smashed and washed in, or like they picked the wrong wave. Next thing you know, 10 minutes goes by when they're trying to get back out. Anything can happen at Pipeline, and that's what's really what makes it so exciting. And I was saying the other day, like on day one, like it was challenging conditions that day in its own way, and today there's challenging conditions in its own way as well. So I don't know. I just think it's really fun when you put competitors out in difficult situations and kind of see who can kind of make it happen. Like really make it happen under pressure, especially consistently. Like this morning in Koa Smith's heat, he had it was him and Benji Brand, and I swear it was like the two of them caught every good wave in the heat, and they just were consistently finding little nugs, you know.
There we got everyone observing, and Imai Kalani DeVault getting ready to come out. He's going to be in the next heat with Afonso Atunes, Luke Swanson from the North Shore, and like you said, Benji Brandt, who's actually low-key one of, I'm going to say it, it's my opinion, one of my favorites in this contest, given Benji's skill set out here at Pipeline at all sizes.
Yeah, Dehui backdoor shootout stand for many years. Of course, we've seen him be a contender for Wave of the Winter in the past before. Remember the Snap 5 team too? He got a section over there in Chucky Dolian's film, but I think overall those are just the people that are the sleepers to potentially win the event right here, Kipes.
Just big moments happen out here at Pipeline. Shane, you had a big moment earlier this winter. You're up for a wave of the winter. That was an incredible wave at Backdoor.
Thanks, Kaipo.
Still doing it, dude.
Still doing it, bro.
How you doing it? What's the secret? The people want to know. What's the secret? How are you still taking off at 10 footers of Backdoor?
I just having the right energy and mindset, and staying in shape helps. I'm 53 years old now, so it takes a lot more work as we age to like stay in shape, and to stay in like pipeline shape is no joke. It's like a whole different kind of like level of shape that you have to be in. I mean, like the bottom line is there's not that many old surfers at Pipeline. It's a young man's wave. So to stay in the right kind of mental state to get out there with all that testosterone, all the egos and all that energy, you really have to put in a lot of work as you age. And I've been doing that over the summer, and I really kind of had some goals this winter heading into the season. I wanted to get out there and kind of mix it up with the boys. I know I don't have that many years ahead of me where it's like big pipelines, so I was stoked, man. A few really good waves came to me, and I got a couple nuggets. So
yeah, I see you put the work in. I walk on the beach, Shane, which is difficult, and I saw you running. You run this deep
every day,
which is crazy. Yeah. So
Calves
good
must
for
be
you.
on fire.
You're inspiration. You know what I mean? I'm not buttering you up just because you're here. You are.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kaipo. I mean, if anyone's ever been to Pipeline and this stretch of beach, it is one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, regardless of what the waves are doing. And if you want to do a beach walk or a beach jog, this is the place to do it for sure, but it's not easy.
Totally. You can do, and then, depending on the size and the current, what you can do is you can run or walk up this beach, and then you can take the gravy train, the current, back down and get a swim in. Probably not recommended today at all.
The lifeguards are like, zip it, Kaipo.
This is Tower 26 right here.
They're
Sorry,
listening
guys.
right now.
Safer beaches up the road. Safer beaches up the road.
Hey, Shane, your best result here, 02 Pipe Masters. I mean, the runner-up to Andy, of course, and his first year as a world champion. Might get a wave right here, either Joe or Koa, it seems. But what was it like in that moment, especially like with the Billabong team back then at that point, 24 years ago now?
Yeah, seems like a lifetime ago now. That was a special final. We were just kind of reminiscing on that, and I don't have the greatest memory, but I somehow remembered it accurately. Andy won that event. I got second. Kelly got third, and Mick Fanning got fourth. And it was like, if you could be in the most iconic final ever, like those three guys, like are goats, like every single last one of them. So I have very fond memories of that final. The waves weren't that great, and I remember it was really, really windy, and I couldn't hear what was going on, and I thought I was in second place, and there was like maybe 3 minutes left, and I just heard some muffling, like, Shane Dorian, brr, 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 like that kind of deal. I couldn't really tell what was going on. And this wave was coming in, and there was no priority, and me and Andy were both paddling back out from a wave. He was trying to get around me, and we were going like arm over arm paddling, and he was like trying to like muscle me and kind of big time me. And he was trying to get, and I blocked him from this wave, and I went on this little kind of crappy wave, and there was like 30 seconds left, and he got the next wave. It was at 8-5, and he won the event. So it was one of those like epic moments at Pipe, and I was just stoked to be part of the action, and it was like the start of like this insane chapter for Andy too, and I was so excited to have him on the Billabong team. I mean, I've been surfing for Billabong for 35 years now, and like to be part of a brand like that with so much history, with all the names, all the surfers, all of the amazing events they've been a part of is just really fun.
Yeah, and it's cool, and we're bringing back the Andy Iron collection at Billabong. Has just hit the market. Well, we saw Ryan Huckabee airdrop into yet another Pipeline barrel, but that one cost him a board. Here he's going to go for the board change.
Yeah, and hopefully he's okay too, because despite that being a smaller wave, typically those ones end up closer onto the reef, and Keone now kipes.
Keone threads through that barrel right there, already with a 2.33 to his name. Nice wrapping cutback, doesn't survive the rebound, but got the barrel, and he's likely going to move into the lead in this heat.
You know who he reminds me so much of, Shane? A guy who was on the Billabong team quite a long time ago too, Sean Cansdale.
Oh,
Same
yeah.
kind of style, knock-kneed, goofy footer. Love the way he surfs and approaches a barrel like this. But Huck right now, equipment change, Kipes. Needs to get going back on the ski pretty soon.
How good do these guys have it? The guy has the skis just waiting for him. Like, oh, grab your board, just jump on the ski again, zip. Like, I remember back in the day, that was just never happened in a million years.
You remember when you broke into pro surfing, and even when I had my short and forgettable career, but like places at Sunset and stuff, we had no skis. We had water caddies, Shane, but we did not have skis when we started off.
Always paddle. And if you broke your board at Pipe, there was no one coming to get you. There was no skis zipping you in, zipping you out. This is a great wave by Keone right here. Really read that wave well. Found this, like, that's what we were talking about, right? Like, there's those big sets, and in between those big sets, when things settle down, you really got to attack and find those little nugs, and that was a great wave from Keone.
Yeah, it's really cat and mouse out there. 3.4 for Keone Laska, the Basque surfer going into the lead. Ryan Huckabee's got the board change, a paddle there by Joe Azuchi. Fruitless, so the Japanese surfer will continue to surf in a non-priority position right now, and Koa Smith still quietly anticipating his first try.
Yeah, and Koa, as we've seen before, pipe specialist, and Joe, really good and you know, competitive small surf, but we haven't seen a whole lot of him out here at pipe before, so he has 12 minutes to try to get, you know, above 6 points to try to make it out of this heat, Kaipo, and might be looking at this one here.
No go. So it is perfect time for a break here in heat number 4. Luke Swanson, he's getting ready for heat number 5. We'll be back with more action, more Shane Dorian, everything from the pipeline.
Here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away and, you know, over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, Billabong is happy to support and sponsor Hawaiian Water Patrol for the last 8 years. Hawaiian Water Patrol, founded in 1985 by Terry Ahui and Brian Keaulana, best waterman, keeping for safe first responders. And Koa Smith drops into a pipeline barrel, gets on the board there for Smith. That's his first ride. It's Kaipo girl, Mitchell Salazar, and Shane Dorian talking you through this heat number 4, the round of 80 here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong.
Yeah, get a wave there for Koa. Needed a score at this point of the heat too, especially considering that Lhasa already has, you know, 2 that could potentially be keepers at the moment, and Huck with the broken board out there, just a 3. So seems like right now this is going to be a crucial wave with just under 9 minutes to go right here, Kaipo. And Keone with priority has been on a couple smaller ones so far, but want to see him charge a wave out there, a little bit larger size. Especially considering that he's one of the shorter surfers in the event too. Everything is magnified. Everything looks a little bit bigger for those people that are just shorter in stature.
Probably have one of the shorter guys with Keone, one of the taller guys with Ryan Huckabee in this heat.
100%. 100%. Huck's at least 6'3".
Here comes Billabong team rider Joe Azuchi. Shane, he got a good one.
That was a sick one. That's kind of at the very end of backdoor, a little spot that everybody calls ain'ts, because it ain't backdoor, it ain't off the wall, but he did a really good job to identify that thing, kind of sucking up on the reef right there. that little bit of reef, that little stretch gets really shallow and flat. And if you get the right wave with a wedge, it's going to do its thing. Look at that support right there.
I love
it.
Spot the Japanese fan, could you?
That's right.
There you go with Koa Smith on this replay, waiting for the number, and it comes in at 4.17, Mitch.
Not a bad score, and you know, a wave that didn't really have a ton of potential on it. It was kind of one of more of those almondy barrels, but good way to, you know, start off the heat. And given that they're still 7.5 right now, he's got one of the top scores of the heat, Kaipo. So actually second best so far for Koa.
Yep. There's Joe Azuchi, and the score coming through. Throw out a 7, throw out a 7.5, average the other two 7.5s, a 7, you get 7.33. Joe Azuchi, a runner-up to a World Junior title back in 2017. Finn McGill taking the World Juniors that year over in Kayama.
Yeah, really tough beach break too. So
it was small that year.
Yeah,
too,
those two guys really earned their stripes in that event. Finn, obviously World Junior champion, but Joe right behind him. And you know, just looking at the rights today, Shane, we've seen 7s, multiple 8s. Joy Johnston proved first thing in the morning that there are rights available. And as you said, I think in the past we've seen so many rights be reflected higher score-wise just because there is an increase in risk right there with that shallower reef.
Yeah, it's a little bit different too. Like that wave that Koa had is a really good example of kind of, he had to manufacture that score. That barrel was moving laterally a lot slower. It wasn't going down the line very fast. So we had to really armbar and like stall as much as possible, where Joe's wave was kind of rifling down the reef a lot heavier, hollower, and faster. So he didn't have to stall at all, which like judges love that. When you get a deep, heavy barrel where you're not stalling, that is the judge's favorite thing. And I think it was really cool that he really identified that thing that was moving down the reef, kind of sucking up in that little apex zone.
Yeah, over a 3-point difference in those two scores. Keone Lassa looking just calm, stylish, almost looking like he's just in a free surf.
Yeah.
In this heat.
He's feeling the flow.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, watch out, though.
He's very steezy. I love his little style. His like little knock-knee vibe. It's really cool.
So he's got 2.33 he's going to improve upon. A 3.94 will put him into first place, but that's going to be a false sense of security because Joe Azuchi with first place just with a single score.
Yeah, and even Huck and Koa with the 3 and the 4.172. The barrel was cool, wasn't super deep. Really love that carve right then. As you said, the style just impeccable. Good positioning, though, Sean. I mean, given that he wasn't super deep, he was still in the barrel.
He was. I think that was a little bit of an opportunity loss, though. I think if he could have had that wave again, he could have probably been like a good 5 feet deeper.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, I think his score maybe could have almost like doubled.
Maybe not been so styled out, right? And been really focused on just getting deep.
I think that's one of the things that you really see someone like, say, like Jamie O'Brien, like if that wave was approaching Jamie, or John or Koa, or you know, a lot of these like local guys who have the wave out there just on lock, they know where to like. I think 80% of the score at pipe comes before you stand up. It's that positioning, paddling, and anticipating how that wave is going to hit the reef.
Yep.
And so I think that Keone did a great job riding that wave once he was to his feet. But if he could have positioned himself deeper, it had way more scoring potential than he actually got.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I always call it the 4 Ps, Shane. It's, you know, it's picking the wave, it's positioning yourself, then it's paddling, and then it's performing. Those 4 Ps, you put them all in a line and execute on each of those Ps. That's how you end up in excellent range in the scores.
And then posting on social media when you're done.
That's the 5th P, posting.
Sorry, that was a dad joke.
Hey, and if it ain't on the gram, it didn't happen, right? It's 2026, and you know.
Or TikTok.
Or are you TikToking?
I don't.
Okay,
but I'm you know, there's another demographic that's even younger than me too. Shorter attention spans even.
The year is early. There's still time.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll go if you go, Mitch. We'll both join.
Oh, really?
TikTok. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I'm not going.
Shane refuses to go.
Oh, I've aged out officially.
Oh, boy. All right, Keone Lassa, 3.43, 3.4. He's in second place still. Joe Azuchi looking strong right now. Koa Smith in third priority, needs just a 2.66 to go into that second place position.
And Huck only needs about a 4 too, so I'd honestly like to see Ryan try to go right here.
Same here.
Right? I mean, Joe's proved in this heat alone that the 7's available, first of all, but then you also have somebody taller in stature too that could potentially backdoor the wave much easier than somebody like him. longer limbs, paddle into the wave easier. Now it's just a matter of finding it in these 3 minutes.
He sounds a little crazy too, but like Ryan Huckabee is crazy air game. He get one of those rights and get a sick barrel with a little ramp and go huge, a giant straight air or something would be cool.
Here he goes. Let's see where he goes. Drops into pipe. It's a growling barrel. Fights his way out of it. And he's going to add to his scoreline with a couple of nice backhand snaps there. Well put together.
I just hyped up the air game. Where was the air?
We set it right too, and he went left, and then he turned after it as well.
Did you see him dust the dirt off his shoulder just then?
That was sick.
Yeah.
Huckabee, I love it. That was really cool.
Rye's such a nice kid too. Parents are teachers out of Flagler.
Third time's a charm. He had two like get crumbled on his head, and that one just like let him out.
Cole Smith answering back. Ooh. Finds a nice barrel himself. The surfer originally from Kauai, now residing here on the North Shore of Oahu.
His heat's getting spicy in the dying seconds.
Yeah. Joe's not safe in first with the 7 at the moment.
He's a backup, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because Huck's definitely going to get his... Oh, there it is, Kipes.
Huckabee comes in with a big number, 8.17 for Ryan. He vaults himself up into the lead. Joe Azuchi falls to second place. Take a look again at this 8-point ride, Shane.
Yeah, I love the crazy airdrop. That was cool, and just stuck it. He did that on his first wave too, that wild airdrop, but I don't know, he just got that thing wired. It looks like he has that consistent comfort in the air on that drop on their backhand, but it's funny out of pipe, it's so intimidating on your backside, but like you do have 3 points of contact.
Yeah.
You know, like you have your feet on your planted on your board, and then it's actually an advantage if you have really great technique because you can actually put your hand on the rail of your board. So you have that third point of contact. It stabilizes your board. So for an airdrop or hitting a bump or like a little bit of backwash, you can really stabilize a lot better than someone who's actually front side on the wave, which is incredible. And that's why you see someone like Ryan be able to make that crazy drop, or like a John Florence or a Baron Mamiya, Jamie O'Brien, some of those guys, the greatest pipeline surfers going left, a lot of them are on their backhand, which is cool.
Yeah.
But that was sick. It's so cool to see Ryan step up.
And we talked about Florida surfers, Ryan being one of them here at Pipeline. Like, we could go all the way back to Jeff Crawford here, winning a Pipe Masters.
Oh, yeah.
He was from Florida. Of course, the Hobgoods performers out here.
Corey and Shea.
Corey and Shea. And then the ultimate Floridian at Pipeline.
Oh, Robert Kelly Slater.
Robert Kelly Slater.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's also back, the GOAT, so.
Yeah. He's won a few times for sure.
A few.
Yeah.
Azuchi only needs less than a 1, Kipes. He needs to stand up.
Here we go.
And he does.
He's getting the score here.
Talk about squeaking through right now.
Wow.
Oh!
That was
and
awesome.
in a big way. So Joe Azuchi, temporarily in third place and potentially getting eliminated, did that in the last few seconds.
Crowd goes wild.
Yeah, as they should.
They should.
What great awareness.
Yeah, and, only needs a 0.61. I mean, that should be more than it right there. And that second turn especially was sick. So haven't seen a whole lot of turns today, but my opinion, I think that's one of the best maneuvers we've seen all day, and they're going to reward it, Kaipo.
Yeah, there he goes. Goes into second place. Joe Azuchi, Ryan Huckabee on to the round of 64. It's Koa Smith and Keone Lassa out of competition. So 2 goofy foots sent to the beach and sent to looking forward to the next Challenger Series event in Newcastle.
Fun heat, though. Nice comeback right there from Joe, and props to Ryan, man. He stepped up, especially after that great wave yesterday, Kipes.
Imai, Alfonso, Luke, Benji, those 4 surfers will be in the water when we return to Pipeline. Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong and the Ryan Huckabee. Walking up the beach. He broke a Patterson at the beginning. That's the backup board for the Florida surfer, but he's getting congratulations because he's on to the round of 64, advancing along with Joe Azuchi. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Shane Dorian on the call. New heat out in the water. Imai Kalani Deval, Alfonso Atunes, Luke Swanson, and Benji Brand.
Good heat. 2 goofies against 2 regulars once again, and Imai has made it into the finals day here at the CT event, Kaipo, but this guy, the local kid.
Look out for Luke Swanson.
That was sick.
Cool hand Luke?
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker, it seems.
Straight out of Pupukea, Luke Swanson. One more look at this. From the drone, Shane, proper barrel.
I love this wave. I mean, he did a really good job to not only identify where that wave was, but remember we were just talking about positioning, like making sure you're in the right spot before you get to your feet. He did a really great job of getting under it. That wave was kind of like lurching up on the ledge there, and he was like, you know, paddling mid-face with his head down, totally committed and deep, so he didn't have to stall or anything. And I mean, the judges loved it. 8.67 right there off the bat. It feels good, especially in a heat like this where you have Imai, you have Alfonso, you have Benji Brand. I mean, sheesh, that's like, there's some weapons in this heat.
Yeah, definitely. Big fan of Benji Brand. Alfonso Atunes, a new face on the Challenger Series, 22 years of age, out of Portugal. His first full year on the Challenger Series, but I like what I've seen by the young Europeans.
Oh yeah, he shreds. I'm a big fan of him too. One of the best styles, I'd say, on the Challenger Series. And of course right here, with these waves available, as you pointed out, Benji Brand is more than capable of taking out the entire event win, Kaipo. In my opinion, I think he's one of the best surfers on the planet in these kind of conditions. You got to be realizing that's a major threat out there right now in the green jersey. Of course, can't forget about Imai. Many years on the championship tour, one of the best styles in the world, and extra motivation now. I mean, wants to requalify, especially given that Eli's having so much success on the Challenger and leading the rankings at the moment to another Maui kid.
Yeah, Imai Kalani Deval, 28 years old, 3 years on the championship tour. 2022, 2024, 2025, trying to get back on the championship tour via this Challenger Series, hailing from upcountry Makawao on the Valley Isle.
And got married recently too. Congratulations to him and his wife, and you know, cool story seeing him qualify and get to this point in his career. He's trying to make it back there.
Let's hear from Ryan Huckabee, because he put on a show out there.
Clinic, 8.17, excellent. We were talking a bit earlier. There was plenty of opportunities out there for everyone. That was something that there was, but it took you a little while to find it.
Yeah, absolutely. I put myself on a couple waves, but I just got smoked. I got really smoked on the first one and then was finally catching my breath and then broke the board on the second one. But luckily we have the jet ski assist and I was able to kind of get straight back out there. And I knew what the score I needed to look for like a decent wave, because anywhere else in the world at 3.8 isn't much of a score, but out here, you know, you're gonna have to get a pretty real barrel. And I saw that last wave come through and it looked like it had some good shape. And I was super late, but I figured with a couple minutes left, it was probably my last shot. And it was a bit sketchy, definitely wasn't my best barrel riding, but I got it done.
You were saying you've been doing a lot of time out here, starting to feel a lot more comfortable. And that's a big strength to have, especially considering how big it is today and how scary it is to a lot of other people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been in Hawaii for a few weeks now and I've been surfing pipe kind of every time it's big and washing through like this. It's still nerve-wracking, but after so many sessions out there, I've definitely got more comfortable and then got one of the waves of my life out there yesterday, which definitely gave me a bit more confidence coming in today.
Wave of your life out there yesterday, we were looking at it going, oh no. We are not going out there, a lot braver than I am. On to that next round, big seeded round, championship tour surfers in that as well. I feel like that's a really giddy moment to kind of put yourself in an environment that you're trying to get to against those CT surfers. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've had a pretty lackluster year on the Challenger, honestly, especially with kind of the expectations I had of myself coming in. But just the opportunity to surf pipe with a few people out is going to keep me wanting to make heats, and I'm kind of more confident in making heats in this event than any other one. So. Goodness me, love that for you. Awesome. Ryan Huckabee through to the next round. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Ryan, great junior career.
Oh, 100%.
So he's just a name that has kind of been floating out there for quite a while now. And but just at such a young age, only 22 years old.
Former team captain of the USA junior team, and Coach Simo has, you know, a lot of props for him.
Afonso just with an up and out there for the Portuguese surfer.
And Huck actually, he was here. He went and did the QS in Pismo. He was seated in the
No, really?
He lost first heat that morning, and I think came straight back that night. And look at the work that he's been putting in. It's obviously paid off for him.
It's so important for the mindset of these guys who haven't spent, you know, like 10 years or 5 years here, or like, you know, really putting in the hard yards out here. It's cool to see someone like Ryan Huckabee and all these other guys who are doing it. Like, it's hard to go out there and free surf. It's always a wild pack of people out there that don't really want you to catch any waves, and everybody wants every wave out there. It's really brutal. It's hard on your ego. Like you're feeling like you're ripping. You're going out there and you get burned by everybody. It's absolutely one of the most savage lineups in the world for sure. So like, it's really neat to see some of these guys that really dig in and like kind of like don't take no for an answer and keep going out there time after time, because it is a process. It's a process for every last surfer out here to like kind of like make a name for themselves out here. It's awesome to see like year after year these kind of guys who kind of I don't know, they kind of come into their own, you know, over time.
What chapter do you think was the most savage chapter at Pipeline as far as the crowd? Oh, we're gonna get back to that because
Benji.
Pay attention to Benji Brandt. He did catch a wave during that interview, but it was just a straight hand. There was no opportunity there for Benji, and now we're gonna see a lot of duck diving. The most savage era out here at Pipeline. Shano, what do you think?
The most savage era, I think it's a toss-up between the Dane Kealoha Johnny Boy era when I first got on the scene in like the late 80s.
Perry Dane, Marvin, all those guys.
Yeah, I was living here and I was going to Wailua High School.
I remember that.
Me and Jason Magallanes and Ross Williams and Matty Liu and our whole crew, and we'd paddle out the back door, and sometimes those guys would be like, anybody not from Hawaii, paddle down off the wall.
Yeah.
And every last person who wasn't from Hawaii would leave.
Yeah.
They would literally like go to Rocky Point, go to off the wall, and it'd just be like 5 or 6 people in the water. And I remember being so grateful that I was from Hawaii at those times, you know. But it was brutal, and I got in scuffles with some of those guys, and it got really radical. And then that time was like pretty hectic, but awesome in a way, because it like established like this really clear pecking order, which made things safe. It was really intimidating, and it was a lot to deal with, but it made things safe. It's such a heavy wave. You don't need any more danger. So like that established pecking order is actually a good thing. And I think the next most savage kind of generation or era was like the Wolfpack era.
Yeah.
That was like pre-social media, pre-webcam, very much so. And you'd get slapped around big time if you made any mistake. If you accidentally dropped in on the wrong person, even if you dropped in on anybody, even somebody who no one even knew, if you dropped in on somebody and put them in danger, the local boys here would be not stoked about it. And they wanted things to be safe out there. They wanted like the pecking order to be really established. And it was actually a really good time because in a way, it was like, you know, some of the tactics were a little bit radical, but I don't know. I think a wave like Pipeline, where it's like, it's funny. It's kind of like the analogy to me is like, it's like ordering like a small pizza for a whole party full of people.
Yeah.
So there has to be some sort of order. There has to be some sort of organization out there, which isn't easy to do.
Yeah. And that order translates into more safety, Shane. And then honestly, just for the general surfing public, North Shore of Oahu is a beautiful place with many, many breaks.
Yeah.
This is double black diamond right here. So also you have to really assess yourself and your actual ability. I know a lot of people want to say, hey, I surf Pipeline.
Yeah.
But you really have to be honest with yourself and your actual ability. Like, is this the wave for you to paddle out at?
Yes.
And have that honest self-assessment. Because there's a lot of other really fun waves.
Your ego is not your amigo.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
There's like 100 really good waves within 7 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, like actual like 100 or 70 or something like that. So there are other options. So if you're a visiting surfer here,
exactly,
and you're watching Pipeline and there's 100 people out and the waves are really, really good, and you're really not sure if you really belong out there, then you should definitely surf somewhere else. Yeah.
When did you feel like you earned your spot out there?
It was just incremental. First, it was like 1 foot days when I was like 12 years old, and I just like basically I would just get the scraps forever, for years and years and years. And then I would just get the closeout, like the bigger ones that were all closeouts. I would go on every closeout. Ones that was our long barrel into a closeout, that was like the good ones for me back then. And then I eventually just worked my way up the kind of like little totem pole there.
Smart surfing right here by Luke Swanson, you guys.
Yeah.
So, guys, he already has an excellent 867. Now he's going to really work hard, time it with the backwash, and get a nice backup and put himself in a commanding position, Mitch.
Yeah, and that was really cool too. That turn right there with the airdrop to me was sick and very impressive. I think he's one of the quickest surfers that we have on the Challenger Series too. And, you know, he's had a down year for his standards. And I know training with Ross and doing a lot of drills with Sakura and John right here at Beach Park all the time, he's generally winning about 80 or 90% of the drills that he's running. But seems to me, Shane, so far, he seems comfortable out there in the lineup at the moment.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he's a younger guy. He's a great surfer, Luke. He's super well-rounded. He's just an absolute standout in all the waves around here. He's more of like a specialist at like Rockies. Like it seems like he's at Rockies every day. He's like landing massive full rotations and incredible like dynamic aerial maneuvers every single day. He's not known as like a pipe specialist yet, I would say, but he has been putting in a lot of work. He's a little bit crowd averse.
Yeah.
So he like when it's too crowded, you won't see him out there very much. He's very nice, very polite, so he doesn't get a lot of waves, but he's putting in the time. And like technically, from a surfing ability standpoint, he's got everything it takes, and you can see his positioning and his timing and everything's really on point.
Yeah, it's my belief with Luke Swanson that his competition results do not actually equal
Not at all.
or reflect the actual talent that he has, like how good he is actually on a surfboard.
Oh, he's one of the best aerialists on the planet. I remember seeing him, you know, when he was 8, 9 years old. Now, you know, 20, 21 years. It's pretty crazy to think, you know, how much he's evolved in that period of time and how much time, you know, as Shane's saying, he's put in here.
Alfonso, so just having a swing at it there, but that's not going to eventuate into any kind of meaningful score for the Portuguese surfer. He's got half of the heat to look for something better. We'll take a look again at Luke Swanson at his 8.67, Shane.
Yeah, beautiful positioning there from Luke. As we said, too, he didn't need to stall at all. Heavy drop. It was kind of everything that the judges are looking for, which is, number one, great positioning. Number two, super steep, heavy drop, putting it all on the line. Lots of risk. Great style. He just rode the barrel just absolutely perfectly. Yeah, he looked poised. He looked graceful. Nice cutty here. His board looks like kind of small in a good way. Like he was able to turn super hard and it fit right in the curve of that wave. Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Luke Swanson's for sure.
Backup was a 2.17, and Luke Swanson in the lead, a strong lead. So it looks like he's looking very good to advance into the round of 64.
Halfway through the heat too, and Imai hasn't caught a wave yet. He's been holding on to priority for a long time, and after that 06 from Benji, remember he had the one where he went over the falls too, so he had to recover positioning and priority too, Kipes.
Yeah, so still, you know, my favorite in this heat, still with not really a start at all.
Not at all, and you know, same thing for Imai. We've seen him be very active on the rights before in previous events. He's obviously great going left as well right here at Pipe, but I feel like he's one of those surfers that, just like this guy on screen, Luke Tima coming up, he's probably going to be looking at a lot of backdoor waves too.
I'm excited to watch Luke Tima surf. I would say, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Like for people who don't know who Luke Tima is,
Reds.
He's for sure the best 19-year-old in the world, as far as like no holes in his, like the least holes in his game for any condition.
Yeah.
Like at a pipeline, he's absolutely insane. Like really, really amazing at positioning, reading the waves, conditions, being like super deep all the time. His technical style, he has like that super narrow stance, like kind of like John, but way more extreme, like rides way up on the nose. He like toys with waves. He's like, when you surf out there with him and a wave's approaching, like by the time that I think it might be a good one, he's already like, it's like artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
He saw it 5 seconds before me. He's got his head down, and he's just like, it's insane. Like he's really, really impressive. I'd say, out of everyone in this heat, out of everyone in this event, I'd say he has just as good a chance of actually winning this event.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's been fun watching Luke grow up. I'm friends with his dad, Eric, and I just saw such a surf-stoked Grom. And I think that motivation from a very young age makes him the excellent surfer he is right now, because he was just, at 5 years old, 6 years old, he was already like surf psyched.
For sure. He's super confident too.
Yeah.
super confident. Like I remember when they went to Tahiti, my son Jackson was with Luke, and the waves were like 8 to 10 foot, and Jackson was tripping. He was like, "Oh my God, it's gonna be so heavy." And Luke was like, "Nah, it's gonna be totally minor. It's gonna be knifing drops. It's gonna be all good. It's gonna be easy." He like was so confident about the whole thing, and some of that mindset is just like, it's like, you know, like 90% of it is in your mind.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And people are just born with it too. I mean, there's certain stuff that you can't just learn. Some people are just born with that ability.
Well, and it's such a blessing to be like living here since you're like a little kid on the beach on the North Shore, and being around for the early season, the late season, the peak season, every single swell, not missing much, and you just keep accumulating so much experience over time when you grow up here on the North Shore, and then you see these guys, you're like, how did this guy get so good at such a young age? But they just have a ton of time put in.
Yeah, yeah. No shortcuts when it comes to developing yourself as a surfer. All of it's water time.
And there shouldn't be.
We'll be back with more action right now. Luke Swanson, he's got this one in his pocket. How's this barrel?
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing. By Uncle Ed's Premium Spirits, official partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. And by Open Water. Join the post-plastic era.
We're at Pipeline, and Luke Swanson swinging into this one. Driving through the barrel. Doggy doors his way out. The surfer from up the hill in Pupukea already has an 8.67. I think he's going to get rid of that 2.17. Then he has a backup, and then just scream away in the lead in this heat. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and Shane Dorian here on the call.
That was fun. I like the way he was able to use that first pump to his benefit, Shane. Another angle right here.
Yeah, I love this wave from Luke. You can see like he's pumping down the line, not sure what's going to happen here. It would have been super hard to ride that wave any better than, like, if you had that wave 10 times in a row, he probably would have tried to do that every single time. He had the perfect line.
And look at the escape plan right there.
Yep. Yeah, well done, well executed score right there for Luke. He's kind of solidified himself at this point, you would think.
But I think this heat has already proved how much more comfortable he feels out there, and how his positioning has changed over the last few years, at least in my opinion, right? Like, it just seems like he's so much more comfortable, especially with 4 people, Shane. I mean, you can attest to this. It is so different, you know, paddling for those waves when there's 100, 150 people out compared to 4 people out there, and the lineup that shifts a lot.
It's crazy, too, because, you know, you have Benji Brand out there who knows this reef better than almost anybody. So for Luke to be kind of sneaking these waves when Benji Brand's out there is actually pretty surprising. I'm kind of shocked that Benji is struggling so hard to find some really good waves out there, because he's normally on every single one of them.
Here comes Imai. And it's the frustrating heat for the surfer from Maui.
You know, I was thinking that Imai would probably be looking for some of these rights. And a lot of times at pipe, when you're looking for rights, when there's not that many, it's a really good strategy unless they don't come. It's like you die by the sword.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, it's such a big risk. You kind of put yourself out there like you're either going to combo everyone in your heat and get the highest score of the heat, or else you're going to probably...
You're not catching anything,
yeah,
huh?
It's like 2 10s or 10 2s.
Well, it appears to me that's what happened with Imai. He sat with priority for about 22 minutes before taking that wave, and then he's just got a fraction of the score.
Yeah.
And look at Luke right now. I mean, more than 16 points after that one wave, Kaipo.
Highest heat total of the day for Luke Swanson, 16.17.
It's really impressive. And I mean, especially in a season where he hasn't had the results, as we were talking about, that reflect what he thinks of his own surfing.
Yeah.
You do it at home, under pressure, when the spotlight's on you. First time you've ever had a Challenger Series event right here at Pipe. It's a big deal.
He's making it happen too. These waves are not—they're like not doing the work for you.
Yeah.
Good point. He's really making those scores happen by not only choosing the wave, but his positioning, the way he's riding those waves, and what a great confidence builder for Luke Swanson. I feel like he really needs it right now. It's like really good for him for that self-belief, and just knowing he has what it takes to put up massive scores here at Pipe is huge for your psychology.
Yeah, and you see surfers over and over again, right in that age when they turn the corner, when they come from great amateur career, junior careers, whatever. Then they're having a hard time in the pros.
Yeah.
And then one big result
changes everything.
Changes everything.
Yeah, it's true.
And then the momentum starts going, and then they have more self-confidence.
I'm going to give you a clear example of that. 2019, Yago Dora was already on tour. It was his second year. He goes to the U.S. Open, wins. He beats Liam O'Brien in the final, and at that point, it had been his first major victory. Look at where he is right now, 6 years later, world champion, and he had to be able to prove himself in the spotlight moments, Kipes.
Oh, well, we got these leashes need to prove themselves right now. There's a
joke.
It's a leash test, if you would, as this one just rolls through.
Oh,
brutal.
It's not just avalanches of water, too. It's like, for the most part, they've already broken, and like the intensity is not necessarily all gone by then.
Just really quick one, Shane. Shorter leash or longer leash?
Shorter, thicker leash.
Yeah,
on a day like this.
That's where we like to pick the pros' brains right now.
Yeah.
Like, I like that answer.
So 6 feet, but just thicker is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's closer to you, right? To get back to your board, right?
Yeah, because like back in the day, on a day like this, you wear like a 12-foot leash.
Right.
But you really want to be able to, like those waves are pretty close together.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you have the opportunity to grab your board real quick and get that quick duck dive. And that shorter leash, you can just grab it and pull it as hard as you want.
Oh, I like it. Benji! Oh, wow. Well, he went for it.
Sure did.
That was a snowboarding wave right there. All I saw was white. It wasn't even blue anymore.
Technique, too. It's like almost body surfing down the face.
So radical.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of heart to go for that, though. I mean, the last second, turning around, and second place is wide open. Yeah. I mean, nobody has anything above a 0.97 at the moment.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable when you look at the three names. Antunes out of Caparica. I mean, he surfs like this every now and then. I mean, obviously, there's nothing that resembles Pipeline, but there's heavy waves over there on the coastline of Portugal.
All these Portuguese guys would be fuming.
Oh, whoa.
Every wave is like Pipeline.
Kaipo knows that I love Portugal.
Yes.
So
I'm just kidding. But everyone thinks there's a Pipeline at their home break,
Yeah. Oh, man.
Until they come to Pipeline.
It's true.
Well, you've been to the Mexican Pipeline before. I can give a shout out to Cicatel over there.
Has similarities. That was insane. And that technique, that crazy how it looks like a mistake, but he makes that most of the time where his head is like, I don't know how to explain it, but his head's like almost below his back foot. He's that committed. And it's like almost like half like body surfing or bodyboarding. He's got a crazy technique, but normally he makes those crazy late drops.
Oh, and Imai just had to eject one more time. So for the moment, Benji Brand hanging on to second and advancing position.
I'm hustling if I'm blue and red right now. I mean, you need a 1.
Luke Swanson's like, what's the problem, you guys? You guys are blowing it out here. He's lapping the field.
Hawaiian Water Patrol lapping Benji back out there. He's going to have another chance with 3 minutes on the clock. He's got ample time to catch another wave.
It is wide open. I mean, he could easily get the score he needs right on the inside. Like a little cover up and a hook or something,
Portuguese crew right there. Kipes, Kika on the verge of qualifying this season. Rest of the crew right there. Keone Lawson involved as well.
backing their boy.
They've had a real good season too, the Europeans.
Oh yeah.
Already
Did
had
they
2
ever
qualifiers.
not have a good season? Oh, that's a competitive season.
Yeah.
I was thinking surf.
Speaking of
man.
good seasons, though, hey, October 2026, we're back to Peniche Super Tubos on the championship tour. That's going to be a prime time of year for that zone. Looking forward to that stop number 11.
Imai. Oh, looking right?
Looking right, going left, grabbing the rail. Remember, needs just a small number.
Wow.
Get axed on the way out. Needs a 1.14.
I'm saying yes.
I'm saying no. I think it's going to be close. What do you think, Kaipo?
When it comes to incompletions, it's really hard, and they're short incompletions, it's really hard for me to pinpoint a number on that. Well, here we're going to look at it again. So what is he going to get credit for? He'll get credit for that part.
It came in already, and it's under. And
it's under.
I just think it's the size of the wave right now. They're not going to give you a 1 unless it's a proper set wave anymore for an incomplete barrel.
It was really borderline right there. He could have easily got it. Wouldn't have shocked me at all. But it's hard right now. You know, you're either really finding him or really not.
Alfonso has to go around this section and just gets kind of a mid-face turn. Snap on the backhand. He's really working for a 0.85, which he will get for that.
Definitely get it for sure.
And he is going to go into second place. So that means Benji Brandt needs something right now. Brandt off the bottom, funnels through there and comes right out. The Brubra.
It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, we knew that was happening.
It was only a matter of time, and you know, for Alfonso, he was hoping that time was going to run out before Benji was going to find his wave.
And that was after a couple, bad wipeouts too.
That was after like 30 minutes of Benji being frustrated.
Yeah.
You know?
And, momentarily, Blue's going to move up to second with this wave right here. And, unfortunate that he wasn't able to pull into that barrel. And as you've said, Shane, there's been a lot of those almondy ones that don't fully open up. And he recurs to turns. I mean, at that point, it was the right strategy.
A couple little Q snaps.
Yes.
But then this happens right behind him.
Here we go.
Then Benji just puts the hammer down. He's like, this is how you get a score in the last minute, guys. That's the way to do it.
Oh, boy. Benji Brandt. We talked him up at the beginning of the heat. And you know what? He didn't let us down. 9.17. Best score of the day for Benji.
Yeah, and well-deserved right there for the big goofy footer. And the 2 goofy footers, we have the 2 eliminated in the last heat. We have 2 advancing in this one right here, Kipes.
Hey, what a heat surfed by Luke Swanson. Luke, a chance for one more here. Just take the ride in, Luke. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. There was some distance between the 2 of them.
That was fun, you guys.
That was fun.
A little spice at the end.
That's just, yeah, but yeah, I'm not going to go out too soon. It looks like the judges are just going to put down some fractional scores for them. There was some space between the 2 surfers.
They were just obviously trying to get in, too.
And they were the 2 best, and they were the 2 best surfers of the heat. So Luke Swanson, Benji Brandt, looks like they are going to be moving on into the round of 64 in brilliant fashion. We're going to wait for the numbers to come through and wait for it to be official, Mitchell.
Yeah, and even still, so,
You're saying even if there was a priority interference,
his total is way higher than both blue and red at the moment.
Yeah. So no need to do it.
Yeah.
Let's see the numbers pop up.
I think they're actually talking about it right now on the beach. You're like, hey, you dropped in on me. What, really? We both made it, though. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Well, Luke Swanson, 16.17, highest heat total of the day. Benji Brandt, 9.17, highest wave total of the day. Thank you, Shane Dorian, for joining us. And, gosh, thank you guys for calling this heat with me. That was a great heat. That was an exciting heat.
Let's get campaign 3, Shane. Let's put some pressure on Taylor. Get campaign 3 in the making.
That was fun, you guys. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. The door is always open. You know the code.
Cool.
Well, we're going to be back with more action from the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong right after this. We got more special guests from you. You don't want to go away. Stick around.
I feel like Andy like surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him in the water. The happiness shone through him, like he could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Good afternoon, everybody. 2:53 in the afternoon, local time. Sun's out, beach is packed. It's hard to find parking because pipe's on, firing. Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Heat number 6 getting started now. Maxime Husino, long time contest warrior, even spent some time on the championship tour. Out there in red, Luke Tima, man, he's been turning heads for the last few years right here on the North Shore of Oahu. Taking on Zeke Lau, the veteran, 2 contests all over the planet. Several years on the CT, even made some rule changes over the years because of Zeke's aggressive approach. And also Lucas Godfrey had the back injury. That's behind him. He's back. And guess who we get to hang out with now from the Big Island, spending so much time here on Oahu over his entire life as well. Billabong team rider Brody Sale. Brody, always great to hang out with you.
Thanks, Joe. Good to be in the booth.
How's your day?
It's going good. Yeah, I just went into town, had a little recovery center, recovery session at Lava Wellness in town, and first day they're open, so yeah, doing good.
I just met a lot of Groms on my last break, and they're at that age where they want to get some backing, some sponsorship. And I was just thinking for you, being a part of this Billabong family for as long as you have been, do you remember your first contract you signed with Billabong, how long it's been?
Yeah, well, I've been with oh, here we go.
Here we go. Starting Zeke Lau as he steps off. Wow, looking to really take control early. But yeah, Brody, what do you think?
Yeah, I've been with Billabong 15 years now, so it's been a long time. And I think I was 8 years old. I'm turning 23 soon, so yeah, 15 years. And then I think I probably signed my first contract when I was around 12. So yeah, I'm super lucky and fortunate to have been with them this long and, be a part of the family. It's a real family, I feel like there's a lot of surf brands, and I feel like Billabong really puts a lot of empathy on, like, the family aspect of it.
Yeah, definitely. You seem to have a very mature style, very young, when we start seeing clips of you coming from Banyans. And I'm loving that smooth, silky style that you have today. I know you were injured a bit last year, and I'm just so stoked that you're back. 100%. Body's feeling great.
Yeah, feeling great. Yeah, I had 2 torn MCLs in the last 3 years, so it's been a rough little injury run, but yeah, I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling back to 100% and had a lot of great people helping me out the last couple injuries, so
15 years with Billabong. Ross, how many years with Billabong when you rode for?
Oh man, I don't really remember. I think around age maybe like 10 years old till 32. Yeah, it was probably a good 20 years or so.
So in the 80s, signed a deal?
Yeah.
Do you remember how much you got paid? Do you mind sharing that at the time?
My first pro contract was $500 a month. And I was psyched.
That's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
It was 80s. It was
yes.
different. Houses were cheap back then. Watch this. Big bottom drop out of back door.
Tima, go. Yes.
And makes it out.
There's the right.
A full speed run. Jackson Dorian, when he stepped out of the booth earlier, was like, watch Luke Tima. Like, watch what he might do today. And I think that's what he was predicting, Brody.
Yeah, he is an absolute weapon out here. He kind of like came out of nowhere. He was kind of just one of the Groms that was, he's relatively similar age to me, but he was always younger, and I feel like not, in the mix of getting good results and stuff like the rest of us. And then he just came out of nowhere, and he's just a weapon. Like, he's, especially out here, he's super has really good positioning and is obviously super talented and just finds the little backdoor jams, pipe jams. Like, he's really good out here. He's hard to beat for sure.
Thanks again, Hawaiian Water Patrol, grabbing Luke there as we check out the split peak here, Ross. This is Lucas Godfrey.
Yeah, Lucas sharing the peak there with Luke Tima. And yeah, Luke is insane. He's I've been watching him, all you guys, Brody, but Luke as well, just being here on the North Shore, and he's so switched on. To me, whenever I see him in the water, he looks like he just drank like 4 Red Bulls. He's just really amped, and he's kind of twitchy and always paddling. He doesn't ever seem like he's resting in the water, rarely talking. His eyes are always darting around. He's like looking for a corner. And that usually spells for a recipe to find these waves. On a day like today where waves are hiding from you, they're not easy to read, certainly not easy to get to in time with all these crazy teepees. And this is all adds up really good for Luke Tima.
Yeah, wow, it's a big score. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Lucas Godfrey's like one of the best at backdoor. And he must have just, it looked like the heat just started and wasn't able to get to the right as well. But, oh, Zeke, wow, it's firing out there.
Absolute K for Zeke Lau. Wanted to start off with a bang. The first wave, he had to deal with a closeout. That one was just perfection, especially with the line he took. Lucas Godfrey couldn't get under the hood, and he'll get exploded at the bottom.
Oh, gosh, up and over. The delayed over the falls.
Yeah, back to Luke. Yeah, I feel like pipe, obviously you need to be really talented and a great surfer, but I feel like a big part of being good out of pipe and getting results out of pipe is positioning, and Tima's positioning is just always on point. Every type of wave out here, he knows how to find them, and he's really good out here.
Wild wipeout there. Lucas trying to control a crazy one. It's, you know, with the swell building, there's moments where it looks really perfect in the way they're picking these lines, you know, just with that point and shoot from Zeke Lau, but you realize, gosh, how tricky it still is with the crazy power we have in the ocean right now.
Yeah, that was really well read there, as we see kind of a brutal wipeout or irritating wave there for Lucas, trying to pull in and couldn't quite tuck in, but kind of a dreamy wave there for Zeke. And he did it really well, you know, dropped in, nose pointing straight towards the beach, and kind of had that delayed pig dog pull in, like John always does those types of waves where he, you know, has that delayed bottom turn. So crafty surfing, you know, people think of pipeline of just like it's, you're just catching a wave and you're bottom turning and pulling in, but there's actually a lot of performance hidden in all those airdrops and those late takeoffs, and that was well surfed there by Zeke.
Zeke Lau, 887, Luke Tima, 923. Paddling is Maxime Husino. Looks like he's ready to set up this left at pipeline. Nice grab rail, bottom turn, super deep, wide open. Maxime stumbles out.
Wow, at the goal line.
That was a Scooby snack. That was such a good wave. You're right, Brody. It's really turning on right now.
Yeah, looks super fun. I haven't really been watching all day, but just by the first few numbers that Zeke and Luke dropped, it's definitely seems like it's turning on.
If the third reef sets don't come in, it starts organizing and everything starts to make sense and the waves get a lot better. And then every now and then it'll just get washed through.
Yeah, this morning looked radical. So all over the place, and boys made the most of it this morning. Wow, that's a nug.
Yeah, those are rare, Joe, when you can get that wave that allows you to bottom turn and still get barreled. That was, you know, a really good opportunity for Maxime. Holy moly.
Wow.
That's what they call blowing the guts out.
Wow. Lots of exciting action to kick off this heat. Big scores already on screen for Zeke and Luke Tima. Maxime coming close to matching him with his wave, but he stumbles to a 3.33. Let's now hear from winner of the last heat. Luke Swanson is with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, Luke and I can't keep our eyes off the lineup. This is a crazy heat. What a day. You came in with smiles as well. That was a great heat for you too.
Yeah, it was awesome. I was trying to go out with smiles, but it's hard to with how big it is right now. But yeah, I came in with a big smile. That felt really good.
What a day for the Hawaiians. I mean, it's your backyard, right? You've surfed this wave time and time again like this. I can't stop looking at the lineup. There's another wave here.
Come out.
We just literally the whole time we've been standing here watching the ocean just going, oh my God. It just gets you so giddy, so excited. I mean, it was big and scary this morning, but it felt like your heat really started to clean up. And it feels like your fellow countrymen have just been absolutely getting to showcase this amazing talent and connection you have with this wave.
Yeah, I think from the beginning of the year, everyone, or as soon as we found out this event was on the schedule, everyone kind of started nudging the Hawaiians, going like, oh, you guys are stoked to get an event. And I think it's easy to let that play into your confidence and feel comfortable going into an event like this, because when it's this big and most people, and I think everyone to some extent, is fearful, that comfortability and that familiarity really pays off when it's, you know, as unruly as it is.
It's pretty scary, but it's starting to look a lot more fun. You obviously have a big team here supporting you. You had Bam, we had Brent Power here before as well. Equipment's been a big kind of decision going through today. Mason on a 7.6, other people is not as much. What was your decision to ride today?
Yeah, I actually woke up thinking I was gonna go out on a 6.6, which is like, I've only rode it once in my life, but it was that big. And then shortly before my heat, I was talking with my coach, Ross Williams, and we both said the best waves are kind of inside and underneath and pretty ledgy. So coming down to something that feels more maneuverable was kind of the call. So I was on a 6.4 Goldie model by Channel Islands, and it felt amazing.
Rossi, one for the books there. Straight through to the next round. Thanks, guys.
That's just good coaching. Great coaching right
That's
there.
all that is, yeah. Pure.
But I think also we talked about this the other day, Ross, about coaching people for short moments of time and then coaching people over several years. I mean, Luke's an example of that several year growth period, and, you know, still working so well together. And it's those little things, you know, you know his demeanor, he knows yours. You can look at a lineup together and probably know what each other's thinking, you know, before you speak.
Yeah, luckily Luke appreciates my weird sense of humor, but yeah, I've known Luke, I think it was around 12 or 13 years old when we first started working together, and it was actually through my wife and his mom. They were buddies and they connected us, and I had a long conversation with Luke the day I met him at his house, and I was like, whoa, this kid is different. He's so analytical. We're very similar that way, and he's really mature. The most humble kid you'll ever meet, too. He's just such a cool kid. But really motivated. So I feel fortunate to work with people like Luke because he just deserves it. And that heat really unfolded nicely for him, you know, because he's had some bad luck this year, and it was nice to see him smoke a heat like that.
Yeah, geez, I'm waiting for him to get barreled at pipe and then do his backflip and land on the lip. It's crazy how many of those he pulls. You know, at waves like Rocky Point, he's got that rotation down pat. We're all expecting big things from Luke, Brody.
Yeah, Luke's amazing. The clips he puts out on a daily basis is unbelievable. It's intimidating as a peer.
It's like competitions everywhere, right? Even with dropping clips, you know?
Yeah, he's insane, dude. He's really good out here. Rockies is like, does some absolute wild stuff out there. So yeah, it's cool to see him put it together in the jersey as well.
Give us a little beat on what it's like, you know, modern day pro surfer with the age of Instagram, where you post a clip and it's old by tomorrow, and then you still got to produce more. How's that rush and work ethic that you have to keep everyone happy and also motivate yourself?
Yeah, it's definitely a trippy thing. Like, I've even like back to like someone like Luke, like scrolling down his Instagram and like every other day he's posting like crazy stuff, and like you said, it's like forgotten. Like you scroll down, you're like, wow, he's like doing this every day. Like it's pretty gnarly. You just gotta be a beast and just keep working and keep putting that stuff out, you know, and then on top of that, getting it done in the jersey like this guy.
Zeke Lau pulling in a nice hollow pit at pipe, coming out with a higher line with that exit. 8.87 is what he had a couple of waves ago. And now he's fighting for the lead with Lutima.
Oh my
going
goodness.
back door. Lucas Godfrey. Bottom floor just disappeared under his feet, Ross.
That was Hail Mary.
Wow.
That was insane. Lucas just said, screw it. I'm pulling into this closeout.
Oh, come on. There he is. Oh, gosh, that wave was so gnarly. It
was really shallow.
Yeah, the thing sucked up, really doubled up.
Luke, you're right. That was a good call, Brody. You mentioned at the beginning the wave that Lutima had. I'm really surprised Lucas let that go because he was behind him and he went left instead. But Lucas Godfrey is a beast. You know, he pulls into some crazy waves out here. Wow. This is normal for him, and that was a super sketchy barrel. It had no exit. He just went for the vision.
Yeah, I had a heat with him in this last pipe QS that we had, and it was actually similar size and kind of warble, and it was just a little bit more messy, but he was finding waves like this and just packing them, and like even with no exit, he's just sending it. He's one of the best out here for sure.
There was a left
every swell
at Aints coming at him, and he still packed it. Meanwhile, Zeke putting together a more traditional score. What's that, Joe?
4.17 for Zeke, so that goes with his 8.87. Still second. Luke got the 9.23 at backdoor and then backed it up with his 5.83 at pipe. So Luke Tima controlling things at the moment. His dad got a shot in the big Surfer magazine at Pipeline a long time ago.
Another right.
Sharing that wave with Rocky Cannon. As we look at Maxime, after that really close one up pipe where he stumbled out of the barrel, now seeing his second scoring ride with a make there. Maxime, what a warrior. Winning World Junior Championships against Jadson Andre so long ago. And he had one of those journeyman stories of never giving up and got a couple little wild card opportunities on the CT. Finally got a spot as a rookie. And his rookie year just came and went, and I love that he's still in New Jersey doing what he loves. Ross, how's this one?
He looks good, too. You know, because I'm not exactly sure how old he is, but he'd be getting close to in his late 30s. And he's been around for a while, but he looks good. Like, physically, he looks young still, you know, and he's moving around pretty good. I also like his helmet. I feel like he looks like a jockey. He's ready to ride a horse.
Oh, my goodness. Tima, he finds these things.
Double up.
Here he goes and has to eject.
Yeah, it's definitely turning on though. There's a lot of makeable waves. Has it been like this all day? Has it been just makeable?
No, it's the last half hour has cleaned up.
Yeah.
Right before Luke Swanson's heat, it was 20, 30 minutes of wash throughs.
Wow. Yeah. It backdoor, I heard I was in the booth. It was all fired up. There's been a lot of rights in this heat. No, she knew I couldn't talk much about pipe, so she sent a few rights in here.
11 on the clock. Great job always to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, making a day like this come true. Ross, you're reflecting on that earlier today. The old days, an event like this, one bad decision on a wave, that was your whole heat. You didn't have time to get a backup board and head back out there. So just a game changer with these guys so involved.
Yeah, and it's good for the audience too. We get to see these guys surf and catch waves. And it's also very unique. Brody, I'm sure you could attest to this, but it's not normal for a CS event to have jet ski assist. So that's pretty cool. These guys can avoid the mayhem at Gums. You know, there's like 8-foot closeouts sucking out on that sandbar.
Yeah, no, the paddle back outs today, if there's no jet ski assist, like you'd be super lucky to stand up twice, I think. So I think.
And it would make people more conservative, right? Because if
for sure.
I don't want to get clipped, I'll just catch a couple shoulders.
Yeah, for sure. Even like waves like Luke Tima having a go on that last one and Lucas Godfrey on the one before that, like those waves, you know, if you didn't have the jet ski assist, you're probably not risking it because that's going to be around 10 minutes just to get it back out there. So. Yeah, I think it's a great call to have the jet ski assist today.
A lot of different theories when it comes to board talk. For you personally, Brody, paddling out next heat, what would you be, if you were paddling out right now, what kind of board would you be going for?
Yeah, I would be riding a 6.6 for sure. It's kind of my go-to when it's anything over, 8 foot. 6.6 Takora Houdini model by Slater Designs. Yeah, anything. If it's like 6 foot and under, I'll ride 6.4 or 6.2. But yeah, if it's 8 foot plus, just 6.6. Yeah.
And then just having the energy to deal with washers, knowing that they're gonna come in, Ross. I mean, how do you plan for that?
Did you see that? That was Zeke right there, just doing the tombstone bailout. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's my favorite watching these events, watching these guys like Brody. All year long, you're so used to watching normal heat structures where guys are going out there and trying to blow the tail and get backup scores and doing pin turns, and it's all about progression. And then you come here and you guys have just surviving and bailing. It has that Eddie Aikau feel kind of contest mixed with real points, real money, and this is the tour. I just think it makes the tour that much better.
It's interesting when you hear stories of the old Billabong Pro concepts where you could be sent out at Waimea Bay for your heat and then maybe back at Pipeline for the final. It was basically wherever was firing on the day. And you had to be ready for everything. And you kind of go, well, who's the best surfer right now? Right. You're going to find out. They're going to be tested at Sunset maybe one day, and then at Pipe the next, and you don't have time to even prepare. You just got to go, okay, cool, answer the call and head on out.
One of the best events ever, Brody. This is maybe before you're even born.
Yeah, I don't even know what Joe was just talking about.
it was sponsored by your sponsor, Billabong, and it was mobile, North Shore mobile event. They had it at Lonnie's, they had it at Pipe, they had it at Sunset. It went anywhere.
Wow.
And I think it was only 1 year they did that, maybe 2. I think Luke won the event at Pipe and BL won the world title. Maybe. I'm really bad at remembering stuff.
No, you're right with the guys. I think BL was the one that took the win, though, and then won his world title,
Luke,
right? In that heat, yeah.
Luke maybe got second.
Yeah.
But it was insane. I remember one of the days they had it at Lonnie's, and it was like a northeast swell, so you'd be so bummed throwing the guys out here at Pipe.
Where were the judges at?
They built a scaffolding right next to the highway.
No way.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's the only
insane.
place you can watch it where it's actually see it.
They had a full day there, and I remember it was epic Lonnie's too, and I was
Wow.
just like a little mini grom just frothing, like seeing all my heroes out at Lonnie's and firing Lonnie's.
That's
but
insane.
yeah, shout out to Billabong. That was back in the day too. And a mobile event at North Shore.
Yeah.
Billabong since 1973. Yep, Reynolds Hayes on the phone. Worked with the Billabong family for decades as a super coach. As we look at Lucas Godfrey, trying to delay that one to set up the barrel. It's going to run off without him. It's just tough, like, for how talented Lucas is. He's just been almost doing this upstream. The waves he's had, packing a wild one at backdoor, challenging one. He tried to go up and under a few waves ago at Pipe, and then that one that didn't quite open up for him. So Pipe's making Lucas work for it today.
And he's a lot like Benji Brand. You just can't count him out. He's capable of getting a 10 out here really quick. So for sure, Zeke and Luke know that, and they're just looking over their shoulder right now, waiting for Godfrey to just get a crazy one.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say, like, I feel like Maxime's done a pretty good job in this heat. Like, even though he's only got 7.5 points on a day like today, like, that's going to make a lot of heats. I feel like just if going out there with the mindset of, like, I need to go get 2 barrels. Obviously, this heat's turned on, and Luke and Zeke got a really early start with big numbers, but yeah, I'd say a lot of other heats, Maxime would, like, be in the heat, right? Or I guess he's still in it. He needs a 9, but it's 7.5 points, I feel like. I don't know what the numbers were all day, but
yeah,
probably would have been at least in the mix,
Well, this has been exciting. Let's rewatch this heat. A little recap. We've got 9s, high 8s, near makes. Maxime Husino going big at Pipe and almost going out the other end. Zeke Lau just picking off some gems.
Yeah, that was his 4.17, a little backup score. And then he nearly doubled it with this wave right here. Again, really calculated. That was really nice surfing from Zeke. Took his time, and it paid off with this great little barrel at Pipe. But Luke Tima scooped a couple nice ones here, Brody.
Yeah, he's so good. He finds these little inside double up runners every time. I swear he's so gurued out at this, just finding the inside double ups. Look, another one. Yeah, he's on. It's going to be hard to beat him in this contest for sure. There's not many people, I think, that are going to be able to take him out. Zeke's definitely one of them, though. He's one of the best competitors I've ever competed against for sure. Wow.
That was not an easy barrel to make, too. He had like an elbow inside the barrel there that he went up and over.
Yeah.
Really well done there.
Luke Tima, 9.23, 5.83 as a backup. Out in front, Zeke Lau with priority, hanging on to second. Those guys loving the top 2. The 33-year-old Maxime Husino has had a couple of good looks at Pipe and backdoor. Not comboed for the win, 8.85, but Lucas is going to try to turn things around to wear it really quickly on his own break. Remember a couple of big combos in history. Timmy Reyes against Kelly in the Pipe Masters, that brown water year. And in 90 seconds, Kelly turned it around. He got 2 in a row at backdoor, and all of a sudden, the whole story was like, Timmy Reyes is about, oh, hang on. Kelly's back in it, and then he got another one, and that was it. It's like this kind of day, a guy like Lucas Godfrey, with the talent he has, that's what makes the remaining 4 minutes pretty fun.
I like that tee up. Now we're ready. Let's see it, Lucas Godfrey. All you got to do is deliver for Joe Trammell right now. He teach you up. But absolutely, I mean, that's what I'm hitting on too. He's gnarly, and he's kind of like Luke Tima in that he's going to identify the double ups, right? Because anyone can see a real perfect west swell set, but the sneaky double up rights those are the shallow, weird ones that you really have to chase to get in there.
Ross, it's fun to talk about the North Shore Underground. That's been a company in the past, of guys that would just have a day job and then pack bombs and Pipe, and you still have that today. As we got a wave for Zeke Lau, grabs the rail, airdrops, and controls it.
Nice.
Beautiful style to control that big bomb drop, especially being weightless under your board. He's really enjoying the left of Pipe today.
I hope he's wearing Speedos. That can hurt the Ola right there. But that was really good technique from Zeke. And he earned that. That was a lot of dragging. he had to slow down, so he earned that tube ride.
Yeah, like that'll probably only be around like a 5 or a 6, but you couldn't have done that much better from where he took off on that wave. He worked so hard to get what he did out of it. Yeah, that was really impressive.
Job well done. And it's just fun to see Zeke in a position like this after such an amazing run on the CT. Happy father these days, and you could tell he's only getting better, especially at pipe in the eddy these days as well. So, man, he's still surfing heavy water like he's competing for a world title.
I like that from Zeke. That was out of left field for me, the eddy thing, because he just was a tour surfer for many years and dedicated himself to that. But Zeke charges. He's really good at Waimea, actually. And that was kind of a thing that came later in his career with getting married, chilling at home, having a family, charging Waimea. I like Zeke 2.0.
2 minutes on the clock. Top 2 move on. Scrapping into this one. Luke Tima took a look. He'll lose first priority for that. And Zeke Lau has the lead with a 6.5 coming his way. So Maxime and Lucas Godfrey comboed to advance on into the round of 64. That'll take a little pressure off Tima now as he's trying to run this clock out, Brody.
Here we go, Joe. You said a minute and a half. Kelly did it.
Yeah.
Can Godfrey do it?
Let's do
He's
the
got the jet
comparison.
ski assist.
And he's got priority.
2 waves in a minute and a half at pipe. It's going to be near impossible to do, but
or he'll just send it into a closeout.
it would be cool to just see him get one opportunity just to make a gnarly one. But yeah, if there's someone that can get 2 9s, Godfrey is legit one of the best backdoor surfers since I've been around, at least.
See,
so.
now I'm in trouble because I think Kelly got his first wave comeback at that minute 30 mark. So we're really running out of time for Godfrey. But watch this. Luke Tima will just show that beautiful style. Look how he puts his body into the wall. Didn't get barreled, but you can tell he's having fun with that little disco float on the closeout.
Gosh, it feels so good to just have a minute left and you just know you made the heat. Or hold up, maybe not.
Here we go.
But yeah, he's just coming in feeling good, made the heat. Don't need to worry about any last minute shenanigans. For us, we want to see it though. We want to see someone needing a 9 and getting it, but for him, he's so stoked to just come in and be on to the next round.
30 seconds, and it's looking like Zeke Lau, Luke Tima will be dealing with the top seeds in the event. All the current CTers that signed up for it, all the top 10 that are on the Challenger Series, like one of your good buddies, Eli Hanneman, world #1 on the CS. What a year it's been for him on his road to come back to the championship tour.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch. I'm so stoked for him. He's one of my best friends, and just to see the adversity he's faced in the last, 3 years is really inspiring to see how great he's doing, and cool to see. Stoked for him.
More to break down with Brody Sale. He's not going anywhere. We've got another fun heat to call as this one comes to a close. Luke Tima's 9.23, biggest number of the event
the boys
so far. And Zeke Billabong.
here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away and over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Heat 7 on, paddling. Ryaru Ito has one of the heaviest wipeouts of the day.
Wow, I'm speechless.
Come up all good, though. Always want to see their head.
Wow.
That was so gnarly.
That thing got scarier as that thing broke. Took all the water off the reef, and his head came up. Water Patrol already on the scene watching him, and they're going to be there for the quick grab.
Broken board, too. Wow, that was crazy.
And looks like Pomai driving the ski. Well done. Nice pickup. One more time here.
That was so sendy. There was slim to no chance of him making that drop, and he still was paddling on the apex, on the top. Look at the apex right in the middle of that A-frame. That's so tough to get down. You got to be underneath that. I don't even know if that was a makeable wave where he was.
Wow. Yeah. Anything you could have done here?
Oh, I don't know. I think if you were to tell him when he's at the top jumping that he was only going to break his board right there, he'd be stoked, because that was gnarly. That's as scary as it gets right there.
And in Japan, that's what they say, abunai. That means dangerous in Japanese.
Wow.
That's very abunai.
That was scary, just sitting here. Man, took my breath away. Ryaru Ito, glad you're all right. Glad you have some backup boards to grab here. He's surfing against the Billabong team rider, Iago Dominguez from the Basque Country, Wesley Leish from Brazil, and Legend Chandler from Kauai. That's spending most of his winters these days right here at Pipeline, living on the beach. As we look at this opportunity for Legend, grabbing the rail, up and under, lets go of it, and gets blown out. You know, the brothers always get compared to the Irons brothers for their style and comfort factor in heavy water waves, and Legend just showed a bit of it right there, Ross.
Yeah, it's a good analogy. It's a good comparison. They both have a bit of a swagger vibe, just like Andy and Bruce did, and amazing surfers. They spend probably more time than almost anyone out here, and so not going to be surprised to see Legend if he does really well in this event. He's looking pretty comfortable.
Let's have another look here. Brody, what did you see?
Yeah, this is just all Steve's style. Does this stuff every day right there. That was really well done. It's cool.
Another angle here. What's impresses you the most about Legend's approach, Brody?
Yeah, I love his style. I love him and his brother Manav. They both have really cool, smooth styles and charge. Spent a lot of time out here. Like right there, that right there was like 95% positioning, and then he was just able to just sit there and enjoy the view. So he knows this wave better than most, for sure.
Wesley Leish getting started in this heat. Not much there, but getting a warm up out of the way. So things are starting to move quickly. Yeah, it's special when you see someone draw a line, especially when they're young teenagers growing up and they make chaotic situations look smooth and
Yeah.
like they're in control.
Right. It's a good call. We were talking about Legend's style, and he has a great one. And they surf every day, and I see both him and his brother surfing out here, Ehukai, Pupukea, and stuff. And I really like Legend's style. He whips through really smooth carves and hacks, and I'm always impressed because I kind of relate him to just surfing backdoor and pipe, but he's really good on the rail too. He's got a nice clean wrap on him.
Last heat was one of our favorites of the day, won by a familiar face, Ezekiel Lau, 15.37 combined total. Zeke is hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Zeke's just frothing up Mason right now. Zeke, we have this saying back home, you got to pay to play. This morning you caught more sets than anyone, but then you got to play in that last heat, some of the best waves we've seen all day. It just looked fun. It looked really fun for you guys out there.
Yeah, it's such a dreamy afternoon right now. It's blue water, sun's out, it's offshore. It's like 10 to 12 foot, as good as pipe gets. And I paddled out and I got out the back right when the heat started. I was like, oh, I think we're going to get a window of it just turning on. And yeah, it was fun. I still wore a lot of sets on the head during that heat, but it was well worth it.
Luke obviously was putting on such a good heat as well. You guys just seem to be going back and forth out there, just going wave for wave with one of your mates at one of the best waves in the world, your backyard. There's no feeling like that.
No, nothing beats it. Me and Luke were just out there talking about how the waves were, how his wave was, and I was like, oh, you know, we didn't know whose score was going to be higher, but his one ended up being higher, and it was just sick to just, you're competing, but you're not like cutthroat about it. The waves are so good that you're just like trying to get the best wave you can. And it's really rare in competitive surfing to have days like this, so this is awesome, and just super stoked and grateful to be here, and it's pumping.
One last question. We checked in this morning. Your little daughter wasn't here yet. Did she get to watch you in that last heat?
I don't. She's on the beach somewhere, but I think she got down here for that last heat. But you know, it's hard to contain that little girl. She wants to be in the water just as much as I do, so I got to go track her down right now.
I love this. Maybe we'll see her out there one day too. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse Starling. Just really fun to see Zeke doing what he loves. You know, we guess we're spoiled for so many years of seeing so many big events and Zeke all over him. So yeah, I loved the performance, loved his role that he got on, just really serving like a true veteran of the sport out here. Here's Wesley Leish just kicking up and out. 1.5 before, so still running his way through the lineup. Brody, just getting caught up with your thoughts and predictions with this being the second to last event on the Challenger Series. We mentioned Eli's position where he is now. A few comeback stories in there. Sammy Pupo has put together a great year. You know, Jacob Wilcox started strong with that first win of the season. It looks like we've got maybe a handful of comeback stories and maybe 5 fresh faces potentially coming into the last couple events of the season.
Yeah, for sure. I think I haven't paid like a lot of attention, but from what I've seen, I'd say there's probably around 5 guys that are looking like it's going to be hard to knock them out of that qualification spot. Even though they haven't guaranteed their spots, it looks like they're around like the 20,000 point mark, and I feel like that's going to be pretty hard to knock them out. And then yeah, there's still anything's possible. All those guys are not backing down till they're get that Instagram post saying you're qualified. But yeah, I'd say there's definitely a big point gap. And then yeah, there's some new names, some friends. I hope like Cade Madsen can requalify, and Xi'an, if Xi'an can like get a huge result here and qualify, I'd love to see some of my buddies make it on tour. And you know, especially guys like Xi'an, like get him out of our region. Like guy's just making every final. Like, yeah. So get that guy on tour. Even guys like Zeke, like in the last interview, I don't know what his, like, you know, family situation, financial situation, if it makes more sense for him not to be on the CT, but that guy is surfing so good. Like, I'd love to see that guy, hopefully, you know, 2027 World Tour or something, because he's if you go down and look at his recent clips, he's surfing insanely good. So.
100%. And I think the interesting thing, you know, not just the surfers, but coaches, support crew would have to plan this out, Ross, is it's going to be a very tight turnaround. I mean, unheard of type turnaround with the shift of the years. There's Newcastle coming up. Right. There's going to be people going, well, I better prepare for Bells. But not just Bells. Margaret River's right after. Gold Coast is right after. Raglan's right after. Right. So you're kind of looking like you might qualify at Newcastle, and then you're on the Dream Tour, and one of the dreamiest schedules we've ever had as we check it out right now, Ross.
Well, if you qualify and you're a young pro surfer, that is a good problem to have. You know, that quick turnaround, you're not going to be complaining too much. But point taken, Joe. Yeah, you better be. I mean, this is the Dream Tour. We were talking about it earlier. I love this schedule. It's the best I've seen maybe ever. And I love that there's 1.5 points at Pipe. I think the finish is really exciting. So. And then I was looking at your ratings, Joe, and I would love to see Xi'an qualify. I think he's really exciting. I'd love to see Bronson qualify from Indonesia. He's insane in the air. His best airs probably about any of the younger kids. So there's a couple sneaky names back there deep in the ratings that if they get a huge finish here at Pipe and Newcastle, they could make it.
Yeah, it's true. Wow, standing up. How photogenic is Pipeline? And Wesley just got a vision of it after a few tries. Just up and outs before that on his 2 previous waves, and just a little better positioning on that one.
Hey Joe, I got a question for you.
Yeah, Brody.
Is there, as a fan, in someone, you know, all the fans watching, Can you explain to me like the postseason on the CT? Because I don't fully understand like Abu Dhabi, Portugal, and pipe. Like I understand pipes 1.5, but like how does that work? Like I don't know how. Do you have to like qualify for the postseason?
Exactly, yeah. So once you get to that part of the year with Abu Dhabi and Peniche, it's not going to be the entire tour going to that point. So you've got to be in a good seed to get to Abu Dhabi and Peniche, and then the whole tour rejoins at the Pipe Masters. Look at that, letting go of the rail, super deep, Ryaru Ito, you legend.
Wow.
After taking the scariest wipeout of the event to kick off this heat and a broken board, he just leaned back in that thing, Ross. That was sweet.
He paid to play. You know, he had that vicious wipeout, and now he's rewarded. So Pipeline's funny like that. You know, it might deliver some gnarly wipeouts, but sooner or later it'll give you something.
That was steezy, huh? I thought he got too steezy right. He kind of like got all relaxed, like, oh, I don't know, get on the gas, and then
That's a high comfort level. For him to just stand tall like that after that really gnarly drop, just shows you that this guy's a little bit of a weapon. You know, he's not scared out there.
Wow, that was cool.
Very sendy, but a stylish surfer.
Yeah, he sends it. He's one of that pack of the Japanese crew that just sits way back there, and if one of the boys isn't going, he's finding himself in a scary spot, and he's going like you saw on that first wave he had, and then sometimes making him like that. That was sick.
A 9-point ride. We had a 9.23 in the heat previous. One of the best numbers all day from Ryaru Ito. Well done. Out in front, Legend Chandler now second as a TP starting to square up and just roll underneath him. Legend Chandler has the 8 next to his name. Wesley and Iago Dominguez chasing at the moment. And just to wrap up your question, Brody, so if you're heading into that postseason, top 34 in the world for guys, you got to be top 24. Women's tour is expanding, so you got to be top 16 on the women's side to make it to Abu Dhabi and Peniche. If you're not in those events, you could be doing prep for pipe because everyone's coming back, and then a huge locals round. It's 15,000 points.
Everyone comes back for pipe.
Everyone,
no matter what.
At Pipe
So
Masters.
8 guys get cut for Portugal, Abu Dhabi, and then the girls 4.
No, so it's like 10 guys would be cut for the men's side, and then on the women's side it would be 8 women cut.
Got it.
Or not making the postseason, you should say.
Got it.
Because they're not cut, they'll be pipe. So it'll be interesting to feel that out. That's a new thing for the tour. So we're all gonna feel that in real time, and that'll be a fun time of the year because we'll be making predictions for the world title as well.
One thing I do like about everyone coming back to pipe is there'll be a real good battle to just qualify and make the top 20 or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So there'll be a lot of interest down there in the ratings. And then of course, everyone's gonna be focused on the world title too. So pipe is gonna just have so much vibe to it. It's gonna be all the points, all the drama with the name back, which is so necessary. Pipe Masters, just so sick.
Everything's fallen into place. Let's hang out with Lindy Irons now with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Ross. Lindy, it's a pleasure to be here with you. Obviously, we were just talking. This is a really cool time of year to be back here. It's taking you a lot down memory lane. Just like the new AI collection coming out with Billabong, it's really cool to see kind of everything circle back.
Oh, I love it. It's been, you know, an amazing thing to see that it all come together. We've been working on it for a few months now, and seeing Axel in it is like beyond special. So yeah, I'm so thrilled, and everyone's loving it, so it's good.
You're a lady of many talents. You also have a foundation as well with a really cool initiative and walk happening this week. Give us the details of everything that's going to be happening.
Sure. It's tomorrow. Probably the contest is going to run, right? But it starts at 4:30, and it starts at sunset all the way down to Sharks Cove and back, and it's about 3.1 miles. It's a 5K, and it's a walk for mental health awareness. So, you know, my goal is to kind of shift the narrative around mental health and get the conversation going. And, you know, when you walk with purpose and for the foundation, it also opens a conversation, and hopefully people, you know, at that time can think about what they're going through, or maybe if their friends need, you know, checking in on. It's just like a really good positive thing, and it's a very community-based, you know, walk. So yeah, I'm excited.
We need more women like you making those steps and obviously trying to change that narrative. It's such a beautiful story that you're moving and getting everyone else amongst that as well. Just like we were talking, there's a lot of energy here for you, a lot of memories. This week being here, you know, can you feel Andy around you and just enjoy the event in kind of that sort of way?
Yes, always. It actually makes me really emotional. I cry all the time. Even just hearing, you know, the horns go off, you know, just all the memories flooding, being at the Volcom House, you know, in my early 20s. Yeah, it's just, you know, I've had the best memories of my life here, and I just, yeah, I feel them for sure.
Well, let's make some more this week. And if you're around, head down for the walk tomorrow. If I could be there, I so would. But please join Lindy, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Thank you so much, Lindy Irons. Here's a nice overview of the walk to really raise mental health awareness with Lindy Irons and the Andy Irons Foundation. It's on February 1st. You can register from 3 to 4 p.m. at the event site. Starts over at Sunset Beach in the distance there. And the turnaround will be at the wall at Sharks Cove, about 3.1 miles. You can find out also more information at andyironsfoundation.org. Lindy Irons doing some great things with her foundation and organizing all the people here on the North Shore community. So join us on February 1st for that walk for mental health awareness. With memories Jesse was talking about Andy, we all have so many, you know, of over the years, competitively, you know, interactively on land. You know, that's why there's so many movies and just talk stories that are just so riveting. You know, Billabong just recently traveled to Kauai and then here on the North Shore, and there's like Dustin Barca, Mark Occhilupo, Shane Dorian, everyone.
Had Parco in there too.
And Parco came over and flew. That was amazing, you know, and just started telling the best. Bruce was up there as well, telling so many amazing Andy stories, you know. Ross, I'm sure you got thousands of them. What's the first one that's coming to mind for you?
I just remember one of my good friends on tour back in the day was Bill Ballard, and he made surf movies back in the day. And so I'd go to Kauai sometimes and hang out with him and his wife, and we'd hook up with young Bruce and Andy and go surfing with them, you know, at all the fun waves around there. And even back then, you could see the rivalry between Andy and Bruce and the energy and how wily Andy was. You just knew he was going to be a beast.
Here comes Legend Chandler, inspired by the Irons brothers and inspiring to pave his own way as well. Well-read, beautiful stalling technique. The crowd loves it. He's just living right at the house there in the background on the beach at Pipe and Back Door, and it shows. He just took the lead off Ryaru Ito, Brody.
Yeah, that was really perfectly done. Wow, what a perfect little wave.
He's got shades of Bruce Irons too. He's got just that casual style, right in the eye of the storm. You know, this is a pretty big wave at Pipe, and he's just handling it like it's a friendly 2-footer. Really well surfed, so casual.
Yeah, he made that look way too easy. That was sick.
Good drag there, Joe.
These poor guys, this guy's just finding the perfect little waves. They're just like, oh, this guy's getting sped up another 8-point ride.
And that's not by mistake, right? I mean, that's just comes with hours and hours out here. You find the wave first, you get to it first, and put yourself right behind the apex of the barrel. It looks easy when you just casually put your eyes on the screen, but a lot goes into it that 10, 20 seconds before they stand up.
Gosh, and the effort and the style, so graceful. They're making really hard things look very easy. It's just coming up with all these reps, these last few winners for the Chandler brothers. 8.0, 617 for Legend out in front. Ryaru Ito still at the high single score of a 9 in the matchup. We'll be back for more heat number 7 in the round 80 after this.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. Hi everybody, welcome back to Pipeline. Ryaru Ito is in second, but has the high number of the matchup, a 9.0 dream run at Pipe after a nightmare start on the bomb drop he took to kick off the heat. The surfer representing Japan, though, shows that he's fearless, very brave, sitting underneath legend Chandler as the second place surfer, Wesley Leish in third, and Iago Dominguez, Billabong team rider, has a 2.5 and priority. Representing the Basque Country, we've had that European force on the women's side, just owning the Challenger Series rankings. That's been the major theme there. And we're talking about the men's side with a lot of potentially returning faces. Young guns like Winter Vincent at the moment hanging on to that 10th spot, but it's a vulnerable position when you got Dimitri Poulos, Levi Slauson, Jordy Lawler, just right off that cutoff line. But it shows you at 10,000 points for a win. I mean, Jordy moved up 13 spots after his performance in Sakurema, making the semifinals. So winning this event, it could totally change your entire season. Super late legend. Trying to pull off the impossible there, Ross.
That was a weird fourth priority deal. He was looking at those guys, are you not going? And he just went last minute. And that's the difference, right? You know, the local surfers, a lot of them, they want it. They see the good waves and they're trying to go. And some of the, you can tell Iago and Wesley are looking for waves that don't have that crazy throaty square shape that you need at Pipe. They're going on softer waves, and that's the scores are reflecting that.
Earlier, I think last heat, we were diving into that underground story, guys at Pipe. I think your whole life, Ross, you've probably met people that, maybe built something at your house and then they're packing bombs, on the outer reefs. As we look at Iago Dominguez, slingshot into a wild section at Pipe, and the whole thing just shuts down. That's what he was waiting for.
That was insane.
Sending it.
I was just saying how he's taking off on soft waves. He just told me to shove it.
As we see another attempt here,
Go,
Ryaru Ito! Oh. Almost pulled that one off after putting himself in such an awkward position at the takeoff, Brody.
Yeah, that was a weird little backwash double. He did good to get under and travel and give himself a chance at the end, but yeah, just kind of one last little bit of backwash knocked him off. That kid in blue, Iago Dominguez, that was really sendy. It's pretty cool to see guys that you kind of never see surf out here just, kind of getting forced to send it, and it's sick that they are.
I mean, for him, the good news for him is he didn't squander anything. That thing capped shut. I don't know that there was an exit, but yeah, he pulled into a big wave at Pipe. Sometimes you got to rip the Band-Aid off, and he'll get that feeling.
Yeah, how gnarly is having first priority out here when it's this big and all warbly, and you got to go and send it, and yeah, it's a privilege and super. You're stoked because you finally get your opportunity. No one's going. It's you, but it's also this is it. You got to go. You got to send it, and yeah, you cannot back out.
Here and Chopes, here in Tahiti, there's no it's this heaviest feeling when everyone starts whistling, and it's 8 feet or 10 feet, and you have priority. You're like, oh God.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to hide. I gotta go.
But also being smart with it at the same time. Everyone on the beach wants you to pack the craziest thing in the world. As we look at Legend.
Oh, another one.
Just putting on a surf movie for us. Just making so many fun waves at Pipe. He'll fly away. It's just to add to his fun that he's having.
Yeah, this is crazy watching these last few heats. Just the Hawaii guys. It just shows how the experience and the amount of hours you put in out here really helps you out in the jersey.
And at the same time, you have Ryaru, that's a tongue twister, but Ryaru, who's not from here, but you can tell he's born this way. He's a bit of a charger. He's not scared. He's got that talent and skill level, and he's just, that's what I love about surfing. You don't have to be that guy like Legend from here and surfing here all the time. Yeah. Some guys are just born with it.
Yeah, and Ryaru definitely is born with the Sendy, but don't be mistaken. That guy is out here.
He surfs a lot out here.
Surfs a lot out here. He puts in a lot of hours. He's been, I think we're similar age, 22, 23, and yeah, he's been coming here since he was like 12, 13, sending it, especially off the wall too. He's really gnarly backside.
Really?
Really, really, yeah. So he puts in a lot of time and hours, and it's cool to see.
Officially on my radar, Joe. I'm going to keep that kid on my radar.
Yeah,
That's fun.
He's gnarly. And he surfs really good in small waves. He's really good and really fast and really good at airs. Yeah, I used to compete against him in the ISA events and stuff. Oh, here we go.
Wesley Leish has a line drawn on the face, not finding the barrel on that one. Wesley's best number at 2.9, but needs a 7.94 to move into the round of 64. Yeah, I was thinking about the balance, though, of like having priority, bombs are coming. The fans on the beach just want you to pack the heaviest thing, but you also got to be smart and try to make your heat. So you're trying to have that real good decision time of going, does this make sense to me for the outcome of my result? I remember some heats even, you know, heated chopes, Brett Simpson, Parco. Brett was being smart, picking off, you know, 4s and 5s. Parco was going for 10s and ended up losing that heat in round 3. As we look at Iago up and out.
Yeah, it can be a curse if you're brave and real sendy. Sometimes it's a curse because you just flip it and go on anything. It's a good call, Joe. You got to calculate a little bit.
And now looking at this bowly one here, Legend just tops out. Laurie Towner, when he had a wild card at Pipe, he like popped his shoulder out, put it back in on the ski, kept begging them not to take him into the beach. He said, I'm good, because he's finally getting an opportunity. He's taking off on the scariest things I ever remember.
Oh,
as we see another beautiful drop for Wesley.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that had to feel amazing.
Good for him.
Wow, that was cool.
That was really, really fun. He just stood there in the barrel and was almost looked like he was waiting to get wiped out and just got spit out.
What does he need? He needs a 7.94. Oh, yeah, that could
Interesting.
Could be close. Riaru only needs a better 1.83 or it's getting a good finish to the heat.
He's really holding on to a low score.
Yeah.
So Wesley had a lot of lines. You could tell he's learning a lot on the fly. The goofy foot representing Brazil. Was trying to find a way to get deeper and got one that got his adrenaline pumping. 8.94 the requirement. Iago needing a 9, so Riaru and Legend were already pretty stacked up.
I think I'm giving it to him, maybe.
A score dropped, though, for Riaru.
Oh, okay.
Just now.
So now he needs a 9. Ooh, yeah, it's going to be...
I was wondering why Riaru was
9.
just kind of chilling out the back, but now we know he improved a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say it would have got close to the 7.9, maybe just got there. Never know. It was a big drop. Spit. Wasn't in it for a long time, but I guess we'll see the numbers coming here pretty soon.
And that'll do it for time as we see a solid victory there for Legend Chandler. There's Wesley Leish on the beach, though, celebrating a 7.5. His best number in the heat came at the end. I love his effort in that matchup. And
that's cool.
He's still enjoying that moment. Memories at Pipeline last a lifetime. As Iago and Wesley out of the event, but Legend and Riaru will get another chance in the round of 64. Of one more heat, then the 8.05 post show, and let's take another angle on Wesley's wave, Ross.
Wow, really heavy drop. Just kind of almost went over the handlebars, but he handled it. Got rewarded with a good pit. It's a nice way to end your campaign.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Scooped out, blown out at Pipe.
Especially for someone that probably doesn't get a lot of waves on the free surf.
Right.
Like just coming in with that and not being hurt and getting blown out of a barrel feels good for sure.
Brody, thanks so much for hanging out.
Yeah, Brody.
Can't wait to see you out there this afternoon, my friend. Hope you get some great waves.
Okay, yeah, Joe.
Coming up next, another heat here in the round of 80. We will bring in Kaipo and Mitchell for the call.
They call him Legend. That's his name. Legend Chandler coming through into the round of 64 with a brilliant performance out at Pipeline, along with Ryaru Ito, getting congratulated by Jadson Andre. The Japanese surfer took a huge wipeout and also came back with a stylish barrel to earn his spot into the round of 64. This is Mitchell Salazar. He's stoked to be here.
Oh, yeah, I am. What a day. I can't believe like we're about to finish the day. What an epic second day.
We can extend it if you want, Mitch, but permit restrictions prohibit that. So this is going to be the last heat of the day. And out in the lineup, we have a great heat to end off the day. Oliver Zietz from the talented Zietz surfing family. Igor Moraes, Daiki Tanaka, who I'm sure is inspired by Ryaru Ito's performance in that last heat, and Mason Ho.
Your nephew out there, Mace. I feel like we should just mic him up at every event all day.
Mace Dog? Mace Dog's a great surfer, great storyteller.
Great hair, too.
Yeah, that's genetic, bro. he's well, let's see what Mace has for us right here. The one thing I've learned from what we've seen today, we've seen like predictable victories, you know, guys that would be favorites, but we've seen some upsets as well today.
We've seen some really weird heats too, and as Shane was saying, you know, a while ago when he was in here, there was one heat, especially heat 5 of that, you know, opening round of all the locals. There was supposed to be a lot more fireworks. It was actually the heat that Mason won. Jamie went out there, only got 1 wave, and then all of a sudden, Mason's winning, you know, with close to 8 points as the heat total. But he did his job. He's out here looking for heat win number 2 so far. But this is a good way to end the day. Ollie Zietz out there at Kauai representing the Netherlands. He was 3rd place in the regional qualifiers right here in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. This guy, though, has a lot of talent, and of course, one of the more popular surfers in the world, I'd also say, young Mason Ho.
Yeah, Mason, you know, massive creating content and also riding waves that sometimes don't look like they're quite rideable with minimum water on top of them, but Mason finds a way here. Goes Mason open priority. Going to stroke right into this one, grabbing the rail of the Mayhem on the way down. That's all he's going to get. Just looking for a start. Riding a 7.6, so that's, I think, the biggest board being surfed today in the competition.
I agree. Yeah, I think you're accurate right there. And, you know, Moraes doesn't have a ton of experience out here competitively. Daiki Tanaka is an underrated surfer here at Pipeline. He has had some incredible waves over the last few seasons here during the wintertime. Likes to throw himself under the ledge, and I think Ollie has a lot to prove to himself right here. Sister Zoe was able to compete in the event a few days ago as well. So as you said, out of the Zietz clan, Mom Afke watching back home on Kauai. But Dad Maxwell right here with them in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah.
It's cool to see.
Yeah, it's cool. You know, you talked about Daiki Tanaka, the 27-year-old Japanese surfer. It would be important for Daiki to make this heat. Yeah, he's been full-time on the Challenger Series, but he has not made it through this. He's not extended himself out of this round as of yet in 2020, in this season.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
When you think about it, what, 5, 6 events in right now with this one. So you obviously want to build momentum, and realistically, 20,000 points still on the line. I mean, when you think about it, there's always a mathematical chance that you could potentially win the last 2 events. Now, is it probable? No. Is it likely? Very unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah, it's for both the men and the women, right? So that can happen. You go through a heater over here. The challenge is all points are not created equal, because the same amount of points that you're going to earn for a quarterfinal in Huntington Beach, you're going to earn
good point
for a quarterfinal here at Pipeline. Mason again. He's just showing that he's the bull out there. Ho, dragging, spit disappeared by the spit, comes out.
Golf clap.
Yeah.
That was well done. And so he was already in 4th priority right there. Daiki could have dropped in on him, and he would have had to straighten out.
He's giving a shaka to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Hey, sometimes there's just hierarchy and etiquette, and I think people just went, it's Mason. We're not going to go. We're going to let him.
This is a picture-perfect wave. I mean, just like how beautiful this afternoon is here at the Bonsai Kaipo. So it took him a while to fully stall for that one, but once he actually got the proper stall, he was in there. And I mean, judges don't necessarily like you to go from that slow into trying to generate that speed in the barrel, but they'll still score it. It'll be the best way of the heat so far. Backup already?
Yeah, why not? Mason in the barrel again, quickly to make a backup, a little spit to exit there. Yeah, right now in this round, 5 of the 7 heats so far have been won by local surfers here in this round.
He's such a madman too. I love that.
Good stuff.
And I love that he's himself. He's his own personality, and you know, it's hard not to love him. It's actually harder to hate him than to not love him. So Moraes had a look at this one right here. It was an inside or a double up, and Mason's like, well, paddling back out, might as well catch it. He does, Kaipo, and that's easily a backup. I mean, his first wave was good, but he was straight into the barrel on this one right here. And this is a proper barrel. Great technique, under the lip. Great positioning, too. And how sick was that little grab, outside hand.
he's got like, on the backhand, he kind of has that little mute grab that he does sometimes, just to change things up.
Oh, this is such a cool little wave on the inside, too. And I say little in today's context.
In the context of what we started with this morning, right?
He got launched on that rebound right there.
Good. Okay, 617 for the previous wave, waiting for his backup score.
Should be right around there, too, in my opinion.
Yeah, so Mason will take like a strong early lead over the rest of the pack. Again, we talked about that earlier today. 4-man heats throughout this competition, so you don't have to win your heat. You just have to be in the top 50% to keep on going. Only time it's going to matter is in the final.
Ollie.
Oliver Zeitz. Yeah, got under the hood, but I was going to say maybe a little greedy, but was able to punch out of that. So well done for Ollie Zeitz, 20 years old from Princeville, Kauai. Igor. That was a classic faded bottom turn. Not as deep as probably the judges would like, but showing some style.
And it feels good, too. So this is already a stacked opener right here. In the first 9 minutes, I mean, Mason's got more than 12 points right here on the board, but Moraes going to have a good answer back. Ollie's going to have a good wave to start. Mace again? 4 waves? Oh.
He's got another foot of surfboard compared to all the other surfers in his heat.
That is true.
And he's taking advantage of that paddle power.
He's got the uncle status out there right now, too. He's the veteran, 37 years of age now for young Mace. And props to, you know, the Mayhem team, too. They've always made great boards for Mason out here. A little longer as we see Ollie's wave. As you said, probably tried to stall a little bit too much right there at the end, but he punched through out of it. So well done by young Ollie. Number 3 in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional rankings to qualify for the 25-26 Challenger Series. Uncle Sebastian has done extremely well right here in the past at Pipe. And this, I mean, picturesque Kaipo, in my opinion, from Igor Moraes. Doesn't get it really much better than that for a goofy footer. The drop, the bottom turn straight into it. And in my opinion, I mean, having seen a lot of these days in the past, it's so glassy right now. It's a perfect afternoon right here at Pipeline.
Yeah.
Given not every wave's great, but you get the right one, it'll feel good. Oh, even slide offshore now, it seems. It's going to be good for the free surf after the event.
So 3.33 for Oliver Zeitz, 3.93 for Igor Moraes. Mason on the lead with a couple of 6-point rides. And Daiki Tanaka holding priority and being selective. Let's go through some replays here with Igor.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that bottom turn, the way he was able to stall. And as you said, not super deep, but deep enough to get a cover up. And, you know, close to a 4-point ride, it's going to feel good. And especially with confidence being such an important factor at this wave, too. That takes a lot of credit to be able to get to your feet at this point, have waited all day, watched all day, too, and just get to this point of the day where you know it's your chance and now you have to prove yourself out there. A lot of these international people, they put in hours and hours and even days to be able to get to this point, and, you know, now's their chance to shine.
Well, shine he did, Legend Chandler. Let's hear from Legend with Jess Starling.
Thanks, Kipes. Legend, the smile you had when you came in, it was massive. Obviously, you really enjoyed yourself in that heat. You and Ryaru, seriously, so cool to watch.
Yeah, I was psyched that whole heat. It was sick. The waves definitely turned on from like how it was before, and it got all clean and nice in our heat. I seen Zeke the heat before get a crazy one, and I was just happy to be out there with 3 other guys. It was fun.
Obviously, kind of night and day to your heat that you had this morning. You're one of 10 guys who got to surf twice. It was well worth it getting through that early heat to get to surf and have such good conditions in that last one.
Yeah, for sure. The early heat was harder than that one, but early we were hunting for all the waves. This heat was kind of like we were just kind of waiting for the good ones. Like they were coming, you knew it. So yeah, I was sick having a better heat this evening.
Seemed like pretty cool energy as well between all of you guys out there. It was just like high fives, big whistles going down. We've been on the beach. It's kind of been the same energy. Days like this at Pipe, it kind of soaks up the whole beach. There's almost like this high energy going down. There's no other feeling like it.
Yeah, it's always good vibe, especially when the waves are huge and pumping and guys are going down. The guy in red, he went down his first wave. It was the gnarliest wave ever, and I was just so psyched because it started just turning on. I gave him a high five. I was like, we're going to heat. I don't care, but it's firing. Yeah, it was fun.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Legend. Thanks, guys.
All right, Legend Chandler.
Yes.
Is on his a faithful board out here. Channel Islands, the Goldie model, developed by Baron Mamiya. A lot of surfers have been picking up that for the CI team riders have been picking up for their Hawaii Quiver.
Yep. And a big shout out to Brent and Britt over there at CI. I've been seeing Brent pretty much every day from dusk till dawn working with the surfers.
It's a hard worker, that.
Oh, yeah.
Brent Powers from Channel Islands.
Of course, got to give big shout out to Gian Bernini, team manager for Mayhem as well.
Keep all the boards in a row. You want to shout out to anyone from Sharp Eye, maybe?
Well, Marcio, of course.
All right.
And I think...
and Yufu.
Yeah, Yufu still...
Let's keep all of our boards in line right now. And shout out to John Pizell, of course.
Yeah, John Pizell. Who else we got out there right now? Tico and Teco from Silver Surfboards,
of course. Tico and Teco. My brother's doing some really innovative stuff when it comes to stringer technology.
Scotty Metzner from Timmy Patterson. Keone Patterson is shaping a lot of boards today.
Great job there. Darren Hanley's been putting out some great Hawaii boards. And, of course, Kerry and Wade Tokoro.
Oh, my goodness. Love you, Wade.
Eric Arakawa, we're not going to leave anybody out. Oh, Mason. Oh. It's just fun to watch Mason glide. Of course he's going to pull in. And of course he's going to come out. Of course. It's Mason Ho.
Woo! Dude, does it get any better than this?
No.
I mean,
anticipation of watching Mason glide down a giant wave, patiently wait for that barrel section.
Look at his
timing
smile.
the barrel, finding it. Fist pumping even when he's getting pounded.
No better feeling. And truly only a surfer knows that feeling as well. Man, Mace is having a day out there right now. The 2.6s, he won his heat earlier this morning, and now he's on his way, in my opinion, to get one of the best scores of the day so far, if not the best Kipes.
Yeah. Oh my, look at this one.
So this is one of those that allowed him to roll in, had the time to select a certain line, and look at this Kaipo. It's not even that high of a line either, but it had such picture-perfect shape on the inside that he just got blasted out of it. Another angle right here. And that's where that extra length matters in those kinds of paddles.
He did borderline roll in from second reef right here, got the ledge, knew to wait for this, and then that's pure skill.
Wow.
And having an intimate knowledge and relationship with this wave, Mason Ho.
Oh, yeah, and the heritage. You talk about his uncle Derek, his dad Mike. I mean, I just love the patience right here. He never tried to rush anything. And once he set his line right here, look at the way he grabs his rail, maintains that same line, and straightens out afterwards. Scores in Kipes, one of the best of the day for Mace.
How's this? I just could give you a high five. Grab you next time. Good job, Mace. And Mace is going to hear the news that he just scored a 9.07, 9-point ride, right across the board, right across all 5 countries. Mason Ho, going excellent.
Yeah, well done right there. 15.24 heat total. That's nearly excellent. And of course, some great stuff from Mason so far when it comes to performing in previous events, semifinals back in 2015 at the Pipe Masters, as you said. De Souza winning the world title in that same heat. He advanced, and I think Mason's just looking for a little arch towards the end of his competitive career, per se.
Well, Mason was said that he's never lost the heat in his professional career. He's just run out of time.
And he's had, wild cards in a lot of different spots worldwide, at Bells, in Peniche. And right here, look at that.
Hey, it looks like Makani Forsyth on the Red Bull jet ski for Hawaiian Water Patrol. Interesting thing about that ski driver, Makani Forsyth, his grandfather, the legendary Wally Forsyth, one of the inventors of the hot curl, the first guys to tackle giant waves at 20-foot Makaha along with George Downing, Wally Forsythe. That's how I love the connection of the family. Right. You got the family tree of Mason Ho and the Ho's going all the way back to his grandfather, Chico Ho, who's a legendary surfer and Waikiki Beach boy. And then you have Makani on there on the ski, who's also got a legendary surf family.
Surfing is a small world, isn't it, Kipes? I mean, you have Ollie out there, his dad Max the Ripper, his uncle Seabass, longtime competitor on the championship tour. Apple don't fall far from the tree at this point of the event, it seems.
Yeah, it's cool to see things flourish within the surfing community and generation after generation. We're gonna take a break right now, just so we can have a breather. Mason Ho really putting on a show. And where are we gonna go with this? I don't know, but we're gonna be back with more of the Lexus Pipe Pro. What an afternoon here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. I said pro on the way out just because I wanted to make sure the rhyme with go activated. Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar, last heat of the day. Wish we could keep on going because the action's been incredible. But we're going to wrap up the whole day at the 8:05 post show. Following this heat, we're going to have Joe, Mitchell, and Ross break down all of today's action. We had some excellent rides, including Mason Ho with his 9.07 as we come back here to live with 9 minutes remaining.
That's definitely going to be a highlight today. And his heat total on this one as well, 15.24. I mean, he's 9 minutes away from advancing and winning a heat in, you know, extreme fashion, in my opinion. And Tanaka out there, who's had a look at a couple of waves, still hasn't had anything on the board. And like many heats that we've seen, there's been a lot of heats that have been dominated by local surfers. And we've seen heats that have been, you know, very close between local surfers too. And this one, all these heats with the 3.33, Igor has the near 4, Tanaka doesn't have a single wave. Second place is completely wide open at the moment, Kipes.
Yeah, and the second for conversation, that the second place is just as valuable as the first place. At this point in the competition, it's going to matter what heat you're going to go into next round, but the heats are so evenly matched that it kind of, you know, it's a moot point, actually, is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
At this event, let me put it this way. At any Challenger Series event, you can go into the very first round and you can be the most seeded surfer, and every heat's going to be stacked.
Yeah.
And you have to be expecting that 13, 14 points is necessary to at least get you through. 16 points is likely to win you the heat. And case in point right here with Mason, he has more than 15 points, and he is easily winning this one at the moment. But you are talking about somebody who is the most experienced out there in the lineup right now. You'd probably be thinking that Mason would be feeling way more comfortable with the 7.6 that he's riding. And now it's up to the other 3 surfers, as you said, just to get an advancement at the moment, Kaipo. But 7.5 isn't that much time left, so the other 3 need to get busy.
Let's check out Jess Starling in that giant Sun Cruiser chair. What do you got for us, Jess?
Kaipo, it's 4 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon on the most beautiful coastline in the world, and 4 p.m. on a Saturday anywhere is Sun Cruiser o'clock. Iced tea, but vodka iced tea. There's 100 calories, only 1 gram of sugar. And for all my gluten-free girls out there, it's gluten-free as well. But no bubbles as well, so it doesn't hurt going down. You don't get full too quickly, which means you can drink more of them, but we don't condone drinking too much. But Kaipo, Mitch, as soon as you're done, come join me at the chair and let's have a Sun Cruiser.
Yeah, great place to watch the waves right there, Mitchell. I think there's space for all of us.
Well, that seems like it'll fit me alone. So I'm just saying 100 calories, I kind of need to watch my figure right now. So that sounds like the perfect afternoon for me. It's just 4:15 right now, so that's where I'm going to be after we finish.
Bruh, in most places, you are really a towering big guy, but in Hawaii, what? Mitchell?
I'm just another brother, yeah.
You're just another brother, man. we got... Usually you're the biggest dude in the room, but not over here on Oahu. How's that feel?
Oh, it feels great. I feel comfortable. And at times accepted as well.
You are. Oh, man, why not, Mace? Look at him stalling. Back door? Are you kidding me? What's he up to? What's he got? What kind of wizardry is coming out of the sleeve of Mason Ho?
Oh, straighten out.
Oh.
Straighten out. Oh. Is there anybody that just loves this more than Mace? I mean,
he's just entertaining us at this point.
I don't think so.
That was not heat. I don't think that was heat strategy.
Not at all.
I think that was entertainment.
I mean, just knowing Mace, I don't think he really has any structure to what he thinks about doing in a heat anyway.
That was radical.
And just FYI, it's shallow right there too.
Dude, look at this guy.
So Roland going back door right here. At this point with these 2 pumps, he's almost between, ain'ts and off the wall, pretty much.
Totally.
And right here, straighten out. It's the avalanche just coming down behind him at this point, and he has to eject. Oh, he's so fun. He makes things entertaining, and that 7.6, that allows for those roll-ins. That's why he got the 9 on the previous wave at Pipe, and look at everybody else in the background. They had to duck dive that wave. He's rolling. A couple pumps already up until this point. And he just has to eject on this one right here.
And you can see some of the dry reef there. That's a very, very... and he's wisely just going to get washed in.
And take your time. Don't hurt yourself either. 4.5 on the clock.
Yeah.
He's done his job.
You can see all the exposed rocks, and just think about all that. That bottom is just like that, extending out through the break.
The one thing I will say about Pipe in comparison to a lot of other spots here on the North Shore, the reef isn't necessarily sharp. So it's just solid. You're going up against a big slab of rock pretty much.
It's lava with a little bit of reef, but the dangerous part is how uneven it is.
Yeah.
The holes and the high points, and the anvils underneath the water.
And how fast you're going at it too.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the thing that I look out for the most, the speed that you're going at it. Look at that. He's got 5 waves. Igor and Ollie only have 1, and Daiki still waiting on his opener.
Yeah, and with, Igor Moraes and Oliver Zeitz both in the, under a 4-point rise for each of them, Daiki's with priority is right there.
Oh, it's achievable for sure. And if I'm Ollie right here with second priority, I'm just trying to be on any kind of wave I can, just get that 0.61, move up in a second, have the beach announcers tell Tanaka that he's needing, close to a 5 at that point now. So just get up to your feet, change the situation, make sure that you're adding pressure to your other opponents. And Igor's just barely making it back out right now, so he hasn't even reestablished priority, Kaipo. Another wash through here.
Yeah, and the guys with the smaller boards, look at that, are paying. While Mason Ho, with that 7.6 Mayhem was able to paddle wide, stay outside, control where he was in the lineup, and it looks like these guys are just getting washed.
And there's times where it's just your day, you're in a good rotation with the ocean, Water Patrol put him in a really good spot back out there in the lineup, and of course right here, battle for second, Zeitz needs a 0.61. I mean, 2 minutes 40, you want to be doing it pretty soon. I think it's Leandro Dora right there, congratulating Mace.
Handshakes on the beach. Yeah, Mace, you got 2.5 minutes, but I think you can come in, turn in your jersey. You're into the round of 64.
Right here, suspended priority by Zeitz and Tanaka.
So the suspended priority, you see the X's by those colored squares by those two surfers. That means they will remain in their priority because they didn't catch a wave, they got washed in. So once they get out the back again, then they regain their priority. Come on, come in, dude. Mason.
I think he was just playing with everybody on the beach.
Come rest. There you go. So good.
Oh, Ollie, can he get on a wave right here, Kaipo? And can Daiki try to get a wave too? And if you're Igor, I'd be doing the same thing. Just get a drop, get a backup.
A wave, yes. I agree.
I mean, those insiders right there, they have the scoring potential. And remember, just dropping in and pulling into a barrel. And right here, Daiki, in suspension, does not have higher priority than Ollie.
Yeah, he didn't paddle all the way out, so they didn't give him priority back. It's not going to matter. Tanaka finds a backdoor wave. It's frothy, and he's able to thread that section. He's going to go into second place. Maybe.
He should. I mean, he needs close to a 4. That was a gnarly wave right there by Daiki.
Yeah, my opinion, I think that's enough, but...
Well, throaty, just square barrel than the lefts that we saw from both Moraes and Zeitz, in my opinion. And here with 60 seconds, if you knew you needed a score before, if you're blue and red, you got to be on wave soon.
Yeah, the whole game can change where Igor Moraes or Oliver Zeitz just need to get to their feet.
And there are a couple waves rolling through.
50 seconds, there's the two of them.
And did you see Ollie just take a deep breath right there? He's like, relax.
Yeah.
You got time, 40 seconds, good amount of time still.
He's got first priority too, which is key when there's only 35 seconds remaining.
Same thing for Igor.
That's just 2 more waves passing through here. Ollie Zeitz looks at that one. He's going to have maybe two more chances, maybe.
I think this is the one, though. I think you got to pull the trigger on this. And you just got to pack it. Regardless if you're going to make it or not, you just got to pack it.
Oh, no.
Igor.
Igor, that's what he needed. You know what?
Oh?
Sometimes you just grind it out.
Well, is Ollie going to be able... Just under, just after.
So Igor Moraes is going to use that. That is just talk about grinding out a heat. I mean, there was glory for Mason Ho and grinding for Igor Moraes, a contrast between the two approaches, but Moraes has done enough. He's into the next round.
He advanced, and as you were saying a while ago, that's all you need to do leading up to the final. This guy, though, stole the show, 9-point ride.
Can't wait to hear the Mason Ho interview. You're going to get that and much more. Up next, the 8:05 post show. Joe, Mitch, Ross joining you for that show.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the 805 post show from an incredible day from start to finish. Here at the Bonsai Pipeline, fans are still thinking about their favorite waves they saw today. Some giant wipeouts. We saw some brave, gutsy performances, and I think the overall narrative was, yeah, the locals standing out, protecting what's theirs here at Pipeline. That was a special day for the Challenger Series as well, having an event this big for the CS, so close to the end of the season as rookies and familiar faces are trying to get back on the CT. Thanks for being with us on the 805 Post Show. Joe Trappell, Mitchell Salazar, and Ross Williams. Mitch, you're beaming in the dark this morning watching the waves, and to cap off a great day, how do you put it into words now, what you saw?
Epic. Memorable, I think, is another amazing word, too. Just an incredible day. So stoked to be here and witness this. And I think Pipeline being the Challenger Series Schedule 2 makes things even more exciting. And it's preparation, too, Joe.
Yeah, and, you know, Ross, you've obviously been around all winter and actively watching, you know, the Pipe QSs, the regionals, you know, and how tough it's been to get good waves. When we have a day like today and all the nines we got to see, including Mason, you know, in that last heat, this is probably the best day we've had competitively on the North Shore Pipeline this year.
Yeah, and we had to wait for it a little bit. We had a late start there, so it was a good call from Billy Kemper early in the morning, waiting until 9 a.m. to get this thing kicked off. Huge waves last night, and it finally settled down. As the afternoon kind of poured on, we saw rides like this where the ocean settled down. It was still a lot of work for the guys, but the guys that could figure it out, like Mason right here, they were paid off with some pretty epic rides.
Just Mason always reminds you that you can do it your way. You know, with all the textbook and things and form and whatever you got to do with your arms, Mason's just like, yeah, be yourself.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be just fine.
Yeah, and he's positive in that sense, and I think he's a good role model because of that too, Joe. But what an epic way to cap it off with that 9 right there. That rolling, that was vintage Pipeline.
Yeah, he had that 7.6 he was showing to Jesse Starling earlier today. He said he had a bigger one just in case. Well done to Mason Ho getting the win in the last heat of the day. Now hanging out once again with everyone on the beach that he loves. We'll catch up with him in just a moment, but he's one of those class acts, you know, that we've seen step up in wild card moments globally, even at Bell's, but even at Pipeline, where he's made the semifinals in the Pipe Masters. So for Mason, he really grabs these events with both hands. Even though he looks free-spirited, the competitive prowess of Mason, he's only in this to try to win the whole contest.
Oh, 100%, and I think that's the whole point of competing, right? Regardless if you're a wild card, if you're starting from, you know, the locals round or not, your aspirations should still always be to try to win this thing, Joe.
Yeah, 100%. What a great addition to this field. The North Shore locals had 5 heats this morning. Top 2 moving on. We'll stay in the format heats throughout, but now things are going to get very interesting as we'll get to compare them, guys like Mason, to, you know, these top tier qualifiers that are looking to be rookies on tour this year.
Yeah, it's a very unique event. Again, not typical for a Challenger Series event to have that many wild cards injected into the event, and then you throw in the whole vibe of it. We're here at Big Waves at Pipeline. It's tough for a lot of these guys fighting for points, and you got groovy dudes like Mason just kind of floating on the water out there on a huge board. You know, I love it. And real quickly, just my opinion on Mason too. I love it. He's such a throwback. He's not your typical present-day pro surfer, you know, busting airs and trying to get clips on Instagram. He's just real rootsy and groovy, and you never know what he's going to say. We're all kind of on the edge of our seat waiting for his post-heat interview. It's going to be gold no matter what.
Yeah, I tried to throw to it when he's not even there yet. I love it. Mason's amazing. But we've got some highlights to watch. Heat 3 of the morning feels like a whole nother day because we've seen that much action. Let's roll the tape on how we got things started this morning. We had a brief hold. Heat 1 and 2 were showing that there's options out there. Then we got to see just unbelievable form. Benji Brand, what a weapon he is, Mitch.
Yeah, and this heat to me was a clear example of why these surfers deserve a spot in the event, right? You have the best 20 out there of the region, especially a lot of pipe specialists. How was that 7.9 though from Benji Brand? That turn alone to me was worthy of being the event. And then Koa Ross, I mean, he also got some excellent waves in this one.
Yeah, Koa, he had a nice straight air too, I think, in this heat after a barrel. And this is in the morning when the waves were a little bit bigger, and these guys had to do so much work getting cleaned up. Gray hair gonna pop in air after this barrel in the sandbar. A really cool highlight there from Koa. A lot of work today, though, is the theme. You know, these guys got so many beat downs in between waves. They're going to go to bed tonight with all kinds of water pouring out of their nose.
Yeah, really great season already starting for Koa Smith. He's got some new contracts, new stickers on his board. He's kind of reinventing himself, I think, the business side of his career. But he only gets better at pipe, and he probably saw that wave before he rode it because he's so deep and in tune with pipeline. 817 for the barrel to punt combo. Benji Brand right behind him, but his heat started actually with his jersey getting ripped off. All of a sudden, we're like, is there a free surfer in the water? No, Benji already got smoked, and he shook it off, found his jersey, and kept packing barrels, Mitch.
Yeah, no, I'm glad the judges weren't as lenient as him having to get his jersey back on as quickly as possible either. It was dangerous out there, as you were saying, Ross, and you want to minimize the risk and the danger level out there. Props to him, though. He went back out there, dropped a couple of sevens, and advanced, Joe.
And it's interesting. I think we talked about this, Ross, this morning with Koa, who's very charismatic, loves the camera, loves content, loves inviting people in. You know, and then you got Benji Brand, who doesn't want to do that at all. You know, he's like, if I could just surf and you guys do it, that'd be great. You know, he wants to fish, he wants to dive 50 feet in the ocean and, you know, get the fish of his life and go home and do it again the next day, you know?
He's so humble, and he's really, not exactly gravitating towards cameras and getting, like you said, stacking clips and putting content on YouTube or something like that. But he is one of my favorite surfers. Benji Brand he's such a weapon, and he's really good in hollow waves. He's also sneaky good in performance waves, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's really good on the rail.
You guys ready for Mason?
Yeah, bring it.
Yeah, Mason Hose with Jesse Starling.
Get weird, Mace.
We're on. Mason, I love chatting to you, and today's my third time. I feel like we've become friends in one day.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, like three times on the interviews. Usually that's a good sign with the WSL or anyone, I guess.
Yeah, it's always a good sign. Great signs in that last heat. You and Pipe were just in sync today. You made it look a little less scary, but then I was thinking to myself, you're on a big board, and if the whole board gets covered, you're really deep in that barrel. Talk me through those waves, because from the beach, and then when you think about the board, I was like, oh, wow, he's really deep.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I got really lucky. I had a couple nice waves come over like right by me, and my board is, I love like a little bigger board when it's like that out there, because it might, some waves look perfect, but there's a lot of like water moving above and below you, you know, so it's just like ripping, and it's nice to just have a big board cutting across and like just, I feel more connected with it, you know, and so the big board helped me a lot. And then I also had like a nice wave or two where I got really lucky, where maybe the boys in the heat that maybe had priority or not, they were like a little off the knuckles, you know, or their boards were maybe a little small, like my dad would say. But the board, yeah, was just like, go Mason, and if they want it, just stay out of their way, you know, don't interfere. But I could tell they weren't getting in, so I got to kind of take advantage of the opportunity, and it was really fun, and I feel like my board helped me a lot.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall of everything that goes through your head in a heat, because it feels like you think about every finite detail out there, not just the waves, not just your equipment, but what your competitors are thinking as well. But you also have this really kind of not competitive surfer edge to you, but that's a way that a real high up competitor thinks.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I try my best, or I've learned not to like worry or care at all what the other guys are thinking or doing or anything, but I try to stay aware of them, like before it's the event, you know. I'm like, hey, or just before the heat, you know. I know each guy has their strengths and their weaknesses, and then I obviously try and like play on their weaknesses, you know, and try not to let them jam on their strengths. But out there, it was really nice, because I was just trying to like not, because all those, I've had a few heats with Oliver, and he's like younger, and he's gotten me a few times, so I've been like, I can't wait to get this kid back one day, like for like a few weeks. And I don't know if that would count as getting him back, but he got me similar here and there. So I was like, yes, come on, give me this kid. And he's he's probably a teenager now, but. So anyway, I was kind of like in my head, like, hey, I don't care about what they're thinking or anything, but I want this kid, I want to get him. And then I was using that, and I was also like looking at the beach, just like thinking, this is my beach. I was like looking at the beach, the whole coast, because I live right on the point, you know, and I was like, from that point all the way to here, this is all like, I hate to sound like this in my brain, you know, I'm like, this is more mine than your guys', you know? So I was trying to like use that, you know, but in a positive way, not like mine, but I was just like, come on, Uncle Derek. I'm like, what would Uncle Derek be thinking? I was looking at the coast. This is mine for 30 minutes, not for more. But I was just like, this is mine for the next 30 minutes. I feel like not these younger ripper guys, you know. And I think I was trying to like feel that. And then all of a sudden, bang, bang, bang. And I was like, oh, relax, Mason. Time to go in. Give him a chance. Nah, but it was fun. Too fun. And they're all super good. Like I said, they've beaten me before. So I just got lucky today. And I get to talk a little bit. And I'm stoked.
Mason, I've loved it. Let's do it again. Let's do it a couple more times. All right, guys. Enjoy the 8:05 post show.
Thank you so much, Jesse Starling. Thank you so much, Mason Ho. Once again, living up to it. On the spot, giving us just gold every single step of the way. What a good breakdown. And what a way to harness energy and motivation. You know, every competitor at the highest level looks for pieces of motivation, you know, to perform. And right there, Mason channeled it. Right now, though, you guys, this just happened. Shion Crawford just got a 12 out of 10.
Wow,
That just happened a minute ago.
Okay, and here's the crazy thing about that.
Wow.
That kid's at least 6'4", I want to say.
Yeah, he's tall.
So that wave has to be at least double his size, right?
There's backdoor, and then you can backdoor.
Yes.
And that's exactly, he pulled in at gums and came at it off the wall.
Oh my
That
goodness.
was, wow, he just stole the show.
Eli.
We were so psyching on a comp all day, and Shishi just went in there and stole it.
Look
yeah,
at
Shishi.
that. Eli Hanneman cheering him on. That is a special. And you look at Shion, he's in Heat 16. He's got Leo Fioravanti, Adur, Igor in the matchup. He's got that X factor. He has superhuman type connections with waves. He's done crazy full roads, kind of big moves out of his skin, and then he'll get like wave of the winter the next day, and then he laughs about it and just cruises. A little bit of that like maybe Griff, Colapinto, happy-go-lucky headspace, Aki-ish a bit, and then just a deep connection with the ocean to pull off waves like that out of nowhere.
Yeah, but I'm going to say something, and I think Ross is going to agree with this. In the free surfs, that's where you demonstrate to your opponents who's the big dog out there, who's the alpha, and they just saw that right there on the beach. Everybody's been put on notice right there, Ross.
That's impressive. I'm stoked for Shion. And Shion, you know, I like your read on Shion. He does have just this real fun mix of that old school, like 80s kind of surf character. And I like the way he competes. We talk about him all the time. We use Shion as an example with some of the kids I coach, and because he goes out into heats and he doesn't confuse it too much with too much analysis. He just goes out there nice and empty and accepts Mother Nature, you know, whatever's coming his way. And he's got that raw power too. He's a big boy.
Oh yeah.
All the locals doing well today. One heat in particular was a crowd pleaser back to heat number 6. It was a special one for guys like Luke Tima, getting big hugs from friends and family, and he locked into a high gear, got the highest single score of the day in the matchup with Zeke Laumich.
Yeah, this was amazing. I mean, Zeke demonstrated why he's so good at this wave and the experience of being a former CT competitor at this location too. 2 heat wins today for Zeke. I mean, he got the 6.5 and then eventually the 8.87 afterwards too. Took the lead with this one, Joe, and I love what I saw from Zeke. As you called it earlier this morning, though, Luke Tima might be the best all-around surfer out of the North Shore at the moment.
Guy is on fire, locking in, going left, going right. Jackson Dorian said this is going to happen later. Watch Luke Tima and pack that backdoor bomb. The style he had out of it, this just kept his roll going strong, Ross.
Yeah, his strength is, I mean, Luke is a great surfer, but his strength is his energy. He's really switched on, and even if he's free surfing, he's catching 10 more waves than any other surfer in the lineup. He's kind of irritating to surf with, actually. But he catches a lot of waves, and he's just, his eyes are darting around. He's a horrible guy to draw in a heat because you know he's going to get his waves. You know he's going to give maximum effort. He's really switched on.
I bet Luke's going to call you into one next time he sees you for sure.
Hey, Uncle.
For sure.
Yeah. Probably the opposite.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Great job, Luke. Great job, Zeke. That was sick to watch. As we know, we've got tons of waves coming in this forecast. Today was a gem of a day. It was wild. We had a little bit of a wait. There's still some chunky, lumpy ones out there, but let's look see what we might have tomorrow and through the waiting period. Ross, what are you noticing?
Well, again, we've been talking about it all week. There's tons of swell and really good direction. These storms are coming from Japan, so really good fetch line. No lack of energy, but the real story is the wind. Unfortunately, we have all these weak fronts on top of the island chain, and that's cutting off that trade wind that we usually enjoy. So we're gonna have to hit these little windows of glassy mornings, maybe some onshore afternoons. We got a little bit lucky today. The wind stayed slack, so it's gonna be old school, Mitch. We're gonna have to wake up in the morning and look out the window.
Yeah, and I think it seems ideal that tomorrow's a run day too, as
Callie Voss live in this one. Oh, the Tahitian gets blown out. And now winding up for a beautiful finish. Gosh, we got to just keep the cameras rolling. We're not going home. Free surf like this?
another potential qualifier right there for the CT2, Joe.
Gosh, he's looking strong. What's been your takeaway from Callie Voss this year? I mean, winning in Portugal, he's always been well-rounded, but he's really proven it this season.
And I think consistency outside of heavy waves, too. I thought he proved a point in Brazil right there, despite only making one heat. Obviously, the final at Newcastle. To me, I got very impressed at the U.S. Open, too. And I think he's diversified his approach in that sense, too. Now it's, are you able to do it outside of Tahiti and prove your point at Pipeline as well, Joe?
And such a great year to qualify for a rookie. We'll wait to see where Callie goes. Nothing's official yet in the top 10 for the men. But looking at that schedule, which we keep harping on with excitement, you know, for Tahiti, Cloudbreak back-to-back in that segment. You know, if he's going to need to get any flow going, he just knows that home is coming, where he could just steal 10,000 points without even sweating later on this year.
His power is his mind. He's really confident, borderline cocky, and he's coached by Jeremy Flores, and he's taught him to, you know, embrace the dog in that fight. And I like that. You know, it is, even he's sort of a throwback. He's unapologetic. He goes in the water. He tries to ruffle feathers. And as you guys mentioned, he's super well-rounded, too. He's sneaky good in the air. And obviously, being groomed in Tahiti, he can pull in anything. So he's going to be a weapon.
Let's see who won the 805 post show today. Top 5 coming up. Number 5 on the charts on a day like today. It's inevitable. You're going to have some wild beatings coming at number 5. All the big charging moments out there that led to some disasters, Mitch.
Yeah, Wipeout City, Shaden Picaro right there, early thing in the morning. He went for it, though. You got to give him a lot of credit just for trying right there at the very end of the heat. Ended up being an offer. Maikai Birdine as well. I mean, he was on the verge of, you know, getting that wave to be complete. And even everybody on the beach, too, got to watch out for your things.
Oh, totally. Josh Moniz had to jump early. He was with a big threat in this draw. He was lost
Billy
at
Kemper?
sea. Kemper had a few beatings, including that slow motion over the falls, Ross.
Jamie O'Brien, right on the back. Ouch!
That is a perfect example of what Pipes does to everybody. Regardless of who you are, Pipe always humbles you.
Thomas Lindors going down. He recovered from that, even packed a couple more, so he didn't give up. Huckabee as well, Mitch.
Oh, yeah. Broken board on this one. Good, nice attempt, though, from Ryan, and eventually won the heat after this. But, yeah, big wipeout led to a broken board for Huck.
And then this one really took our breath away. Ryaro Ito, that was scary, but then he rebounded into a 9-point ride, Ross.
Oh, that was such a heavy wave. And, again, he just instantly won over so many fans just by going on that wave. There was no chance he was going to make it, but he sent it anyways. But Pipe takes and then Pipe gives. And right here, he just enjoyed that wave. This guy's a gnarly charger. And I think Brody was in the booth with us, and he says, hey, don't sleep on this kid. He's good in the air, too. So this is someone I'm learning about right now on the fly.
Getting the number 3 spot, Mitch, Luke Swanson.
Love the way this kid was able to approach the heat out there today. Dropped an 8, was able to get a 7 as a backup, too. And to me, this has been his best performance that I've ever seen at Pipeline, regardless if it's a free surf or a heat. He just looked comfortable out there. He navigated the lineup, Joe, and it just seemed like from the get-go in this heat, he was the guy to beat. And props to Luke. He's had a down year on the Challenger Series. This is going to be a big confidence booster for him afterwards.
Great decision on the board choice, grabbing the 6-4 that he talked over with Ross Williams as he moves on. Number 2, the Luke Tima show, Ross.
Yeah, there was no doubting him. We all knew that he was going to put together a really good heat, and he's got great vision at backdoor and Pipe. He knows this reef well. He's been putting in the hard hours out here, and he found it. He found a couple waves that scooped underneath everyone, and right away, he was out the gates too. I think Lucas Godfrey went left somehow. We were kind of surprised about that. Right there, you can see Lucas Godfrey going left, and Tima said, shoot, I'll go right, and scooped a big score.
Well done to Tima. 9.23, finishing second in the matchup with Zeke Lau, getting another chance in the round of 64, winning the 805 post show. Local boy Joey Johnson went big today.
Yeah, stoked for the kid, and you know, props to him. First thing in the morning, paddling out there with, you know, nothing to gain and nothing to lose, excuse me, and absolutely everything to gain. And I think he proved a point that local knowledge is imperative to have out here, regardless if it's a QS, a Challenger, or the Championship Tour level guys. But to me, Ross, the impressive thing was that he went out there, all smiles going into the heat, came out the exact same way too.
That was insane right there. What a crazy takeoff. Joey gets some of the gnarliest barrels the last several years out here at Pipe. That guy charges, really good technique. It's a good story too. He doesn't have really any sponsorships going on there, so I hope he goes deep into contests and grabs himself a big old check.
It's the best part of this event, when a local just steps up, shows what they do every winter out here in a jersey against an international field. Joey, not winning once, but twice, still has a chance to create more upsets as we go further in the draw, Mitch.
And making a name for himself too in the wide world of things out here in the surfing world. But what an epic day. Genuine moments there for Mason Ho, stoked for Joey, and we got the seeded rounds coming up in the next few days too, Joe, and forecast looks good for tomorrow. If I'm a betting man, I think tomorrow's a go, definitely in the morning.
I'm feeling it. Ross, you feeling it tomorrow?
Yeah, the swell's going to be smaller, which is good because it was so big today, but I think the wind is meant to turn west midday. So yeah, like Mitch says, I think early in the morning could be really nice.
Awesome. Thanks for hanging out with us all day. For Ross, for Mitch, I'm Joe. On behalf of the WSL, our whole crew here, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow on Sunday morning, 7:15 for the call. Take care. Event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.